I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Face from mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery, I will prevail.
knows no mercy. You or many, you will die all the same. Tired of living. Leave it to me. White blade knows no mercy. You shouldn't have come here.
I've conquered. They started, now it's over. My power uncovered. Now I begin. Fate for mortals, only the brave know. Fighting the unknown, siding with bravery. I will prevail. I cannot fail. I will prevail.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the second half of the regular season of the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League serve. Can you believe it's already been 2 bi-weekly finals as we head into the second half of this season? It is absolutely crazy how quickly time is flying, and it feels like playoffs just around the corner.
Yeah, it feels like we were just going through scrims just a day ago. Now we're entering into the second quarter, second half. And things to keep in mind is that, we already have 2 winners. And today we're actually going to have one of the trios winners playing today with Wolves. And that's going to be the main aspect of things that kind of lead out. Seeing the momentum that we took into the push between the first 2 weeks, now propelling ourselves and having the trios gamers kind of adjust within this patch for this week. Not a lot of changes within this version, obviously, if you guys are keeping track of how the patches operate onto this 12th of September. But you do also have to understand is that White Tiger's prowess is something that Wolves has been able to benefit off of. And we're still going to probably potentially see that this game today. I mean, listen, if they take any sort of chances into using White Tiger's prowess again and again, I know the fact is that it's a limited time event now, because once we enter possibly into week 4 or even to the grand finals, we'll have a chance of seeing that. But before we take a look in the scene of whether or not that's going to occur, we got to look into the Twitch drops. You guys in the Twitch chats, you have chances of being able to get drops every single time you show up in the stream each and every day. I know you guys are in YouTube chat and I know you guys are chilling out over there, but if you guys do want to get those rewards, that's going to be within the Twitch chat only, and especially next weekend where we're going to have that weekly finals. You see it, Dragon's Grave. I know you're looking for that card. I'm looking for that card. I'm looking for the drip, and it's a limited time drip. There is no chance of getting this otherwise. If you end up missing it, the time window within the days, the finals occur within solos and trios on Saturday and Sunday next week. It's over for you, bro. You set yourself up for outside. No, but these are going to be drops that you want to take into consideration, especially if you have your account binded. Make sure that's the case. That's going to be the most important step, and that way you can get these into your in-game account, whether or not you're playing on the PC, playing on console, or playing on your Steam Deck. Things of that nature. But standings are going to show here between the first day coming out between the gamers. We're going to have the first day scores to kind of be our baseline here, with BBE taking 30 points into their first day, X1 taking 33 points, 34.5 for SS1. EWG taking 39.7, 41.5 for 521, and 48 points for GG, bottom of the 6 so far into the step ladder, because now we go to the top 6 so far. FPX has 49 points, JDG has 50, 51 for KLA taking into these games, and 60 points have been earned out for third place so far for WBG. Team Bauda taking 71.3 into second, then JL still having that mantle onto the Crosstead, 80.6 into the day 1. Now we're into the day 2 Moxie, where this is going to be jumbled up, and we're going to add a new team, a new set of groups to enter into the playstyle today.
Yeah, we're going to have Wolves entering into the fray today, so that is definitely going to be an action-packed day, and we're going to see how exactly the day is going to play on out, starting things off with Padoria Morning Dew before heading over to Hollerup, and then Morris Isle. And then that second half of the day, back-to-back Fireflies coming on through. So we can have a look at all of the teams that are going to be playing through. Right, not only are we adding Wolves, the current only team that have been able to take a trios bi-weekly finals, we're also going to be adding Alliance, the team that almost made it. That was absolute heartbreak for that team in the previous bi-weekly finals serve. They came in first on the standings, so far ahead, and they got so close before they had some really rough games. They had an absolute stunner of one, which set them up to be within that match point eligibility, those 70 points that they needed to be able to cap pass to be able to pick up that MVP eligibility. And then it all fall apart. First, we had one game where they didn't even manage to pick up 4 points. Then we had another where they just tried to come in with a composition and get the kills needed to be able to hit past the 70. Didn't work out. They lost the first fight. They lost the second fight, and they were just in absolute pieces. So really hoping for Alliance that they can pull things back, because if you're a fan of underdogs, getting to see the likes of Alliance and Wolves being able to move up from literally every single week in the previous Nbpl seasons being bottom of the scoreboard to almost every single regular week coming in at the top, it has been an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, no, it gives me the same type of surmounts of experience that we've seen in the first week, with Team JDG, and having their chances of actually playing today for their second day of playing. It's going to be an interesting notion for them. I mean, the teams that they're going up against on the other side of Group B, including with Alliance and OUG, is DRG and Wolves, but ASC and TE as well. Now, TE taking into consideration, right? This is a team that has its triumph in the past. However, after the compositions of the team players have been kind of switched around for the majority of the season and the last, they're going to be having a chance of just trying to go up against, not only to the case scenario of, players that they've already recognized and been able to go up in the past, but now hopefully kind of see whether or not, TE can still keep that stead. I mean, obviously their performance, it's not as popping as it kind of hopefully in the season once been and back in 2023, but it's always a consideration that they could have a day that ends up being better than their last or even the couple of weeks. And DRG in the same boat. DRG having a good success when it comes down towards it, but when they're having these monolithic type teams that has top tier 1 players in terms of spotting, such as with Bout as you now moving over, and then KLA having success here and there, it's kind of going to be a mixed bag of action here. I'm really hoping to see Alliance taken in today in terms of the scoreboard that we were hoping to kind of see into BIWEEK3 2 finals, in that dreaded moment in the game 6 when they were by the shipwreck expanse. It's just, I'm kind of really hoping to see them really pop through and having every single team that had that capabilities of doing so, especially the ones that have been so in the past.
It came so close as well because Alliance and Wolves could both potentially have walked away with MVP JL2. And then it came down to Wolves, one having White Tigers and being able to control all of the spacing off of that, but also running the Kylan, Hardy, and Zipping composition. And there was so much going on. A Tumultuous Ultimate came out early, and then a Zai V2 came through and scooped everyone up into the same space. And Wolves just being able to hold on to that Kylan, just dash through absolutely everybody and got so many kills back to back to back to back to back. And it was an absolute hair's breadth until that point between themselves and Alliance. It was literally less than 2 points within it. But unfortunately for Alliance, they fell at that final hurdle and Wolves were able to come out on top. But speaking about a lot of these teams that we're going to be able to see and look forward to, I am really looking forward to seeing KLA, because KLA have been trying to engineer and tech this composition over and over and over again. And last week we actually saw them take an MVP with it, and that's the Tien, Hypharia, and Zai composition, which is, I don't think it's going to have a lot of longevity, considering that we know that on the current patch, the one that everyone is playing on, not the Nbpl players, but everyone at home is playing on, the Season 14, White Tigers did get nerfed. And that composition that KLA have made is all about controlling the spirit well and being able to utilize when you pick up the buffs, getting your ultimate immediately back. Because what they basically do is they use the Tien Hai to threaten the space so that no one can come into the spirit world and contest them picking up those buffs. And then when they've got those buffs, they're able to get 2 Farrier V3s on the field at the exact same time, and they utilize it to just put a lot of pressure on the other teams around them. Plus, being able to have 2 Farrier mechs means that a lot of the time the teams around them don't get the ability to just swap to things like the Flamer or Flame's Breath Cannon and come through and melt whoever is inside that mech and force them to drop out of the ultimate. That's one of the problems that Farrier has run into in the past. In fact, that's one of the huge reasons why Cannonball is as rare as it is to see. In fact, I can't remember the last time we actually properly saw a full Cannonball composition for that very reason. But KLA, they've been teching this composition, they've been trying to make it work, and it's slowly but surely been seeing more and more and more success. The only problem is that because it is a final zone composition meant for the final spirit well, they have to AFK pretty much the entire first half of the lobby. Yeah. So they come in with so few kills and so little loot upgrades that it all hinges on that spirit well. If they're able to pick up the spirit well, then great, they're off to the races. If not, then they're not even going to get off the starting blocks.
Yeah, and even to mention, right, I mean, this is still the 9.12 patch for a reference point for you guys, but not only did White Tigers prowess got nerfed, right? Spirit Wells into the end game circle got nerfed too. So that's another thing we're gonna have to see how that's gonna kind of correlate into team compositions. We've seen players in solos, for instances, ever since the season 14 patch, you've seen Liam's not rock V2 anymore. I mean, you can see some potential of it making its appearance back later on, but you saw every single solos player opt into using V1 again, just because they don't want to get into this mentality of breaking through in these habits of using these set characters with their set abilities under a set rule set. Trios, it's stacked layers. We're talking about the lettuce, we're talking about the tomato. Everything kind of comes out where they had to make sure that they can't you know, they can't run the same recipe every single time, because once these patches create such a shift in terms of that, it will create something for them to look for in adapting, whether by practice or by notion of just, you know, crafting. And the spear wells ending up into the final circles being reduced out between the 3 minutes now down to 2, like that's another thing to keep in mind. The kiting is also going to be reduced by the effect in the overall grand scheme of the game, because there's no longer spear wells to be saved in the game for as long as possible. We saw that in the trios match, I think in week 1, where we actually saw how the teams kited a spear well buff in the zone for as long as it could be, and teams were showing up to that spear well because they know the value that it comes with the buff. And now it's going to be limited to 3 minutes later on. But that's not happening today. That's not happening today. It's not happening for this week. We could see it in the future for week 4, even towards last chance qualifiers, potentially. We'll have to see how that's going to end up, because otherwise, this is going to be the set that the players are normalizing themselves into and getting used to. And this is the ones that they have to stick to until the end of, you know, whenever the swap happens. Otherwise, game 1 out of 6 is going to be getting here. We're going to be at Padoria, as mentioned, into morning dew time. So this is not going to be a Firefly map, but this is going to be where we're going to see that Kadi Ying comp with Kadi, Keelan with Hadi, and Zippy making their appearance. Xiphon has been making more showcases in the first round selection to make prominence. You know, I know that Bowda is going to rock this one, but Sans Xiphon still having his appearance here for the first round pick, JDG and Kayla taking that, and it looks like DRG are going to be wanting to try to opt in the Zai, hoping to see what the mix-up is going to be. It's going to be a classic Xiphon. And now for the second round position, we're going to see Kurumi get a 1-point ban. Hoping to see.
This gotta be the Cardi, right? That's gonna be everyone picking for second phasing. Unless some of these teams are prioritizing Sun Xiphon, because I was going to say, Xiphon, I think, still is incredibly strong, especially if it's going up against the Zip, Hardy, and Keelan inside the realm of Yang, being able to just tank a lot of the Zip's effectiveness on the healing with the Fire Tick proc and the Zai V2 is absolutely massive. However, it can struggle late into the game with the Spirit Walls getting as much focus as they do. That Tumult ultimate, being able to just fully close off those spaces, is absolutely massive. So I do feel like that's another reason why Sans Xiphon is seeing a very large resurgence in pick rate for a lot of these players in both Phase 1 and also by putting it as a priority and spending the hero points in Phase 2. This is not a bi-weekly finals, so it's not the first 3 games with 0 hero points. They do start the day with 9, which means that if these heroes do start getting more expensive, they can still choose to splash the cash and go for those picks. And we are going to be seeing a couple of those teams opting into doing just that. We still got a couple of Tessa, Viper, and Wuchang compositions, but it's nowhere near as much as it has been in the past. And I feel like a lot of that as well is because that was a composition that was very strong for being able to third party and find assassination plays with like your Viper coming through with massive V1 drop downs. Padoria, when it was beginning, these teams were sort of trying to figure out the lay of the land and where best to be able to go. So Viper and Tessa as well being able to get her ultimate online much faster than things like the Sans Xiphon composition, things like the Xiphon composition, meant that early in the rounds you would have a lot of impact, you would have a lot of zoning control to be able to block off some of these spaces and prioritize those loot pathings that other players would see you and go the other way. Now that a lot of these players have figured out where they feel comfortable taking fights, I feel like we're returning back to these compositions which have that full lockdown burst duration of the ultimate, rather than looking to secure a neutral.
Yeah, another thing too is that the dropping of using V1 F3 for Vipers is also the reason because of certain comp with the Kadi Ying. I think, you know, you can't silence anyone from escaping. They can take the combo breaker from the using the teleporter or the lever out of Hadi's V1 ultimate. That is there's no guarantee of stopping the target. If they get that tether to be active, they can just go ahead and move on away from the fight completely. The V1's kind of been used to kind of get Viper into a situation where Vuchin has to support the team out because Keelan's in ultimate state. He's going crazy. He's going through slash to slash. If they take the engagement of chasing down the targets, that's not going to be in their best interest, right? What if the Viper didn't ult in the first place? Things can lead out. We don't see V3 Vipers hacking away any longer, at least to the foremost prominence of it in the past season. It's just because, since considering that Keelan doesn't really take any sort of value or doesn't have any sort of issues with V3 because he doesn't depend on using abilities. His slashes come out in terms of his actions by just slashing, by attacking, and that
charge or just normal,
Yeah, and silences don't have that much of a prominence for it. Now, F3, that's a nuke shotgun in the face from a Viper that Keelan can also deny healing coming out from the benefit of Zipping. She uses her ultimates to kind of counteract Keelan's slashes for V2, but also just to keep him in the fight overall. But the spawns here, I see only 2 teams spawning into Arcadia, which is kind of interesting kind of going off here, because now that we see Azoth P taking more of a chance, 4 teams dropping through here. KLA, Wolves, Alliance, and TE. Over by Twilight's Pass, GG and FPX take their opportunity of reaching out over there. SS1 though and ASC are working into the Hall of Eternity. So the spawn selections here allow for the Ancient Stockade to be a rotation path, even into the Purity Chamber. But you can see in the Skygaze Cove, DRG are working their way through here. OUG decides to hit into the Mandate Courtyard and make their way towards Imperial Camp. We'll have to see, folks, because game 1 out of 6 for today. Hope you got your drinks, hope you got your food, hope you got your snacks and your rest. We're entering into this round for Midoriya's Morning Dew map.
Yeah, it is going to be Azoth Peak that was starting off with Wolves and Alliance and TE all trying to find loot as quickly as they possibly can. Wolves already getting their hands on a pulse but having to burn out that F1 combo breaker on the Keelan because of the charged R&B damage coming out from those halberds when Zem just does not have the armor to be able to tank the hits. He's locked into the stone form and TE rally around 3 versus 1. There is absolutely nothing that Wolves could have done. Jem runs further away from his team, leading TE away so that Wolves have the opportunity to go for some loot and potentially timing attack in as TE and Alliance now go head-to-head. Dragon Slayers and Neza is going to be cleaving off a lot of that armor, but Wash is ready with that armor reset. NY7 on that Viper does have that F3, has already invested it, got that massive chunk of damage, but here comes the third party from KLA. Karumi Tava is going to come out as well to give that F3 90% damage reduction for them to be able to live through, but that means that the Viper is able to find another hit off the F3. The V1 now going to be coming on out, forcing KLA's players to have to break LOS or chase down that 5-second stun. Lovely parry from QGC onto NY7 on that Viper. Gets the follow-up with the vertical swing of the Greatsword into the Viper's spine. And KLA, successful third party coming through from them. A lot of these players already burning those revives right off of the rip.
Yeah, 3 eliminations given to KLA, and even then, you saw the parry not going through, allowing for his teammates to deal a little bit of damage, get some rage damage back, so that way they can get as much of their ultimates bar as much as possible. Now, Twilight's Pass, we mentioned this, GG, spawned in here and taking a lot of chances with FPX in the vicinity of looking potentially for a fight. There are bells to have the rotation route for this, so for whether or not FPX hits 1 or 2 of these along the sides of the western side, they could end up finding GG very soon. Now, the blue armors are going to be on standby for Sansi and Xiaohu, but you're going to switch this one over here. OUG are actually onto the south side. I may mention this, right? They made the loop pattern to go through all the gold areas available for them from the southeast down to the southern region. They could make the rotation towards into Imperium. They're not too sure about where the fights are going to be occurring or still be had in the Twilight's Pass. Otherwise, this is a great chance for them to get more opportunity for the gear. Purple dual blades is huge, especially for the damage spike on Keelan. That was a purple greatsword too for them to look and trying to transition over to the Hottie. JDG though, and into the Azoth Peak. It looks like they're going to be working around this area of the map. Actually taking out Volpine's Essence. No, this is the only team into Arcadia. What am I talking about? They got themselves that Jade on standby. That's 1,000 health restore when you reach 0. So Mortal Defiance plus it comes with a 40% mitigation. But we're going to see a fight coming out here. FPX takes an engagement against SS1. SS1 Rosemary go for the F3, avoids Junex. Junex taking a little bit of RMBs. Now it's going to be the target for the confirmation kill. Theirs goes down to Kada. SS1 getting their first elimination to the game. Looking for a Scourge here. Rosemary looking for the opportunity for those staggers. Of course, Has gets caught by the Wisp. Doesn't have any sort of warriors here. The Karumi tether is going to be active to try to get the Takeda back into the game. He doesn't have ultimate just yet, but by the time that he gets res back up here, he should have it ready to go here. Matari still trying to go for this. Rosemary not going to be able to stop this res. There's going to be Takeda coming out here with the full armor and being able to go ahead, having ultimate to be ready. Rosemary will go on the offensive, straight to the semicircle, and making sure they can try to get a high ground. As the Fear and Blast is available, 2-2 goes down here as Hugh gets a kill from FPX, and now a second Fear comes out, allowing for Rosemary not to get a gold focus strike if they can. The Fear is going to deny it, and that's a full wipe, a complete wipe for this team. GG though, they're showing up for a third party, and this is going to be a free elimination spread for them. They're going to get some kills out here, but this is going to be a clean sweep for GG if done right.
Oh, that drop down charge R&B on their Hengsword is absolutely gorgeous from CJS. Goes for the crouch horizontal, now trying to take the fight against the Takeda 2 versus 1. The jump LMBs on that staff, the flash of the parry from LXM. There's nothing that Jun could do. GG showcasing proper etiquette of the 2 versus 1 coming through, but we don't get any time to rest as JDG going to be going up against Barret's Peak. The grapple bump extension going to be leading into the charge R&B on those halberds, and Tutik gets parried by the spear, which means Dragon Slayer's into Ness's confirmation. Is going to be the Takeda ultimate coming on through, the knockback on activation, allowing him to set up for the charge to LMB on the daggers. Gets caught out by another charged R&B on those halberds. Has to be very careful. Kiki with that Kurumi is going to throw in the armor circle, but they're going to have to be very wary that they don't get sent out of it by that Zai coming on through. Tutik trying to set up the 2 versus 1 onto Yiran. It's going to be going incredibly low, but ASE coming on through with the third party, dropping in a Bane's Breath to make it even harder for these teams to be able to keep themselves coordinated amongst all of this additional AoE damage coming on out. Jiangdong has caught wind of where JDG's Tutik is running, and this is what we were talking about with that Keelan ultimate, the ability to be able to use those slashes and chase down targets. He knows that Tutik invested that Takeda ultimate in the fight earlier. There's nothing that Tutik can currently do at the moment, especially given the fact that Moran comes through for the backup reinforcements. The Zip able to secure the 2 versus 1 and take Tutik on that Takeda down. ASC timing it absolutely perfectly and not getting greedy as well. They dropped the Moonbane, they guarantee that the other teams that are already fighting have to back on off, and instead of trying to just take on too many players, they settle for the one that they can get without burning through all of their resources. Very smart stuff.
Yeah, now they're going to be able to come through, taking the 7 elimination spread. Hoping to see in the next 2 minutes if they're going to take that Romiang. For sure, they should be taking. The Lions still taking their fight against Bauda. Now we lose out you and Iran here, and it looks like this is their second set of lives after their first defeat. And now Bauda's Peak just takes jump LMBs after another. That's Alliance's 5th elimination here, folks. This is going to give them enough gold to kind of work towards and making sure if they can go to a shop for a purple armor, if it hasn't been purchased out already, they can have that huge, mitigation spike and going towards the spear well on the outside. They don't take Romiangs with this comp. This is where they're going to have to play slow and steady and try to secure as much gear as possible when the time happens. So a lot of factors when it comes to Viper, Wuch, and Tessa. If they take any sort of fights against comps, it's going to be with a buff preemptive. Now, of course, OUG having around a good amount of mitigation with the purple armors, they take a little bit of chances at one of these podiums where FPX were looking for a loop pattern. They get caught losing all the armors out. He's going to take that teleport for the tether, and Wolves actually in the vicinity of this area are probably just waiting this one out. FPX might be caught into an ambush here in just a second. OUG could be the third parties, either could them or Wolves, but Wolves is just hiding this one out here. They still have the comp still going through. No eliminations so far. Looks like it's going to be a little bit of poke between the two. F1 investment from Junex and Sanzi looking to try to get some Wistros and potentially coming out and just going for range spam as the common bow is out. That's still going to do work if they get one Wistro to confirm it for all the damage, for all the marbles, for all the DPS that can come out of it. 3 eliminations to FPX occurring right now. Purity Chamber though spawn, or with the run or rotation as GG makes their way towards here. Of course, since this is going to be next to a Romiang, GG are looking to try to go ahead for the investment of it. We're going to take a look at the map overview. ASC, ALL are with Lions, and KLA all by Heaven's Watch right now, hoping to kind of see if they can get an entry for round 1 or round 3. JDG though stuck in the zone looking for loot in terms of what is going to be around TE in Arcadia, and down to the southeast you can see how DRG and Wolves are still kiting around this Romiang, and OUG and FPX back into Twilight's Pass, hoping to see whether or not we can have a chance of an engagement there before Romiang. Otherwise, one of these teams may not make it and they might have to scrap off in the outskirts. We'll have to see the next 30 seconds or so and seeing if that does occur.
Right, take a note. GG have Cavalry Bloom on their Kylan, and they're also right next to a Ram of Yang, so that's probably going to be coming out in a matter of moments. A lot of these teams, that's one of the reasons why we didn't see anyone really lock a fight in around that floating pile, just wanting to try and find some loot before the Realm of Yang spawn for the Takeda V3. It's really important that they do find that loot to be able to scale the ultimate into its highest state of charge. We're going to see ASE going up against OUG. In the meantime, GG are going to be pitted up against Wolves with their Cavalry Bloom. And it's going to be us following the Cardi composition. Jiangdong with that bow as well as a purple spear looks for the grapple connection onto OUG's the King, trying to chase him down. Who is going to burn their ultimate first? Jiangdong doesn't want to use his until he sees the hyper carry proc his first is going to be focusing onto that zip, trying to force the sustain utility as quickly as possible. The combo breaker comes on through. Hardy already had set up that cube for Jiangdong to be able to track down where the zip has run off to, not allowing the reset. That's going to be the zip ultimate now forced, and as a result, here comes the Keelan V2, dashes through the zip, trying to proc that sedated soul as quickly as possible before turning on to OUG's hyper carries. The second that sustainability has been burned out, sees the king utilizing that Hardy cube to get away. The glider unfortunately gets clip interrupted by that Kylan dash. He's able to keep tracking down where the other Kylan's carry is as well. So OUG not being able to put enough pressure onto these players of ASE because of the focus that Jiangdong is able to find. The jump horizontals with the staff going to be setting up that full kill as he utilizes the Hardy glider to try and set into motion. The Dragon Slayers cancels it out early to just go for the base charge LMB, but still gets so much pressure. It's already going to be OUG losing a lot of their players. It's just the Hardy left with his ultimate, trying to live as long as he possibly can. Could potentially time it out with 28 seconds left. He's going to be trying to do. The bow comes out from the Kylan, the grapples as well. Everybody trying to get as much damage as possible to clip the wings and take SS out of flight temporarily. 15 seconds, 14. He tries to make it to the pillar to be able to scale rush. Gets locked into the 1-2, but has the cube still set up to escape. 6, 5, 4, 3. He's going to live. We're going to see the timeout. He survives the 1 versus 3 for an entire minute.
That's my boy right there. Yo, SS knew what to do. The objective, survive. And knowing that, if you guys don't know, the teleporter, it can be set up at any point in time. And at which point, once the frame 1 drops into the sky, it has that the counter of the duration of the ultimate, which in for Hadi is 24 seconds. So having the opportunity of just delaying his ultimate casts and then having the teleporter to be set up later on guarantees him to have that cube up for the last remaining 20 or so seconds. And in which case, he has 2 combo breakers because he had F2, and then he takes a teleporter if he needed it, and it was used in the vice versa fashion. No one could catch up to him. It's a 45-meter range. No one can go ahead and close gap to the distance unless they're preemptive in notion towards capturing him. And even then, he had his combo breaker still on standby. So that's going to be a double Realm of Yang depletion for the fights between ASE and OUG. So hopefully see whether or not we go into the engagement. DRG, though, victors. They got themselves a gold Hong sword set up for Dongqing, and that's going to be up to the Zai to deal out the DPS necessary. I mean, right now, the supplies is looking pretty nice for them to kind of go out into the outskirts of Imperium towards the Black Tortoise Gate. Now, of course, having towards Wolves in soul form as well as with ASC, it's up to them to try to look for an engagement, knowing that they can see other soul form players. They have to make sure and noticing of the opportunity to spawn in here. 9 eliminations for ASC. They've been doing pretty snapped into the first minutes of this match, first round beforehand, and now opportunity strikes if they can see for a third party. Twilight's Pass, though, back into towards the Heaven Temple or towards the Honor Temple, I should say. FPX spawning in here and noticing that there are opponents into the distance. OUG kind of rocking around the Rosie into the Twilight's Pass, hoping to see if they can get these eliminations, because right now Realm of Yang depletion is ticking. We got 2 minutes on the clock for them. They got blue armors, 3 kills, eliminations. They still got the common vote for due next, but they could take an opportunity to strike right now. And considering it's a Kata Yin comp, it's going to be a very high risk and high investment type fight, considering that they need to make sure that they can get this Hadi and using his ultimate early on, and there's going to be the case right there.
Oh, here we go. OUG Sinyu has to utilize that combo breaker early, though. Jun overholding the charged RMB on that fam. The king also looking to utilize those charged RMBs to get a little bit of damage. We're not on live, so no back parry availability. Kurumi ultimate comes out. As a result, Jinyu is going to pop in that Keelan dashes to try and knock everyone out of it. Focusing fully on getting the Kurumi away from the teammates. Jiahu does have a recast, will be able to utilize it against the cliff, so if Jinyu does have the dashes, they're still going to be able to be kept in. That AoE gets hit into by the Wisp, almost eats the full meter dump coming on through from those nunchucks, is going to lose the weapon, gets parried. Unfortunately, OG Jinyu are going to lose a player instead of a weapon, and Jun now comes through with the slaps to set up for his support to keep the damage coming. Swaps to the fist blades, gets the jump LMBs. That's absolutely crazy. I think that's the first time I've ever seen a Takeda use the slaps to set into motion the Furon shall follow through. Really good stuff coming on through from the players of FPXs. It's now just poor SS, the lone survivor, from OUG. The Kurumi is going to cast that armor circle just to make sure that it's not going to be a trade coming out from these players. SS going to be setting up that cube, trying to get out of dodge as quickly as possible before coming on through with the triple charge state of that ultimate. Kurumi Tether comes on through for Jun to be able to tank the entire hit of that damaged SS, waiting for the full 4 seconds for the 90% damage reduction to be off of the table before tracking the Kurumi down, keeps the pressure onto the Takeda, but is looking for this hit onto that Kurumi, gets the combo breaker, set up the cube in the sky so that he can keep the threaten going. However, Jun coming on through with the Takeda F1 is going to force SS to have to back off away from throwing out that focus. The combo breaker has been used into the zone. He goes. Has to just try and utilize these rocks and scale rush away as quickly as he possibly can. Finds the scale rush clip onto the Takeda's ankles though, and now gets to turn in onto that Kurumi. Is incredibly low, hasn't been able to find any form of reset. Juna's going to utilize that Takeda ultimate and the knockback with the Fury shoves to set up into the bow swap so they can finally get the kill, but an admirable survival rate coming on through from OUG's SS, showcasing how versatile and really frustrating Hadi can be even in the 1 versus 2.
Yeah, and SS is like the King's Guard, just trying to hold out as long as possible to make sure that the time can just be burnt out. Huge tassel, though, happening over here towards the west side of the Imperium region. Now, of course, GG taking their chances here with this gold katana to be in hand. 8 eliminations for GG right now. Now they're rotating towards the until the Hall of Eternity. Hopefully to kind of see about getting towards Rama Yang, especially considering that there's any outskirts teams. They're going to make their way towards the Bells and seeing about that. But GG are actually at currently, they're rotating around here. They don't have the elimination count to get that sword. We were hoping for it, but it's not going to happen here, folks. So hopefully it will happen in the future. Wolves, though, takes into NIHQ's position. All of Wolves is still alive, though, and they're having to spare well towards themselves. Now, JDG on the north side, you can see they're making the rotation out here from the west side of Imperium. KLA working Draco Storm into the mix, making sure they can take the engagement. The push towards GG is immaculate right now, and especially considering that you see Yuma getting a chance of getting the Rebirth Charm to be purchased and looking for the res for their third teammate for their Wu Chen. Now, this kind of aggression is kind of going to be, a wild haymaker play. KLA having this Draco Storm are going to be pushing around and making their approach towards TE. TE14 taking strikes, loses all armored. Draco Storm procs are going to happen. The sticks, the staggers, and the Cloud Weaver being revealed. TE14 has something they want now, and that's going to be the elimination. They're going to get that Soul Bloom. They're going to make sure they can rotate that out, but they have 0 grapples on QGG so far, but he is going to be looking to try to get that Cloud Weaver for their team. I mean, right now, for a Takeda to have that, that's huge for KLA, and they're going to take the eliminations up to 6 count for this round. We're going to see engagements out towards near to the Ancient Stockade. Wolves is going to be getting pressured out through here with their Draco Storm for another 2 minutes. Of course, you can see ZK taking a lot of damage here. Hasn't procced the zipping ult just in his case. 2-6 looking to try to spam out the RMBs. Kylan ultimate or coming through from Wolves as JDG makes sure they can try to spam out the RMBs, but the rendering slashes come into works, and there's going to be the F1 connected against NIHQ. Gets caught by the somersault, and 2-6 is going to be having his ultimate still on standby, just holding on for dear life and just making sure that you try to wait for the investment for it, because you can consider that the Ancient Stockade has a lot of kiting potential for these teams to look around and try to space out. But there goes Jing. 2-6 still has another Furin or 2 to be able to be used against his pressure that is being done towards Kiki. Kiki in the backline has a chance of using it. NIHQ goes into ult form for the Hottie, getting the teleporter set up for the second time as the lever tech is going to be prepared. Tusik having no chances of using this Fear and Blast for a late, so one more time, but he's going to lock down Zem. As a result, he has a free RB, but the teleporter has been set. We saw that earlier from NIHQ. Now Kiki's going to be the result of the BAM, with a 3-man squad onto the Kurumi. Now Tusik has to play this out into the vicinity for this match. As long as that chase from Wolf Zem going ahead and cutting out Cowabunga dude onto the Mercury River, he's making his way towards him as the chase goes on for elimination 3.
Oh yeah, they are not giving that kill up.
0 grapples.
They could potentially run into S1 though, who are in the area. They just popped up on the mini-map, so Wolves are gonna have to be very careful. Does he check the cave? He goes to the invisibility bush first. Oh,
crazy.
Oh, there we go. He finds him with the uppercut. I was wondering if Tutik was going to try and go for the surprise scale rush, or if he was just going to try and very quietly keep his corner and hope that he didn't get spotted. Looks like he tried to go for the stealthy approach. Didn't quite work out for him, as moving back into Imperium. GG potentially taking a fight against KLA. KLA still having a minute left on this Draco Storm, though. It's definitely going to deter a lot of these teams in the area. From that prospect, is we are going to see them just take a little bit of downtime over towards the shop. GG potentially thinking about dropping down on top of them. That's something that we've seen so much from today. A lot of these players prioritizing the drop down charged RMB with that hang sword, very much in the same style of assassination plays that we've seen with the Viper V1 drop downs from rooftops and treetops. Loving to see it get translated over to compositions where the Viper isn't enabled. As we're going to have a look at GG picking up that variant challenge scroll. So they are going to be giving their position away, but they're going to be trading it off for the information of teams in their surrounding areas. A miniature Mystic Might, if you will, as Wolves. Gonna be hunting someone. They're definitely moving with a purpose. They could potentially be S1 that they were looking for, but they kited past them. So it might be either them chasing someone or them trying to run from Alliance, who are hot on their heels currently, as KLA are also in the vicinity. Wolves have to be very, very careful. They're in a very odd spot. They've got 2 sets of purple armor, but they've still got 1 set of blue. And it's interesting that they have that purple set on their zip. They've noticed that a lot of these players, when it comes to trying to counter the Cardi composition, prioritize trying to kill the zip first. It's very similar to how you deal with the Karumi composition. To force that sustain utility as quickly as you can, then once you've been able to force that, you can go about trying to kill whoever is actually going to be that hyper carry, because the damage will suddenly stick. As DRG and FPX gonna be facing off, not quite in a fight. Dunkwing more than satisfied to just come in with the cannon shots and chase FPX a little bit further away so they can keep a hold of this high ground position. They've seen the Valiant challenge. They know that there's a lot of teams in this area, and no one really wants to take a fight when there's a third-party prospect.
Yeah, Wolves also has, it's interesting, they actually set themselves up with the purple armor onto ZK. He actually has group heal as well. Kind of keeping the team sustained into its masses. If the zipping can hatch a little bit of time and catching heals for their teammates, I mean, this gives full reset capabilities for the teams, especially when there's burn tick damage. But we're looking to the replay here. Zem takes into the first round here for Wolves as they took the fight in almost an immediate deletion against 3-3-0, who now has a zipping ult active for GG. Now you can see the Keelan's going to be rotating straight towards the back line. They see towards and making sure that ZK has a lot of pressure to use their ultimate on standby, and that's going to be the case. Now Keelan ultimate versus Keel ultimate, Zem being the second case. Now HQ is going to be going in the slash form. You can see he's still in hottie state for the swings, and he's going to keep the pressure on for that enemy Keelan, so that makes sure that he can try to lock down with his teammate at the same time. The Keelan guard is activated right now for Zem, so we're looking to try to go for the level 2 swings. He finds 3-3 on the back line, takes a teleporter, realizes it, notices it, goes ahead, tries to go for the charge LMB, looks to make sure he gets caught by the capital. We know that CJS has this from the beginning of the game. The teleporter has been taken, but Zem looks to kite out here with the hottie lever and gets caught again. CJS just doing the pressure here. Now, not Wolves' NiHQ gets caught. LMB is going to force the F2 investment for that combo breaker as NiHQ gets caught. No stone form, no protection here, and that's going to be where we see GG win out the Rummy Yang. Wolves hadn't have a chance of surviving that. That's why we see this katana being used for, or the Hong Sword, to say, for CJS now currently. But he, of course, you know that he has Capital on the standby, so if anything leads out towards pressure in the flop state, that's exactly what he's going to be looking to try to swap out towards in terms of the secondary. Even though he has a cannon on a standby, just make sure he can kind of prop those Rupture Gale shots if he does have the Jade. Now, this is going to be a dangerous area. This is the skill dip area, man. You got Solar Jellyfish in the standby, Solar Fortifiers, the jellyfish that you see flying around, the poison shrooms, a lot of tears. I was talking to Moxie, you know, we were talking about this before, about how detrimental this area can be, especially into the endgame circles for a lot of these teams.
Well, speaking about detrimental, playing in the middle of a spirit wall when it's this wholly contested is plenty detrimental, as KLA have found out. GG gonna be moving into that location. CJS showcasing Rampage on that Hangsword with the purple focus after the spin coming on through, as KLA definitely looking like they want to try and contest this. They're going to have to be very careful about how they do so, as we do see the Karumi Tava coming out for KLA to immediately run forward. More than happy to utilize GG as a target for everyone else in the area, waiting for that dome to pop before absolutely every team in the area converges to try and grab any loot that they possibly can. That is not the last Spirit Well. That is not the Spirit Well that has a buff, and as a result, that is not the Spirit Well that has the loot lockout. It is an absolute free-for-all, a smash and grab, as Alliance, the only team with the Wu Chen, going to have set up that teleporter just in case things go a little bit south, as we're going to see KLA and Wolves and FPX being very careful around those jellyfish to not hit into that poison proc, which absolutely melts your health bar. A true death sentence if anyone does get hit into by that, with teams being able to focus them and notice. As GG with that legendary hang sword, thinking about potentially putting some pressure onto KLA, who are pretty close to the edges of the zone. However, that Bane's Breath is going to make it a little bit problematic for some of these teams to find the aggressive opening that they've been looking for. Much more important that everyone postures up to try and get positioning on the next Spirit Well from spawning on through. That being said, KLA under pressure have actually been forced into burning that Tumult ultimate. Might be able to find the revive onto CXE because of that, but now they have to worry about the third party from coming on out. Alliance with that Tessa ultimate going to be announcing their entrance. CXE got the Kurumi V2 to come through, so he does recover some of his armor, but KLA are going to be so low down when it comes to resources as they've had to pop everything. Kurumi armor circle, Tumult ultimate, even Takeda ultimate with the V3 from QGG, just utilizing those Furin shoves to buy his players the space, but he has to go into the middle of the Bane. He gets the Kurumi tab, but the 20% damage reduction is the only reason that he is currently alive, as Alliance decide to double down and try and chase after the players from KLA. They're able to find CXZ because of the Bane's Breath. Unfortunately, they don't actually get the kill percentage. Instead, now they have to try and chase down this poor Kurumi from KLA who's been left behind. The Takeda kept running into the building. The Kurumi took cover in the ruins, gets the Tessa ultimate to be able to show where exactly 17S has tried to scurry off to, and gets tracked down by the repeater crossbow. And that is why you have to be so wary of Tessa ultimate entrances, because they can absolutely ruin your composition in seconds.
Yeah, Alliance taking the confidence to a whole new level for this round. 8 eliminations so far. We are seeing DRG taking aggression for the Mystic Might Spearwell buff, and now it's going to be a chance between Dongqing looking for the Scare Rush, looking for the kiting, especially looking for a cannon shot from the sky below to hit down into the Spearwell dome. Now, of course, DRG making sure they can make this approach here very carefully. The West Row is confirmed CJS can take some shots, but we do know that 330 does have advanced heal and a group heal to be available for the team. So whether or not he's going to be having that chance of just looking through the lockdown, there's going to be a ground force coming in from FPX and Junex, getting a huge parry from the pole sword with a gold rarity. And now you can see Wolves is taking the aggression. They want this Spearwell as well, even though it's Mystic Might. This is going to be vision, this is going to be mitigation. A lot of things to keep in consideration when it comes down to poke damage here. And CGS takes everything going through for Team GG. Of course, 10 eliminations for this team with Gold Fan and going for those Rupture Gale burns is forcing out the teams to try to go for some massive quarter heals. And now CGS looking at this Spearwell at 30 percentile points of just trying to clear it out, trying to deny entry from any other players. Kakaxi is literally griefing them out. In Matari ultimate being forced out. Junex loses that pole sword. He gets his Fear and Blast out, but he loses every single opportunity of getting it right back up. And now he's on fan duty for the blue rarity. Junex is F1, but he catches that Blistering Edge, taking the time to heal here. We still see the Spearwell being contested. This is exactly how it's going to have to be played. These teams don't want to make sure the resets on ultimates that cause a spam from a Zyphon comp potentially, or even for a Kata Yin comp. Now, of course, CJS is still trying to contest this at 60 percentile points. CJS gets a huge test enchant being procced by Alliance, and now it's going to be up to whether or not he can get out of this alive. Obviously, the enchant's going to be depleted here once he loses that HP threshold. Takes a teleport from the sky set up by LXM, and just looking to try to go for the cannon shots down below. Wolves is trying to contest this even more so, and forcing out the sustain. GG is still going to be trying to go through. They have the necessary supplies until it runs out. The war of attrition is going to be occurring here. So you can see Dongqing, he's going for cannon shots from the range in the distance. And as XEM has ultimate still looking for the meter dump, the Spearwell meter just goes straight down below 25 percentile. And now Wolves XEM gets caught by that Cloud Reaper that we saw earlier. It looks like FPX's Zhao Hu is going to be the one spamming it out as the Kurumi. And as June X makes sure he can try to go for these RMBs, he is getting his F1 to be depleted. And this is going to be a chance for the play to just back away from this zone, because it is going to be pushing everyone away. Yuma from Alliance takes a double enchant as it comes out, but June X catches that jump horizontal, getting the elimination. And that's going to be 10 eliminations for FPX before we enter to the last 2 minutes.
GG got the buff. Everyone moved away, but GG roll the dice, stick around the Spirit while even taking that massive hit of damage coming through from the zone, because they know if they get it, Free gets double ultimate. And as a result, GG with 10 kills. Now very much in the driver's seat of this lobby. Everybody going to be trying to hide themselves away. You can see FPX just with that Cloud Weaver thinking about dropping down potentially and assassinating onto Wolves, who are going to skirmish in and out. DRG trying to take cover in that Kurumi ultimate, looking to find a spot of recovery, as it is going to be GG with the cannon pressure, having to try and take on this high ground ledge space that Wolves are potentially going to try and contest them off onto. Alliance with that Viper trying to build up the rage to hit into that V1 holding onto a high ground ledge so that they can drop down with that stun and put everyone in this lobby for pause for 5 seconds. But Wolves have been spotted out on the low ground. GG with the cannon comes on through. CJS gets parried out of the charged R&B on that fan. Will be able to break away thanks to the F1 on that Keelan. Backs up to the rest of his team, so no follow through coming on out, no punishment, as it does look like all of these players are going to be waiting for everyone to make their move. We're potentially going all the way to heal off, which is going to allow Alliance's Viper to build up that last bit of rage to come through with that V1. We've got a Sand Siphon composition still in the mix for FPX. There's the Viper V1 sending on off for NY7. Can he find anyone? Everyone able to break away for the most part with the LOS snap, and Alliance's NY7 does go down. Zone going to be closing up even further. Cicada ultimate invested, Furin shields, and Kylan ultimate all coming on out as everyone tries to send everyone into that corruption tick damage as much as they possibly can. Temi ultimate has been invested on the side of Sand Siphon for FPX, but we're going to see the Kylans already able to utilize those dashes and keep themselves in the middle of it for the most part. And GG going to be losing some of their players, but not all of them. Heal off comes on through. LXM with the Flamer trying to win, tap dodges away before the fan can get that last chunk of damage necessary to take him down, and it will be a tie, I believe, between GG and DRG for the last team standing. However, GG, with all of the kills that they were able to accrue, are going to be able to take MVP.
Yeah, they're taking the value of 12 eliminations, so take at least 2.5 placements if it is a tied score, and that is enough to keep them into this point lead for the other teams. You saw FPX trying to go crazy into the Keelan ultimate, but alas, E7 tried to go for it. Team Alliance had their opportunity later on for him being the only last one. He got a stun off of one target, and then after that, they lobbied him. They didn't see no existence for Viper. What's your pop ultimate? Like, all right, cool, free kill, right? But everyone kind of converted into the Honor Temple. That initial fight with the Spirit Well kind of congruently got pushed out, and considering that Alliance was actually the catalyst for all the teams kind of spreading out, the Tessa enchant gave everyone another reason to kind of spread out, and then they focused down Alliance as a result. Then we saw the teams ignore what just happened, where that Spirit Well got cleansed out. Mystic Might's in play. No one wants to take any chances. They're going to try to hide as much as possible, and then they're just going to have to burn for resources. And then that was kind of the rotation that we saw. I mean, we can hopefully see it into the replay cam of seeing how well the healers or the supporters are in the background, just trying to go for it and trying to keep the games going. A lot of group heals and rotations as Soul Jays were apparent. DPS Jays like Cat Bloom was in the play, Cloud Weaver was in the play. Rupture Gale definitely had its war into fighting with the cannon shots that we saw, even common rarity cannons. But more so the sustain that has to come out and having to try to mitigate as much as using your abilities as much as possible. I mean, Karumis are spamming ultimates left and right, of course, when it comes down to just get back into it. But just like how Karumis kind of go into, if they can survive a 1v3, I got a question for you guys. Which team won the game one today? Is it A, OUG, B, CDGG, C, KLA, D, Alliance? Listen, you just saw them walk off stage. Everything kind of leads down towards this question. If you ain't got it, I want you to kind of think about it. Think about who we're looking at. You saw the man with the luscious locks from 330. You know who it is. Now you got to remember the color palette, right? I'm going to give you a hint, white and pink.
I mean, something else that was also in play, which I think was a huge factor as well on why we saw that Spirit Well go contested for as long as it did. One team had stanchion Sky Pillar, which meant that no one was really able to burn their ultimate. Like, even though if you're able to cap the Spirit Well, you get your ultimate back, right? Because it's either White Tigers or Mystic Might. Which gives your ultimate back, but because of that stanchion Sky Pillar, no one had the confidence to try to make a play because they were worried about closing up the distance, getting hit by that silence, not being able to proc their ultimate, and going down before they were able to get it off, which is, I think, one of the reasons why a lot of Karumis were very wary about how they had to position into that fight. But there you go, chat. If you didn't get the answer correct, I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed. GG with a 14.5 game score are going to be walking away the winner of game number one. And that's really good because GG, despite having won the spring season for the Pro League and also having won Koi Cup, they have been struggling heading into season 2. I'm not quite sure what it is. Maybe it's because like the meta is moving away. GG were always really strong in that cannonball composition. They also had a Valda variant of cannonball comp that they were able to utilize when we actually saw them in the spring season take the title and get an MVP because of the heal reset opportunity. But something isn't quite clicking for this team in the past when it comes to the Cardi composition. So it's really nice to see them being able to find an MVP to start off the day well.
And then clicking into these games, hopefully kind of keep that lead. I mean, GG has the consistency. We've seen it. We've seen, they winning before and once before that. And of course, having to kind of wonder into when the final fights were occurring there, just staying their course. DRG staying alive as well. They're the reason GG didn't catch any sort of kill multiplier because neither team got first place. They all tied for second. So that's 2.5 being accrued for that team as well. And DRG running Xiphon, and having Xiphon to be a very slippery comp, especially if the Matari just ends up using F2, swiping left to right, going up and down, and teams can't capture it. And if she's an ultimate, right, H hit, she guarantees she gets heal off because of it. And when teams enter into that final circle, everyone's kind of glued it together. And then the fear of fear of stanchion is always, it's always going to be something to kind of work out and looking against. As the point is coming, we're going right back to that point because stanchion has a chance of just having a light knockback, and then the teams can actually just go ahead and connect towards that. We know that there's a Cloud Reaver on the field of play. We saw that before coming in from, if I'm not mistaken, from FPX. But the thing that comes out more fearful into, stanchion is that once that Cloud Reaver connects, that's just going to be a deletion. But before we go through there, we're going to look into the replays of this match brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. We're going to look into the eliminations, even possibly into the drop down. But this is where we actually saw SS1 taking a full deletion, second lives to be brought out here. And there it is. Yep, headshot. Boom, bam, bam. And that's elimination that we saw from GG.
That drop down charged RMB. Frame that, put it up on the wall. Absolute art from them coming on out. His alliance with that Viper Tessa and Chen able to win that one, or rather 3 versus 1 CJS now coming on through with that Keelan ultimate able to chase down. The Cloud Weaver was in play originally from KLA before it fell into the hands of FPX. There's Wolves being able to track down the last player from JDG. This is alliance with the assassination, just absolutely dispatching that poor Sand Siphon composition that got split. Takeda running one way, Kurumi running the other, and just leaving themselves a little bit too vulnerable. FPX with a small ultimate, able to find an isolation into that stage. 0.9 charged RMB on the pole sword. Here is the moment where GG were able to pick up that Mystic Might, and as a result, like you said, everybody hiding away from the team, understanding that they get double ultimate procs, and as a result, everyone has to stay a little bit quieter and wait for that buff to burn on out. However, the MVP for the 4th time this season is going to be CJS on that Kylan. Desperation, Rupture Gale Orb, and Flames Breath, one of the soldiers that we see the most often on the Pro League, with a Damage Reduction, Quick Charge, and Thunder Call for the Soul Jade, for the pistol. Rampage for the Hang Sword, and to top it off, a Health Soul Jade Mark II to be able to give himself just a little bit more tankiness for when that Kylan ultimate comes on out. 21,493 total damage done. However, look at that healing. Serve 9,772. That is a man who found a lot of V2 dash connections. He was healing almost every single swing.
Man was getting every single bit of sustain he can get. Yo, where them powders, where them berries at? My man's hungry. Taking everything into Keelan ultimate. And the other thing too is his weapon selection of having the fan. Sometimes it comes down to what you have available to you. But most of these teams actually follow, you kind of see it in terms of their weapon selections from them and their teammates following a rhythm, right? Fan having one of the most fundamental backswings of all time, back to the head, like, oh, I'm sorry about that. And that's the thing that kind of happens where their teammates have dual halberds to keep that blue focus chain going. And if the other teammate, such as a Zipping, has like a pole sword, some cases even the Hottie has a pole sword and a dual halberds onto the Zipping, you actually see how much the connection comes out. I mean, fan into the R&B halberds, into pole sword LNB, forcing out that second blue to allow for a pole sword blue to connect off of that, porting in that massive chunk of damage in just one fell swoop. And not only to that, if any of the teammates actually catch a knockback for any of the players, such as with Hottie swings, right, then it's only a 2-man squad on the ground. That's enough time to allow for that flop state to be enabled again because of the fan usage. And he used cannon the majority of the match. His backup weapon was the fan. And the cannon shots that come out because of the rupture gill and burn, allowing for the proc ticks to happen. That's just not only to the case of just being able to deal out damage to kill off, it's also the damage off just to burn off. And that is going to cause teams to want to disengage completely. Other teams can take any sort of capitalization onto that, such as with seeing how Zai's or even Tessa's kind of want to work into seeing and burning out their skills for enemy opponents that look to try to take the time to reset. The moment they sense weakness, they'll strike. They'll take any chance of using the slight investment of an F skill, and if they need to use proc ultimates to go off, they know they can get their rage back if they commit fully hard enough for that one elimination. And that was just a catalyst coming in from a Kari Yin comp, such as with just a Keelan to be on the standby for that, and Hadi to have the teleporter for utility, zipping to keep it the same for 20 seconds or 24 seconds with their ultimate, and then they just rotate that over and over. And that type of rhythm is something that I always love seeing into the trios matches, because that type of rhythm, it is not, unless it's a miracle, and you see the stars in the skies, like, yeah, it lines up. Your teammates take the time necessary to practice that. It just comes down with the flawlessness that you can probably see in most players today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the synergy, right, that has won all of these top teams that titles. You think about TE and how flawless they were. The fact that even in like the Attack on Titan meta, TXJ was able to run Yoto F1. Do you know how hard it is for teams to be able to find kills and extensions off of Yoto F1 as opposed to having to use the defensive option of F3 back when it lasted 5 seconds? Like, if you want to see trios and the proper execution of being able to play off of one teammate, being able to set up a juggle extension into another teammate and another teammate, I really do recommend that you search out those old TE games when they had TXJ, VVV, and Leo, as well as LYD on their roster back in 2023. And you look at their Attack on Titan games, because the Yoto F1 executions were absolutely flawless. We've started seeing that coming out from the likes of JL. They had a little bit of a hiccup when they tried to synergize one thing into the mix, like there was something ever so slightly off, but again, new players trying to find that synergy all over again. GG, however, they've been building it up very, very slowly over the years, right? They've taken a lot of time where they've been on the podium, like 3rd or 4th position, that they've been able to take up, as opposed to this year where they've finally been able to, once the bridesmaid, finally the bride coming on out, and we can see the synergy from them coming on out with a lot of their executions, especially inside the realm of Yang fights. Sand Siphon, I think, for me, is always going to be my favorite trios composition for that reason, because you can see the executions and extensions off of that Takeda ultimate, which goes to show how much synergy the team actually has with each other, whether it's going to be one extension off of it, or if it's going to be every single player on the team is going to be able to get a couple of hits in, especially when you look at the assists. Like, a balanced Sand Siphon composition can come through with 11 kills, but every single one of those players has had a hit for every single one of those kills.
Yeah, I always like looking into Romy Yang fights, especially when it comes down to that, because that type of rotation, especially the investment, right? You got to make sure you can use some sort of idea. I think in terms of day one, right, we see Keelan, the Kari Yin comps coming up against Sand Siphon comps. And the timing is impeccable. I saw Tumult kind of wait out as long as possible, waiting it out. Where's the Hadi ultimate? Where is he using the ultimate? Where's the Keelan ultimate? The moment we saw the usage, my man said send it. And that lockdown was immaculate, because then Takeda was holding his ultimate the whole entire time. Kurumi was the only one to invest the damage to be mitigated. That was the pressure coming in from the Kari Yin comp. And in that type of momentum of just like realizing how much you can kind of depend on your teammates to kind of save themselves from being caught out, especially from Hadi. Usually you're seeing the Hadis using the lever tech, just getting the teleporter set up and canceling ultimate. If you see a Hadi going to full offensive, now it's kind of a case scenario like, okay, they really wanted to send this one out here, considering that that Keelan has to now proc ult. What's going to be the case scenario of when we use ult? And the timing is going to be the most impeccable part, because you see teams using a burnout of all their skills. Their play is to make sure they can kind of work off of deleting one person, one key component into a team comp. But the moment that's thrown out the window because the Hadi was able to get away and getting the teleporter, right? Zipping in can just go ahead and reset for the team. As Xiphon, you can get a Kurumi to try to lock down a Kurumi, and then she gets caught out. Guess what? Matari's going to come back with the ultimate and trying to go back and forth with teleport swipes. And so is Zai trying to go for those ensnared souls. If you ain't, I'm going to be careful for the V2. And even towards the comp of a Viper Wu Chen test in the outskirts of fights, the Wu Chen gets out. It has the Viper ulted. Do we take the chase? If not, then that's going to be a free escape for them, because we don't want to take any sort of engagement. We just burn 2 of our ultimates because we want a full send and full aggro for them to invest that Wu Chen port. So for everything kind of coming out, kind of hoping to see where these players are kind of lying into their builds, considering that, we know that rage damage taken and rage damage dealt, two sides of the glyph board that come out between one having initial rage for those hot drops, and then one side having a full standalone side build where into the end game circle where you're dealing as much damage as possible, you're going to be able to build out your rage bar, and then having mitigation kind of work into just trying to survive for that pressure that you put yourself into for 10 seconds. Players kind of take this into consideration, and then on top of that, the economy. And I don't even want to talk about the economy because the economy changes with the gold count kill that had occurred.
Yeah.
It created so much,
I mean,
when
they
we saw
created Xiphon.
Yeah.
Like, Xiphon was created to be able to work around the changes of everything in Immortal War becoming so much more expensive. It's the budget composition, because the Sand Siphon is like the caviar edition of economy, right? You have the Takeda V3, and as a result, everything needs to be scaled. It's not just one player that needs that scaling, it's everybody, because the V3 scales off of not just the Takeda's loadout, but also the teammates too. So they need to get that legendary state of ultimate as quickly as they possibly can, as opposed to the Xiphon composition where it's like, purple armor on your Zai, purple weapon on your Zai, you're golden. Just go into a Realm of Yang and immediately you can hit that power spike. And like that power spike is the reason why it's so important for Xiphon and Sand Siphon comps to be able to win inside Realm of Yang. So the Sand Siphon, they need to have those legendary upgrades as quickly as they possibly can to get that Takeda V3 into the golden state. The Xiphon compositions, they want to be able to get the Zai V2 to have that golden scale damage while also taking that potential away from the Sand Siphon comps. Because if that Takeda gets yellow scaling on his ultimate, it's so much harder for the Zai to be able to find the distance that she's looking for. As we are going to be headed on off to Holoroth for game number 2, and Sand Siphon, no surprises, is going to be the thing that immediately gets bought on out. This is a surprise though. Alliance going to be actually running the Xiphon composition, but in its original state. Kurumi was not the original support for the Xiphon composition, it was actually Z-Ping, and we are starting to see more teams track back to the Zip now that Sand Siphon has come back into the meta as a sort of a little bit ahead of the Xiphon composition, so they can prioritize keeping that Kurumi to act as a support for the Takeda rather than that Zai.
Yeah, and the Viper Witch and Teslas are out to play in this round. All throughout this day in terms of Holoroth, it's going to be a slugfest outside of Romyang's, at least for those 4 teams. And now I'm kind of hoping to see the Zipping Ying work into the Xiphon again, considering that, Keelan, Hadi, and Zipping Ying is a classic. It's the 3-piece meal. But for them to kind of decide upon using one of the usages of Zipping into there, maybe they're looking to try to hold off for Kurumi later on. Kind of working the Sand Siphon, holding into play, even potentially in the works comp if it comes down to round 5. I'm not sure what their intention is bringing in Zipping, so maybe just the mobility aspect.
It could be that teams with the Cardi composition have been utilizing the Kylan ultimate to actually put pressure on the Kurumi V2.
Yeah.
Right, the fact that Kurumi, even if she gets the V2 off, the Kylan just dashes through, and even if she has the recast, she only gets 1 recast the entire duration of her ultimate, as opposed to the Kylan, who, as we've talked about, just gets dash after dash after dash after dash after dash. And in the open world, that is navigatable around, because you can just put your Kurumi ultimate to a cliff, and then everyone has their backs to the wall so that when the Kylan dashes through, it just pinballs them into the cliffside, but they're still in the Kurumi ultimate, as opposed to something like the Realm of Yang, where it can get a little bit tricky with how open that space is. Like, yes, you have the 4 pillars, but you essentially would have to set your ultimate up on the backside of one of those pillars, and then you lose a lot of the spacing that ultimate should be able to provide you, as opposed to the Zip, where it's literally just hit your V1 and you can just keep going wherever you want. It will proc no matter where you are inside the Realm of Yang. So potentially it is to combat that style of things coming on through, as we will have to wait and see whether or not Alliance will be able to find value with the Zip, or whether it is going to struggle into all of, unfortunately, the things that Zip does struggle against when stacked against the Kurumi. The fact that your ultimate doesn't have cleanse for that burn damage, and as a result, you don't have the tankiness of the Zai a lot of the time that the Kurumi can afford.
Yeah. And another thing, I'm looking at this because I wanted to see how that Zip was going to use if they're not V1. I saw F2 and OUG's comp, and a lot of Temis using V3. So I'm curious in seeing where this round leads out towards it. KLA and FBX, Salvation's podium spawn, the battle of the top. Who's going to get that, ballista first round shot. And ASE actually opting into the Plume Castle. Now, SS1, TE, looking towards Yushan Ruins, hoping to kind of get into that Firefly Cage room if they can for the portal. But of course, they have a rotation to the northeast side, as you can see, GG, Classic and Classico spawn, and into the Imperial Village and over by the Beast Pen. We've seen this some times before. Alliance also in towards the tree, towards the waterfall next to the yurt. OUG opting in to see if that Firefly Cage is there potentially. It's RNG potential. They go to City Ting anyways, and JDG and DRG are into the northeastern end. Maybe they make their way towards the barracks after that shield or after that wall loot out. Gen Army for Bauda, as they can just go straight into Salvation podiums for any sort of recipients. And now we're gonna have Wolves or by Serpent's Pass. This is gonna be a fight. A little skirmish. KLA having a little bit of chances here to get some early game loot. Sanzi, frame one, ballista, looking for cannon shots from I think it was Masui. He's going to have to go for the scare rush with the spear. Kind of located himself and getting caught out. So Sanzi's looking straight at him. This forces KLA possibly just to back off. I heard the ballista shot in the background. 17S takes the scorch, a little bit tick burn. Over to Yushan Ruins though. SS1 Mad Lad loot, man. That's purple armor, blue armor, and common ready to go for SS1. They go straight to the room and they're going to get ambushed here as it comes out from TE. Looking to try to go for the RMBs. No armors for Leo or 14, but they're going to make this one work if they can. And now obviously taking the chances, just losing the fist blades. The F1's already out for the Takeda, so we got to be careful by the blues. Looks for the parry. He confirms it. He gets a hit. It's going to be an RNB, another parry, but this time SS1 Rosemary has to be careful about this. Rosemary having looked at the whole horizontal, gets the release and looks to try to soul break out here. But of course, the fan coming out back and forth and looking for the swing wide. There's going to be Watch getting double targets and going for fist plates. Gets caught by the parry into that Wistro, and the reconnection comes out, but all the releases. Leo keeping the team alive. 14 goes down. Sobloom picked up for Gen. This is going to be the ultimate for the Takeda in just a couple of seconds. Watch has to be very quickly with the kill eliminations here. And of course, his teammate Leo goes down here. And that's going to be where we're going to see slaps coming left and right to try to confirm against it. But there's going to be the parry. And that's going to be where SS1 looks to try to get their third elimination against Watch. Of course, no investment for the ultimate for the Takeda here. It shouldn't be, because that's going to be that secondary parry. All the blues and three eliminations for SS1.
Yeah, ambush is set up and completed successfully. Bauda and KLA now going head-to-head. QGG coming in with that Viper V1. Already gets a lot of people incredibly low. Goes for the charge vertical on that spear, trying to find that last hit of damage. However, they have to abandon plans, as here comes ASE with a third party. Bauda's U instead is the one left to the Wolves, as ASE, a composition that we don't always see third partying, actually turning in on the Viper Tessa Wuchen composition. Instead, Yuran is going to fall shortly afterwards as well. Back to the Salt Altar. They are going to have to go as ASE going to be able to pick up some of those loot upgrades that they were looking for. The question is, has anyone been able to actually solve Salvation Podium? The answer is no. Both FPX and KLA had landed in this location, but must have been chased away. I guess Bauda tried to timing attack and then kited down south. And ASE coming in with that late third party are actually now going to be able to put themselves onto the platform, potentially send one of their players down below, and get a read on where those arrows are going to be pointing those pillars. If you want to know why FPX were able to get so quickly onto the ballista in comparison to KLA, by the way, chat, it's because FPX spawned on the right side of ballista as opposed to the left, where it's RNG still, but if you spawn on the right side, you have a higher chance of spawning closer to the ballista than if you pick the left option. So as a result, it wasn't so much a 50-50, but more a 75-25 against KLA's chances. But ASE are going to be the ones profiting the most from Salvation Podium early on. They're able to get their hands onto a legendary weapon to start power spiking up immediately before that first round of Yang even spawns on through. GG and Alliance now having moved over from Imperial over towards Ruins, going to be taking a fight. Xiphon against Cardi Comp. CJS trying to find the chase down with this longsword, forcing out that Zai into burning the F3, chases away from the portal so NY7 cannot go through and run further away. However, he has been able to buy Yuma and Revenge on the Matari and the Zipping a second lease of life, leading the other team further away from his teammates, so they only have to potentially find one revive charm as opposed to being knocked out of the lobby early immediately.
Yeah, knowing how the box spawns go through, finding dark tide coins in crates and barrels, such as you can see with SS breaking every single barrel, trying to see if you can get as much gold and dark tide coins as possible. The team is going to be able to try to get their teammate back up for the zip. I should say for the Zai, for Team Alliance. Now, DRGs, you know, they're running through the Altar Tranquility here. 0 eliminations, obviously into the Serpent's Pass. They could take the rotation down towards the northwest. Their fights might be led towards into taking a portal into the Yushan Ruins, potentially. Now, DRG having purple armor, or purple weapon, I should say, for the halberds. They're going to find JDG's 2-stick. It's going to be him caught out here. There's going to be elimination potential in a quick fashion, as that's going to be a V1 from the Tesla. Now, there's going to be a chance for the V3 to make his appearance from a Viper. Very rarely seen into this course of the meta. Now, it's going to be Kakashi getting caught by the pack of the punch of the V3. And now, it's going to be using his ultimate to see whether the Wuchen port is going to be coming out here. Potentially, they're going to get themselves the stun double hits. That's going to be a full set elimination. The halberds coming into play, but the Wuchen port gets them out, and that's going to be JDG, making me looking for a chance of regressing this fight. Now 2-stick getting only 1 vitality heal. He's going to go straight back in with 1,000 HP, but he takes the time of healing up another set of armor heal for the armor powder. Now dropping in from below, has 43 percentage points left on his rage bar, looking to try to go for the second Tesla enchant, gets himself an R&B, gets caught by the F3 from the Viper. That's a big hit onto the armor bar, but 2-stick is going to be not shying away, keeping high ground position, looking towards and making sure that he can regroup with Tiki, because Kakashi is in the middle of this action, sees the test enchant. There's going to be a double test enchant, this time against DRG. Now, of course, Kakashi gets caught into a parry. Kiki gets a hot proc off of it, and the fan gets immediate elimination from 2-stick. Now, Jing is down here, but they're going to be trying to contest. They see Wuchen 98 gets that parry. Nicely done. And 2-stick says, no, right back at you. And the Wuchen port comes out. DRG going to use theirs. And this might be a round 3 fight. Otherwise, they might just go for a full reset, because otherwise, DRG going straight to Serpent's Pass, not taking any more aggression from this team.
Yeah, it's not going to be ding ding a third time. It's going to be the bell ringing out as both of these teams are gonna call it a day. DRG very much looking to try to recover. Gonna have to be careful, because I believe they're headed over to where we saw GG last as Bowder. It was very surprising that Bowder spawned up towards Jin's armory, because Bowder in the past on Holoroth have actually dropped on top of GG. Normally they contest Imperial and Waterfall, but it looks like they've backed on off from that contested zone, now going head-to-head against Kayleigh on the outskirts of Plumed Tester ultimate and Viper ultimate. So 8 seconds of stun enchantment potentially coming on out. However, zone with that Moonbane, as well as the Takeda ultimate that Gen 1 procced early on, so that he could send those Fury and Shoves and peel for his players if necessary, if that 8-second stun window went through and they weren't able to interact with the Soul Urn and snap the Tether early. Really good defensive plays coming out from zone, which and teleport as a result going to be called on in so that they can reposition and try and kite the fight away from that Bane's Breath. In the meantime, ASE and Bowder going head to head, getting dangerously close to that trap clip on the floor. Jiang Dong goes for the overhold, gets hit into now by that Viper F3, takes a lot of damage, loses a huge chunk of his armor, gets the Kurumi on the circle to come on out, as well as that Tumultuous ultimate, trapping all of these players. Forces that Wuchen teleport. There's some on the side of Bowder, but they do not go far at all. Have they been spotted out? Because they teleported not further in front, but backwards. And as a result, ASE are going to double down. Takeda ultimate comes on out. Peak tries to come through with that zoning Tesla play, looking to try and find the stagger, but unfortunately gets parried by the spear, which means a confirmed Nessus coming on through and cleaving all of his players. Yu's already gone down. Peak looks to go for Dragon Slayers himself to try and set up. Will be able to find it onto Moran, who is going to go down. It's now going to be Jiang Dong versus 2 players from the side of Bowder, and the Takeda has to back on off because Yiran went for the threat of the slabs to keep Jiang Dong from being able to win out and do anything in the 1 versus 2. He's going to go down, and it's going to be in time for them to pick up Yu as well. Bowder, that was such a risky play, teleporting back into the zone. But it's really good Wuchen Wind Walls coming on through, just getting that shield back into the mix. Tester ultimate not finding the snap, but still being able to sow the seeds of disarray. Is GG going to be heading into the realm of Yang to go up against FPX?
CJS goes to the sky, keeping the staff alive. Of course, looking to try to go for a parry if he can against Unex, who's going to be hold checking the heck out of him. There's the F1 investment. Combo breaker is now down. CGS gets caught by a double horizontal release, loses all his armor. This might be a force proc that is being done by FPX. The play is going to be made. The F1 investment in the air where he was no longer in danger. Sanzi has to be able to backline for a heal off as it comes out of CGS, looking to try to deny the heal. Can't get it. Has ultimate up in just a couple of seconds for him to decide about making a decision. There it is. Temi Circle can come out here, soak in the tumult circle to deny the entry for as the chase against the Takeda. CGS is locked in and he can't do anything about this. The rendering slash won't come out here, and there's going to be a chance for the Furin to come through at the most opportune moment. If it comes out, CGS can look to try to get elimination completely against the Furin, but it's not going to be happening. Takeda won't be able to do anything about this. As long as he gets caught through, though, he's locked down. CGS looks to avoid it every single time he can go for these slashes. CGS is making more of an issue. There's the parry. Junex might hit the invest the Fury in the opposite direction. Yes, it does. And the teleporter could be set up here from LXM. I see him in Hottie teleporter for the second time. Now it's going to be a teleport to be used. CGS gets himself out of there. RMB to be charged up, looks to reposition midair. Now it's going to be a chance between Sanzi getting eliminated from a scare rush. Of course, CGS doesn't make the up 10. He goes straight to the face of the Kurumi. Double roll jump LMB coming in here from that play. And of course, as Xiao Hu gets the elimination, Junex gets caught. One LMB to the next. There's going to be his elimination number 2. GG on a two-man team, two-man squad. And that's going to be a full squad wipe for them to get. GG winning out Rummy Yang here with purple armors across the board, purple weapons, now a gold staff on CJS, having a pole sword action to be available. And they're going to be looking for a buff now. Vermilion's going to be picked up. You obviously know that's going to be the case, and this is going to be the insurance policy. Whether or not we want to see what happens outside the Rummy Yang, I want to see what the buffs we have on the outskirts and what's been able to be picked up from those Viper Wooch and Tessa teams to see how the amount of regression comes out towards into Plume Castle from this point on.
I think some teams still haven't picked up their buffs, as a couple of them are still in the process of recovering. Alliance, during that Realm of Yang, picked up a rebuff charm. Remember, Alliance are running the Siphon with the Zip rather than the Kurumi. Wolves are going to have been able to walk out the winner of their Realm of Yang, picking themselves up Vermilion Bird's Might. They'll pick it up in a matter of moments. They're just trying to delay that buff pickup as long as they possibly can so that they can have it longer in the open field. JDG with that Viper Tessa Wuchen going to be camping on up over by this Spirit Well, not going to be proccing it for as long as it possibly can be, as they are aware of teams having won that Realm of Yang. Now going to be looking to trek on over and find those places where a lot of these teams are going to be drawn into those fights. OUG and FPX probably going to be taking a fight almost immediately as they both pick the same Soul Altar. Someone got left behind on the side of OUG and gets jumped on by 3 players of FPX. Jin's going to get that Kurumi to have the 90% damage reduction. Utilizes the focus to be able to tank through that Tumult Wisp attempt. Finds the F1 connection onto OUG's SS as well as the first Kurumi comes on through with that V2. Huge jump parry from the side of Jun on this Takeda. Looks for the drop down focus hit. However, he's now going to get hit by that Takeda F1 on the other side. Both of these Takedas utilizing their ultimates to regain control of that neutral as FPX set up this kill hit onto OUG's SS. The Furin shelves, allowing Sandy to close up the distance with the pulse out into the charged R&B follow-up from Jun with that fan. They've been able to dispatch Jinyu. Now it's going to be SS going incredibly low. One more Furin shove utilized to be able to pick up that kill, but they have to be careful because here comes the third party from that Tesla ultimate. Bauda showing up to the party uninvited, and FPX are not going to be happy about that one, especially because Jun gets hit into by that Viper V1. 5-second stagger window allows you to come through with the full hit of that Heng Sword, and it's all falling apart for FPX. Bauda understanding the situation perfectly. Teams of Yang Depletion have to fight. This is a composition built to third party. They wait for all of the ultimates to be gone. They wait for the Tumultuous to have burned those isolating zone plays as well as the Takeda ultimates to be entirely off of the table. So even when the Takeda gets staggered, he's not able to utilize those Furin shelves and save his players. And Bauda with a very clean third party. Full sweep 2 entire teams.
Gotta knock the table when I say this because I don't want anything to happen to my boys. Battle doing pretty good, especially coming out from the fights over by the Windy Stones. Now we're looking towards Alliance and their Xiphon comp against Wolves. Now XCM has that gold Hong Sword on standby. Vermilions for another 30 seconds, and there's to be the parry. Yuma takes a full hit, takes a cannon shot as well. The army from the Pulse Sword comes in here from NIHQ to try to connect. It's not going to occur. Now the F2 comes out from the Matari. Now Zem is looking to try to go for the Keelan ultimate to try to connection with it. Finds a double slash, goes for the low 3 again, hits inside the building. This building's going to be a lockdown potential for him and against his opponents. Knee 7 takes a little bit more damage he's looking for. for. But the Keelan guard is now procced, and now it's done. Now the eliminations are going to be spread out. And E7 looking to try to look for the jump LMBs again and again. He doesn't connect that one, but he's keeping that momentum as ZK gets caught by the parry. The slashes come out, Yuma goes down, and Zem picks up the solo, and the Vermilions is still active for this team. And they still have a chance of just reaching out towards the Ember Hawk and going towards the Salvation Podium, potentially getting out of harm's way of the zone take damage. Now we're at 6 eliminations for Wolves, but we still have 9 eliminations as ASE had lost to Kurumi. Now that's an interesting case scenario. Honestly, the replay coming out from the Romyang as Wolves takes into that Romyang victory, of course, looking for just slashes and looking to try to go ahead, and Keelan guard is procced here as the onslaught comes out against a Kurumi ultimate. Now we're at 30 seconds. Now that Takeda ultimate is out. Seeing how the rotation comes out here, this is where the Keelan ultimate is going to be depleted. How they get out of this, I want to make sure you're looking at how this happens, because XCM takes a full blast, takes his combo breaker in usage against that Furin, takes an R&B, doesn't lose all his health because of that, and looks to try to go ahead for the sustain. The zipping is keeping him alive with the V1 and F1, but as XCM goes down, now it's up to his teammates NiHQ and ZK to work through. They got a Hottie teleporter to be set up. He's going to use a teleporter first and set up himself offensively to try to get ZK through and keeping that pressure on. As NiHQ goes for level 2 swing, he catches it. He's going to go for the slashes as it comes out from ZK. It's looking a little bit, a little dicey right now for ZK, but it's a zipping in, right? As long as you can see NiHQ look for the pressure, that's the connection that we love to see, the synergy, the level 2 swings, the strikes. She's at 1 HP. Now it's up to one player only. NiHQ finds that level 2 swing, and now it's up to him in the next couple of seconds trying to find Jing Yu here. The pole sword gets parried, an immediate reaction, and as NiHQ wins that out, we look into the live feed as Wolves takes their second Romyang with the currents of the previous win.
What a play coming on through from NiHQ. No surprises. Previously a player for XCG, one of the touted players coming on out, and we are going to see Wolves taking a free Realm of Yang because everyone else is scrapping over the Spirit Wall instead. GG with that Kylan ultimate going to be cleaving on through. Witch and teleport going to be forced. KLA abandoning ship. Tesla ultimate allowed them to have that free space to set the Wuchen up on stagger so he can get the full distance of that teleport. As GG will be picking up this Spirit Well and probably going to hunt down where that Wuchen team has teleported away from. They get their hands on Draco Storm, which is actually the buff that Wolves opted into picking on up. There is no punishment. Draco Storm does not refill your rage. However, they got the Realm of Yang for free, and as a result, they did not have to burn an ultimate to be able to pick this up. They're now going to be doing a lot of AoE cleave damage if they're able to take fights against some of these teams. But first, going to be going to a shop and picking up a couple of bits and pieces as we're going to have a look at a replay. Does someone die to a trap clip? Ooh! That Takeda everyone came so close to depositing them on the trap clip. It's going to be ASC's Xiao Wen with the charged LNB on the fist blades, able to find a huge kill. Tap dodges through to be able to get the Soul Bloom pickup as well. And just lets FBX's Sanzi die to corruption tick damage. What a play coming through from him. Doesn't even throw hands, just watches the life bleed out in front of him.
Had his opportunity of actually just getting the 9th elimination, and I was wondering about that. I was like, man, we lost to Kurumi, but now we're looking for this 9th elimination. What's going on here? Now, looking towards ZK, in terms of the Jade selection, trying to make sure in capturing this one, of course, one thing to also note is that I know we were mentioning about Draco Storm not replenishing rage. That this is the patch that we're looking at is 9.12. This is not the current season 14 patch, because Draco Storm in the future, let's talk about it for like a millisecond. That is going to be a frame 1 pick no matter what for teams, considering it now replenishes your rage bar completely 100%ed. So that's going to be where everyone's going to stand by. Luckily enough, we've been seeing Draco Storm taking the aggression for these past 2 rounds, this one included. They're kind of looking to seeing how these teams are working off of it. Now, TE, on the other hand, they got the rainbow armor set. They got the blue, the purple, and the gold to be running through here and just rotating around into the outskirts of the zones. GG, though, still trying to find any sort of opponents here at a total of 7 eliminations. Taken into the works, right? They have Roger's grip on CGS, as he does have the gold weapon rarity. 330. He himself being the zipping and having to, rock one of the Jades of, Destiny, having a soul slash, even to the first Romyang, having that, Jade on standby. which also received the buff in season 14. You know, listen. There's a lot of things in season 14. Kind of can't wait to see how it ends up. But having that Jade alone also will be set up. Bowda, though, still into the IC villages up north. They have Cloud Weaver on you. So that's going to be an interesting play. Peak has Starfall. No player to really use it, unfortunately. However, we are going to take a look and chance of seeing how they're going to rotate their, Viper Witch and Tessa. They've been doing phenomenal work. Not going to what as it comes through into this round. They have a surplus of weaponry to their disposal, and as well as just looking towards a rotation out towards Yushan Ruins. If they head into the Ice Shard Lake, that's where they're going to be meeting out towards Serpent's Pass as well, because that's where players are ending up now. The circle's now closing in here for the next 11 minutes, and now Wolves having their opportunity of the Valiant Challenger just being primary targets on the field could be looked and spotted and hunted down. Otherwise, it's a killing Zing comp. Teams would want to take the aggression. They could want to wait it out, looking to see who else is in the outskirts before they take the decision themselves of being aggressive on the forefront.
Well, we could potentially get GG versus Wolves, which would be a brilliant third-party opportunity for Bowda if they're able to kite their way to where the action is going. Looks, however, like GG are going to keep moving. As you've pointed out, Wolves do have that Valiant Challenge scroll, so GG do know that the team is here. And Wolves are trying to incite it. You can see ZK just getting closer and closer and closer, trying to force GG to making a move, as Bowda do indeed show up for that third-party potential. We've also got JDG waiting in the sidelines to see if they can get a piece of the pie if something does start to kick on off. Seems, however, that because of the Valiant Challenger scroll, no one really wants to take that challenge. No one wants to accept the gauntlet that Wolves has thrown down. They've got 2 sets of legendary weapons already because they were able to find those 2 Realm of Yanks, 1 contested, 1 for free. As in the meantime, it is going to be T and DRG. A lot of these teams as well, you have to remember, thinking that there's going to be a fight because of a potential Yang depletion team, but we don't actually have any teams afflicted with Yang depletion currently. And as a result, what should normally be a third-party opportunity has actually been a closed-off fight entirely. No one has that Yang depletion. No one has that timer where they have to pick up a Soul Bloom off of a body or they get knocked out of the lobby. And we're seeing the lull that it brings it back into. This is very traditional 2021-2022 NARAKA trios timing, where before we had the Realm of Yanks, we had this lull phase that everyone would swap to things like the cannon and just chip down resources, since all of these players has been brought into spaces that have already been looted through, and we're seeing that the Vitalia and the shield resets are lacking in comparison to at the start of the game when there are so many resources that are available. That is you going to be showcasing Aurora Burst. That's going to be making a very large return when Spirit Well Contest starts to come on through. The silence and the area that Aurora Burst covers makes it one of the best Soul Jades of being able to lock those particular spaces down. And a lot of the time when that is in play, we see teams just give up the Spirit Well Contest entirely. However, that's only going to happen if it's Mystic Might. If it's White Tigers, you better believe that things are going to be getting incredibly oogly. So even with Aurora Burst on the field, no one's giving that buff away for free.
Yeah, no, Wolves also having ZK. I was going to make mention through Dreadful Whale on ZK. And ZK going to be rocking that buff or rocking that Jade as well as lockdown. And if it comes down to locking down Spirit Well, no range shots can come through. If teams try to sneak themselves in there, try to go ahead and contest it. Now, of course, Wolves heading to the shop. They're going to try to opt in for a HEPA detach onto the XCM. So that's huge. That's going to be a huge surplus of control. Hoping to kind of see if that's going to be an option for them to give to a teammate who has a longsword. Otherwise, it's going to be up to the team to try to find that weapon when it does show up onto the field of play with a purple rarity or higher, and just making sure to lock that one down. Now, 7 eliminations for GG. Gonna have that gold spirit, just gonna be spamming RMBs, kind of hope to see whether or not CGS will find an Erudition sometime soon, because this man is releasing them as often as possible. Cannon shots coming out here. There's gonna be the gold weapons. Everyone's gonna be looking for the snag. There's gonna be the assassination coming in from the Viper, Wuchen Tessas. As ever comes down, CGS takes a teleporter by not be enough time. He's gonna fall here. And of course, there's gonna be him catching a nice last second wall scale rush grab and looking to try to get himself. Pop ground, but then 3-3-0 in the background, he is not having a good time here. He's gonna get eliminated as about as Peak hits the elimination here, and KLA looking to try to snag out, looking for the gear, but then there you can see QGG gets immediately deleted as Zing gets a kill with a cannon shot, and the Keelan ultimate guard comes out, and GG crumble. And this is gonna be where the LXM ultimate comes out for the second time. He goes ahead, he's throwing the ultimate. CGS just trying to go for some reset, trying to back off here as LXM takes a chance of using the teleporter, goes straight to canceling the ultimate. This is gonna be an absolute travesty that happened to GG, and everyone's looting up the body like it's piranhas in the Amazon River.
Yeah, and they have to give it up. There was no way they were going to be able to find the revive onto 3-3-0. Maybe if they had the Kurumi Tava, but unfortunately they don't. And that is what happens. That is what you have to be so very careful about. Those Viper Tesla Wuchen compositions, they might not be the greatest for being able to hold the space down for Spiritwell, but as soon as that bubble pops, so too, a lot of the time does the team trying to hold on to it because of that third party. GG also still going to be caught out by Bowder's team. You coming on through with that Aurora burst silence catching onto so many players. And as a result, no one wants to really try and jump onto these players that Bowder are getting low. No one can third party because they're so scared about that silence effect coming through and them being the team that everyone else turns on to in the lobby. And now we see that dreadful whale. You said keep an eye for it. It's not for the Spiritwell contest, but Wolves are going to be able to lock the kill down onto DRG's Kakaishi. Gem, unfortunately, goes into one hit off the Bane's Breath, is a little bit too low. Wolves going to be setting up that Hardy escape just in case, and he does have to utilize it. Goes for the airwalk, coming on through. Just tries to make sure that he doesn't get picked out by these players who understand quite how low that Bane's Breath sent that Kyle and JDG with all of the ranged pressure, just trying to break some of these resources from the teams around them before everyone gets closed on up into the melee. They've been able to chase Bowder off so they can loot for some of the bodies. I believe this is some of the players from GG that got left behind us. As we've talked about, resources in this area are going to be incredibly scarce, which is another reason why those Spirit Wells are as prized as they are at this point in the match. Bowder very much setting up for an assassination play onto the next one. TE going to be allowed center stage currently, but we've seen that that is only temporary as Wolves now come on through with all of the Soul Jades. Both sets of legendaries on the Katana held for Gem, as well as that Dreadful Whale coming on through from DK. As we're going to see Bowder attempt to hold on to the space and stop Wolves from being able to pick this one up for free. Dome is still going to be in play. JDG, as a result, going to have to come out into the Dome to be able to utilize those cannon shots and put pressure. Tester ultimate does connect onto XEM, who's now going to be put under the pressure. Utilizes that Kylan ultimate to get that little bit of sustained proc from coming on through. Merciless Havoc going to be covering him as well, so that Wolves are going to be able to pick that one up. Kylan not going to be punishing for pop that ultimate since his team were able to pick up the buff. Now he gets 2 on the field and gets to turn onto Bowder. Yu's going to utilize that V1 to tank all of the aggression that Wolves is showcasing that way. And as a result, Gem is going to be utilizing that Hardy Cube to get away and find the reset before re-engaging. Comes on through with that Katana, sends the Viper packing. Bowder having to utilize the Witch and teleport right at the top of the tree. That's going to immediately dethrone JDG from where they were pushed on up there. They have to give up that space as Bowder fall directly on top of them. Peak now without that ultimate, going to be playing it a little bit scarce as Wolves with the second Kylan V2 still getting to clear up the lobby. If you're on the low ground, you're getting cleft down by the dashes. You're getting extended off of onto by the Merciless Havoc as Wolves absolutely running rampant. Tesser ultimate now comes on out from KLA. Will connect onto the Kylan. Gem puts himself into the sky so that their 3-second enchantment window is going to wear off before they can find any form of follow-up to be able to take him down. But CXE with that pulse sword is gatekeeping him into the zone. Has to go for the double tap dodge to get the way through, but does fall to TE. But here comes Bowder. Late last minute Viper V1 looking to shut everybody down. Wash with the dashes will be able to iframe the stun out. Now has to worry about the second Viper ultimate from JDG though.
Careful moments here. Watch takes his whole enchant and his teammate is right next to him. That's a free set. But Leo, the protector, make sure all the blue focuses are spent out here, dog, because this is going to be where the final circle ends up. Now, Watch takes the time to reset, has F1 ready to go. RMB is released. ZK, though, he's still running into the tree line. RMB is coming out from the Jane. The Tessa enchant is good for 14. Now it's up to Watch to defend his team. They have the detach reveal with the blue focus. Now going to be up the ace up his sleeve to be into the lobby's hands, and they looking towards it. There's going to be a bow shot. 14 has to take the Hottie teleporter. Leo's still in the offensive state as a Hottie ultimate, and that's going to be a chance for Watch to take the teleporter himself, looking to try to worry about whether or not a Tessa champ might be coming from the backline. Takes the clink to the sky as Watch is keeping the high ground on this one tree inside of the Altar Tranquility. You can see JDG holding the ground level floor, releasing the R&B Blues as it comes out for the spear. That's going to be a huge chunk of damage. F1 still available for Tusek, though. Here it goes. Seeing the Hepa detach get revealed here. There's going to be a Tessa enchant good to go from Peak, but there's going to be the Dragon Slayer be delayed out, and now the combo breaker from Peak comes out for himself to throw out a Dragon Slayer double parry from Peak. Not going to be able to have any sort of AoE attack, and instead decides to reposition. As you can see, TE takes full focus value out of JDG's hands. 7 eliminations, looking for number 8, and there's the other R&B spam. You can see the denial for that Hepa detach comes out. The Keelan ultimate is up. There's going to be the invincible guard coming through. He slashes again and again. Tusek catches himself a time to heal once before, but TE Wash doesn't have as much of a zone capture potential to try to go for kills here unless he just goes ahead and spams out. The Wu-Chen port comes through. If they're at 80% or HP more, they're going to have an attack buff. They're going to go on full aggression route. TE Leo looking to try to swipe into the sky, try to catch any sort of knockbacks as he can to the high ground. He sees down below. He sees a V3 Viper coming in here, gets as high as possible, sets up the teleporter, goes right down below, gets caught with a stagger. No, he uses that tree line. He catches a triple hit. He gets caught by the Tessa enchant. He's got a teleporter ready to go. So the moment he takes an enchant here coming through here, there's going to be a chance for Jing to get eliminated from the arm, from the swing. The Soul Boom pick up from the play as TE Leo takes his chance of R&B, and the teleporter is still available for him to get the high ground. There it is. Peak is going to be looking to the low ground, has F1 no ultimate ready to go ahead and lock down anyone in the sky. ZK catches the grapple stagger off to the top side, seeing that bulb on the ground, goes and drops right down below. TE Leo goes down. Battle Peak has himself to catch one last Tessa enchant to confirm the kill against Kiki, and now Battle Peak and ZK might be looking for themselves that solo essence, but that parry like that. Peak comes out for the team. Bauda catches the MVP for this game.
Not only did they catch the MVP, but I believe they got 16 kills and last player standing. So that is going to be a hefty chunk of points picked up for the side of Bauda with a composition that was not really built to be able to live that mid-game. The fact that Bauda with the Viper test from Wu-Chen were able to find as much value as they did when we had so many of these teams running things like the Cardi composition, the Sand Siphon composition, that they got denied a lot of the kill potentials from being able to scale off of Realm of Yang, or even going into Realm of Yang without having to worry about being third-partied from some of these other compositions in the open. Like, Bauda did a very good job of picking their correct moments. We saw so often when we were looking at that POV, the way that they piloted that Tessa Viper from Wu-Chen, they didn't try and overextend. They saw when they would be challenged, they were able to weigh up the risk and reward, and a lot of the time, if the reward wasn't worth it, they didn't take the risk. Like, they could potentially have gone up against Wolves to contest one of those early game Spirit Wells, but they saw what Wolves had in the back pocket, and they just immediately flicked that switch and went for the Wu-Chen teleport out rather than risking one of their players going down, another team showing up because the Spirit Well locations are shown on the map, then you get interrupted, then you can't pick up your player, then you're down a person, then you've got 2 teammates, then you have to play from the back, then you have to find a shot that still has a rebirth charm, then potentially you get camped on the Soul Altar, and everything falls apart. So they did a very good job of just determining that, okay, we can go aggressive at the beginning of these rounds when we can get the Tester ultimate up much more quickly than the other compositions, but the second that it hits the mid game, we have to be very, very quiet, play for that lull, understand our timing, that when we get powering up again is at the late game when that Spirit Well comes back up and all of these players are contesting that opportunity, that aggression, and we can third party then. Speaking about all of those players, a couple of those players chose one specific hero. How many, though, is the question for game number 2. Chose Kai Lin. Was it A1? Was it B2? Was it C3? Or was it D4? Remember as well, when you're picking your options, how the hero points works in trios. There are 4 teams in 3 phases. Those 4 teams get to pick the heroes that they want to use, and then for the next phases, it becomes more expensive for everybody afterwards if they get picked multiple times. So, do you think that Kylan was picked 4 times, or maybe he was only picked once or twice?
I'll give you guys a hint. In the last round phase, out of all the 4 teams, there was all 4 teams were playing by Pooch and Tessa. So keep that in mind while you think about the answer there and trying to find out the points and seeing with whether or not you get that whisper coming from NARAKA Blade Point. But yeah, like you mentioned, Bauda, you know what's crazy too is the fact that they went up against ASC, right? And ASC got eliminated off onto that rip from taking the engagement from that Wu Chen port. You know, a mad lad decision, but they took the fight and they earned it. 23.2 points, 16 eliminations, like you said, first place, taking that multiplier in the ranking points. Massive game, especially coming out from the lead. And you have Wolves in second place. Not too crazy, but 14.5, that's crazy enough. Especially compared to where we can see the leaderboard. Everyone in this day today, in terms of this game for round 2, also all earned points. 9.5 for ASC, JDG having 9, 8 kills for DG, KLA taking 7.5, 5.5 for TE, OUG with 5, 4.5 for FPX, SS1 with 4, 2 for DRG, Alliance with 1.5. And wanted to make a mention about it. You know, Bauda took ASC in that first fight into Windy Stones, and then after the Realmy Yang, FPX and OUG were combating it. That's another 2 pair of Sand Siphon comps into the games. And once FPX cleaned up shop against OUG, you saw Bauda go in for the sneaky sneak, and they took out that 3rd Sand Siphon comp into the team that they know about. So that's going to showcase that they had no issues and no threats of that nature of that comp to be available. But 16 eliminations total. We're going to see the elimination spread as a Wu Chen with the most damage and healing. Yo, 20k healing though? I want to see a Wu Chen MVP with that. I want to see. I know we had a 40k plus healing and then 6 eliminations, and then that didn't get an MVP. And I was like, dang, really? 40k healing?
Yeah, bad as you, like when he was on the Kurumi, I was like, surely that's going to get MVP, and then it didn't. But I think it's just accepted that Kurumi can just output those healing numbers. Very often. Wu Chen, however, coming through with 19 fires, and that is not something that we see every day, as we can have a look and see the standings. Wolves, unfortunately, not quite off to the explosive start that they've had previously in this season. However, they do tend to have one pop-off game and then jump off with the momentum from there. We've got Zone, unfortunately, also struggling to being able to find that same level of success. Like, this is a team that I have a lot of hopes for in the future. We see some glimmers, some really good games coming through from them, some really good fights. They're yet to be able to find that consistency though, and them being a new team to the league this season, that doesn't surprise me. Consistency is something that all of these teams have struggled to find, and it's taken them a couple of weeks to be able to find that footing. Bauda, however, have been off to an absolute tear. 71.3 points picked up in day 1, and day 2 is looking very, very similarly to be able to follow afterwards. As JL 80.6 going to be overtaken. However, it is to be remembered, JL, they put 80.6 points together after only 1 day. They are not playing today, so they do not have the opportunity to keep pace with Bauda, but when we see them in day 3, I have no doubt that they're going to be keeping themselves and their heads above the top 5 in those leaderboards. As we're going to have a look at the replays brought to you by Thunder Robot. This is ASE going head-to-head early on, coming on out with that lovely Bane's Ref drop. Here they are taking on OUG with another Moonbane, being able to just force everyone into the zoning that they want to look for. Wolves with the huge turnaround in HQ, and that hardy ultimate against the World, able to find that fight that Wolves were looking for, that allowed them to come through with that buff and play as aggressively as they wanted to. OUG just falling to the parry coming on off that pole sword. Here's ASE going up against FPX Xiaowen with that lovely charge LMB. Goes for the full hit of the charged RMB on the halberds to dash through the body of the Tumult, grab the Soul Bloom, get the reset, and live the corruption tick damage that does his attacker in. There's Bauda's peak with that Tessa combo breaker, just pushing everybody into the corruption tick damage. Elias for the setup of the ultimate catch onto JDG's Kiki, finds the parry as well to make sure that he wins the heal off, and you get your wish serve It's a Wu Chen teleporting directly onto that MVP stage. Yiran, with his third, is going to be able to pick up MVP of game number 2.
Guys are gonna see this and say, "Heck yeah, yep, that's me. I'm one of those guys." I'm gonna say it with my chest. Wu Chen taking MVP, 3 MVP so far for Yaron here, taking around over 14k damage. Pole Sword Gaming was in the play. He had a longsword as well, and his bow game wasn't that bad. It was his third most damaging weapon, second behind longsword, taking fire arrows, but more importantly, taking target lock into account. Now that's a strong Jade. If you take any sort of consideration, right, of what target lock does now. 3 seconds, no sprint, no dodges. And that alone, especially off of a grapple stagger into that, gives no consolation of surviving for much longer, especially in those, tacit fights that we saw in the Altered Tranquility. Once one person gets hit with one of those bow shots, teammates can look for the follow-up. Teslas can free enchant shots, F3 free for Viper. And then you can see how much that kind of works in. But there's our Wu Chen MVP. We're going to be right back for a break for round 3 as we enter more daytime, and see you guys then. Don't miss out. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back coming through here for round 3. My name is Severio alongside with God Moxie. We are going through trios today, and day 2 is going off with a banger. I know we saw Bauda get the MVP last game, earning themselves 23.2 points. I look back to the scores and I was like, man, that was the only points they earned this game. Their game 1 didn't earn them any points. Zip nada. but that game alone put them above most teams sometimes in half a day's plays. So for them to actually get this MVP is kind of earning themselves to just solidify those pre-finals points. But of course, just making sure and seeing a tempo switch up, maybe. You know, Viper Wooch and Teslas don't usually get this amount of attention that we usually have, but considering that the Sand Siphons in round 2 just took a sweat before the second round Yang, every single team took a capitalization as their own comp was being made for that in their last round pick selection, as I made mention of. To kind of work into seeing how she, between Tessa and Viper, alongside with Wushen, getting as much value as possible in a single round pick selection pool.
I feel as well like a lot of the reason why the Tessa Viper Wuchen compositions are getting as much attention as they are currently is that teams have adapted into how they have to rotate their ultimates to the Spirit Well contests. Because as we've talked about, right, Viper, Tessa, Wuchen don't have great staying power inside a Spirit Well if it's contested, as we saw when BIWEEK got contested by Wolves. They just blipped out. They noped out. They used the Wuchen teleport and they removed themselves from a fight. You don't get that opportunity to be able to do that in the later Spirit Wells, and a lot of the time when we started seeing these teams contesting those Spirit Wells, it was the Viper, Tessa, and Wuchen compositions trying to use those late game Spirit Wells to be able to make up for a lot of the loot disparity that they were lacking, considering they weren't able to go into the realm of Yang and scale into late game off of those equipment pickups. And we would see those teams just get ripped apart. Like, a Takeda team would come through, a Tumult would drop their ultimate, the Xiphon composition would come through, and they would hit in with that Xi-V2, and the entire team from the Tessa Viper and Wuchen composition would either get disintegrated onto the spot, or they would have to remove themselves from the action entirely. Now, however, we're starting to see these teams, instead of utilizing those Tessa and Viper ultimates to open spaces for their players to slide into those Spirit Wells and try and pick up things like the buffs, they hold on to the ultimates to act as damage control for when a team does manage to grab the Spirit Well. We saw it from GG, we saw it from FPX, we saw it from BIWEEK in both Game 1 and Game 2. So I feel like for the Tessa Viper and Wuchen, they figured out how to utilize that 8-second stun window to bypass a lot of the aggression that the teams who do grab that buff and try and run the lobby into their own tempo, their own aggression, and their own playing field. That gets shaved off by the Tessa and the Viper.
Yeah. And another thing too is, right, is just catching someone out, and that's exactly what Tessa Chant can occur to do. I mean, we saw GG get that Spirit Well, and they couldn't live for anything else. 3-3-0 was the first one down. Our team comp picks, though, having Sand Siphon for Alliance, TE taking the Xiphon, GG taking the Xiphon, Wolves contemplating, thinking about it. Hopefully to see it. Probably, I mean, this is going to be more style, so they have to take an observation standpoint from past occurrences of playing possibly Sand Siphon to this round, potentially. If they do, that's going to be a case for them to just go straight for a lockdown and just making sure they go full aggressive, and that's going to be the case. Wolves going to take the Sand Siphon pick. Now, second round selection, could see Kadi in, could see the Kurumi being occurrence for where Sand Siphon comes out. There it is going to be Kadi over towards JDG with DRG as well, and KLA. One Sand Siphon coming from BADA. Now that's going to be the reciprocating third round picks. Now we have 2-point ban on Kurumi. A lot of +1s to be going down here for the deduction. See Fairy Chef for OUG. That's going to be the Valda. Oh, nice.
Oh!
I like this. I like this a lot.
This is a composition that a lot of teams have been trying to get off of the ground. It has some levels of success with the Tianhai and the Farrier. As we've talked about, it can be incredibly strong, especially with Zinyu on that Valda being able to set up the CC spears for the king to find those grabs and look for the double grab slam. And then you have the Farrier V3 to cover once the Tianhai drops out of that ultimate. It's also really, really good in terms of that heal-off situation, because Balder V2, she gets that massive chunk of over armor, as well as Tianhai, when he goes for his ultimate, his health bar gets entirely replenished. Where it does struggle is third party, because it is an all-in composition. The Farrier V3 is saved for the Tianhai. The Tianhai and the Valda have to work together to be able to set up for that burst duration of the Tianhai's ultimate. And that can be really problematic if you're taking a fight anywhere that isn't a Spirit Well, because the reason why we're seeing Tianhai come back with Spirit Wells was that all of the Spirit Wells act as a sort of pseudo-tumult ultimate, where it blocks the range projectiles from the players outside of the dome as long as you're inside of the dome. However, What's problematic with that is it doesn't block things like Tessa or Viper ultimate, so Tianhai can still potentially get staggered even on the outside of the dome from threats coming on off the outside of it. Plus, it means that OUG is going to be forced to play in the way that KLA did when they tried to run a Tianhai Zai barrier composition instead of the Valda, where, as we talked about, they essentially had to AFK for the full half of the first half of the match so that they could guarantee that all of their players lived for that last monumental spirit well to come into play.
Yeah. And you know another thing too, right? Like, and I make mention about how Tianhais or Transformers in general operate within the Spirit Wheel, like especially for Vajra state for Tianhai, is where if he's an ultimate and the team clears the Spirit Wheel and it's a refresh of ultimates such as with Mystic Might as well as with White Tiger's Prowess, if he doesn't deform beforehand, his ultimate rage bar doesn't get 100% completed for him. So he's got to be very mindful about being a meat shield and then deactivating the ultimate, because if he's a meat shield, let's say the Spirit has been up there for a long while, and then he gets caught by range shots left and right, and then he gets deformed because he knows the value of that 100% reset on the rage bar comes out. He's got to be mindful about the spacing between his armor and how early on he's going to be going through with it. It's going to be the high risk, high reward play. But TEDRG, Council Courtyard Spawn, looking to try to make that happen into the west side of Celestia. SS1 takes their arrival there. I see towards the Noble Cave within the Daylily Meadow, Bauda ASE taking a fight against JDG over there. OUG are non-contestable inside of Shadow Jade Mine, so they make their way towards from here into the Sun Cave potentially, while Wolves and GG taking towards the northeast. A lot of fights potentially to have pocketed entries. DRG and TE, as mentioned in the start of this map overview, that's the two teams that are going to be looking to try to go into that cave. That's probably where we're going to see the first fights. Considering that Wolves and GG are all the way out near to the Horseshoe and even towards the Bamboo Forest line to see about the east side of Ephemeros, a lineup sweep can be happening between three different areas into this map selection, Moxie. So hoping to kind of see what the fights are going to be end up going off, because round 3 is going to commence. We're nearly to the halfway point, but we still have that last lap to make it through before we enter into the nighttime maps.
Yeah, OUG, they know that with this composition, they have to take their time. GG and Wolves not going to be taking their time. GG, this is their staple drop point in Morris, comes on through with that Zai, gets the F3, looking for the connection onto Jam. They've already been able to pick themselves up Fireflies for their Matari to start getting that siphon of damage done. However, CJS is going to fall. The Zai was not able to pick up the Fireflies and as a result did not have a weapon when things kicked off. Wolves going to be losing Gem. However, LXM and 330 able to turn the tides and pick up the hypercarriers. JDG and ASE now going head to head. We are going to see Jiangdong come through with that huge chunk of damage of the Viper. F3 Bauda waiting in the wings for that third party potential. Jiangdong still holds on to the full meter dump of these nunchucks if he wants to utilize it. Sees the Hardy utilize that combo break, goes for the parry, finds it onto JDG's 2-tick. Bauda now stepping up to the plate to look for this third party. ASE having found the kills that they've wanted, going to be starting to split off into the more open areas of the map. As Bauda going to be keeping chase, the charged RMB scooping the Tessa back in. Zhao Wen incredibly low, gets the ultimate activation to lead into Jiangdong with the Viper V1, catches onto so many players on the side of Bauda. Peak looking to get away by utilizing the tree LOS break, isn't able to do so and needs the full hit of the meter dump coming on out from the blue rarity. Nunchucks will be finished off by that F3 towards the tail end as here comes JDG. They full reset and they're back into the mix to punish onto ASE.
Now it's going to be a chance here to see Jiangnan doing a lot of work for the team. I'll be 100% honest. This Viper gameplay is going ballistic. Jiangnan going to have a chance of using the F3. The Keelan guard is going to be burned out. He's going for the slashes, and this immunity guard gives him unlimited slashes. And there's Tusa getting the last hit confirmation. The Tessa enchant still in play, looking for the Tessa enchant, is not going to be using the time to do so. He's going to take the teleporter instead. As you can see, ASC taking Jing's parry into mind. Zhao Wen's going to go down for ASC, and now JDG just cleaning up shop here. The circumstances were going to be leading out, but another parry though. Moran catches it. The F1 combo breaker comes out from Tusa, and now the lineup with the RMB from the backside. Another parry. Yo, ASC has a lot of parries today, and this game is going to be coming through the case, but with that Wu Chen port not coming out in time. Bauda coming through for the invasion as JDG Tusik is at 1 HP, and the F3 from Yaron is looking with murder goggles, as you like to say. It looks like he is just trying to chase this one out. Has a bow shot.
This is a run back. Sir, this is a salty run back from Bauda.
They love it. They love to take the salty runbacks. You know what? 2-6 takes the armor swap, and I think right now you're wrong. Just read it like a book. F1 investment takes the swap, but not going to be using the purple weapon just yet. Takes another parry. I gotta be honest. There's a lot of parries happening today. Everyone's on their parry game. Let's look at the counter strikes at the end of the game.
Well, OUG, with this Tian Hai Valda composition having already unfortunately lost their Valda, the Nez has into follow-up charged RMB on that staff. Synergy from WX98 and Kakaichi absolutely on point. They're gonna lose, unfortunately, OUG without the ultimates in play because of fighting inside that Forbidden Seal, not able to utilize any of the health resets that the Valda or the Tian Hai ultimate would have provided them, as it's going to be Sohn and TE going head-to-head. Siphon composition, Rosemary doesn't have that Zai V2 fully charged up just yet. Sees TE's loadout, sees that first hint of purple armor and thinks twice about potentially going for this one. Wash, however, comes on through with their Zai V2, trying to put the pressure onto that Zip, forcing out that ultimate incredibly early on. The burning proc is going to make it so much harder for the Zips team to live through all of the sustain that provides. Rosemary now gets their own Zai V2 online. Kurumi on the circle comes into play. Wash with another cast of that F3 will be able to find the reset, but Rosemary with the scoops, able to grab so many of these players into one spot. Wash does manage to return fire onto Rosemary, has to dodge through the hit of Blistering Edge coming on out on that Pole Sword, as we're going to see out of the Zai ultimate. The fire tick proc still making it harder for these supports to keep their players up and alive. Zone came prepared, able to find another parry. Like you said, we're seeing so many of these parries from all of these players. It very much feels like everyone's been practicing that parry game in anticipation of Season 14 and the back parry coming into play.
Oh, yeah. Can't wait. Can't wait until Matari's V2 is like, huh? You know, and nothing can be stopping. And having SS1 taking into the starter area for Morrisau is kind of funny, but this is also a last stand and making their arrival over here. So having the 3 eliminations there to be gained is going to be good value. Now KLA QGG taking his time in the Hottie teleporter. Not going to be placing it just yet. He has Moonbane as well. Takes the teleporter now. Halfway to the point, not going to cancel out the ultimate. The Matari is doing too much pressure here. The teleport almost got himself out. He takes the teleporter himself with the lever. Now it's up to him to look for a heal off and hopefully try to throw a Moonbane here. The pressure is needed. It takes a bell hit to make sure there is no vision from Bauda to try to look for the enemy in terms of the back line. As QGG makes sure he arrives back in. He goes for one last swipe, goes for one hit, goes for the F2 as it seems to come through from Bauda's peak. Gets himself to back towards his team. A Moonbane can be cast from QGG right now. He's spacing away. This is going to be a huge Moonbane, with the lockdown has to be coming out from CXZ as the Keelan ultimate is going back and forth. And that's going to be the corner with the fence line. They can look for the lockdown. Bauda, though, takes the time to reinitiate an escape pattern. 7 grapples on Yaron. Goes for ultimate cast for the Zai and has himself to throw the ensnared behind the tree line. His F3 is still going to be available as an escape tactic, but the Moonbane now being the fuse in terms of spacing out gives at least enough time to see whether or not KLA wants to go for full reset for round 2, or we're looking for the chase. Now, like I mentioned, 7 grapples. So otherwise, whether or not we're going to look for the chase, KLA has to take that in consideration and supplies from the enemy opponents. But over towards into the desert lines, we're going to see Wolves and ZK taking the chances of burning out the Hottie teleporter coming in from DRG, as Kakashi is going to drop right back down, and the teleporter is going to be down. But whether or not he's going to be having that ultimate ready up, he's at 75% already. So now there's a parry, there's a double parry. Oh my goodness, so many today, folks. And there's another parry coming out back and forth over and over into the zone. We're looking to connect this R&Bs into the Keelan ultimate. ZK has that ZK ultimate on the through, has Fearon's 2 cast. They're going to be in an available status, but you can see how much blood is being into the water right now. DRG are throwing this out. The teleporter is used again. Now ZK may not have enough value here for the Fearless, except for the denial. Cab Bloom coming in from Kakaxi. It's a little bit more pressure that he's looking for, so he looks for the F1 usage. The bet that they sent the connection with the fan is going to be coming out again for double R&Bs. The teleporter is taken for the 2nd time, the 3rd time it feels like, as ZK goes to down for Wolves as 9HQ gets caught to a parry, and now ZK goes through with his team. DRG coming back through with 5 eliminations, looking for number 6 as XCM gets caught by another parry, and this is going to be DRG's victory into this fight in the zone.
Oh, that Cap Flume. Parry into Cap Flume expansion was so clean, as off into Shipwreck. KLA taking a fight against Bauda. Bauda already down some of their players. Actually, this is not Shipwreck. That was not Shipwreck. The rocks always confuse me on this one. This is east of Sunwings, as we are going to be seeing KLA CXZ with that Kylan ultimate trying to catch on to these last remaining players of Bowder. Peak incredibly low, just trying to use the trees to break away from where this Kylan is looking to dash. Is on them. Matari could potentially break away. Unfortunately, Matari doesn't have a combo breaker, so he's going to have to utilize scale rushing around the building to try to break on off. Yuran now with that Zai V2. This is Bowder down their revives. Remember, they salty ran it back all the way at the beginning, and it is now coming back and costing them. As Iran will fall, he cannot run any further. KLA clean Bowder off of the board. In the meantime, JDG and GG going to be going head-to-head inside the realm of Yang. Karumi variant of the Xiphon coming on through as we're going to be following CJS, the first F3 hit. Not going to be able to find a connection, trying to put pressure on the Kylan, on this Cardi composition that they're going to be up against. Very early Matari ultimate going to get casted so that he gets another F3 reset to put pressure. That's going to be the Hardy Cube and reset glider force now from the Kylan. And CGS is going to keep up the pressure, not allowing Tutik to find any form of turnaround with those cleaves. The ultimate comes on through for both the Zai and the Kylan, and unfortunately for CGS, he's getting interrupted before he can hit into the golden frame state focus of his ultimate by the Kylan. Dashes, Karumi V2 comes into play. CGS gets to sit right in the middle of it to keep his armor fully healed up. Tutik with another dash through is going to be able to upset the apple cart of the Zai, but the V2 is still burning strong, and CJS gets the turnaround onto JDG's Jing. In the meantime, GG have been able to weather the storm with the rest of JDG's players, and they're able to come out on top. We talked about the Cardi composition struggling into the Xiphon because of that fire tick proc, just making it so much harder for the Zip to keep everyone topped up in comparison to the Karumi. And GG just showed a textbook of why Karumi is stronger than Zip in current meta.
Yes, EJ has got a significant burn proc, denying that bulb coming out here for the heal off. But Alliance having a good chance of just looking to burn all their ultimates now, because considering they have Vermilion Bird Smite, they're going to try to go ahead and contest this Viper Stun. Xiao Hu gets it, or Junex, I should say. He's going to get the Dragon Slayer denied with the Fear and Blast, and there's going to be armor from Spear. Going to go for another Fear in there. There's going to be 2 left. Revenge with the free dodges in the background. He's going to be going ahead and just relining for a Soul Bloom pickup, and that's going to be the case. The Vermilions is still in effect, though, so if any of the teammates go down from Alliance, they can just go ahead and reposition. But there's a Test Enchant, nicely done from Sanzi. Draco Storm in play here, and looking to just try to get caught by that Somersault. A nice reset here, but the chance going to be occurring on ground level duty. Gets caught with the R&B. There's going to be the Blender for a little bit of time here. Junex looking to try to lock him through with the R&B. And the Draco Storm is a little bit more of a position that Alliance was not really looking to contest, but it had to been done. Draco Storm gets avoided there, but Revenge takes those R&Bs. There's going to be going 2 down. FPX is Junex trying to go ahead and get the elimination as soon as possible to get Xiao Hu back into play. Now, this is a Wu Chen. Third party comes in here. KLA, CXZ gets it. The ultimate for the second time for Junex coming into full value as CXZ gets his tree, his best friend. And now he's going to be rolling out. He's going to be looking to use the Fist Blades and looking to try to charge at the horizontals. Goes for the Pelvic Thrust. F3 to try to push back 17S. Blue armor. He takes it. The parry comes out. Dragon Slayer is anticipated. An immediate deletion coming in from KLA as Junex goes down. And now it's going to be up to 1 teammate left for that for the Tessa as she tries to base around here. SS1, though, lurking around in the tree line towards the Islet Crater right now. So whether or not they're going to be chancing upon looking for an invasion, it's going to be a good ambush. But 7 eliminations right now for KLA. They got purple armor, they got purple weapons. They're set, they're stacked. Now it's up to SS1 to try to work out of that remaining depletion and hoping to get their kills back.
Yeah, SS1, like you said, with that Yang depletion affliction, going to be forced to take a fight. They've got 2 minutes. Try to lock down KLA. Good news for them is they're not up against a Wu Chen team. So if they do manage to start coming out on top of this fight, they're not going to be able to teleport away. Rosemary with a early hit of the F3 tries to get that fire proc to start melting through the effectiveness of that Zip utility. Matari ultimate off of Gen 1 going to immediately allow that F3 reset to come fully on out. As the kite now begins, the Hardy popped that cube to allow everyone on the side of KLA to try to break away, but Rosemary has been able to track down QGG, who goes off into the tree, trying to kite zone for as long as possible to give the rest of his teammates a chance of making it out alive. we are going to see, unfortunately, Tutu having to utilize that zipping ultimate. It's not going to be able to save Gen 1, who has gone down on the Matari, but KLA in absolutely no state of being able to take advantage. They know that teams with Yang Depletion are going to be out hunting to either try and take a fight and grab a Soul Bloom, or teams without Yang Depletion are going to be looking for the third party, like Alliance, who just showed up, and everyone is going to be hiding in the hopes of going unspotted because of this. JDG and FPX now going out all the way into that corruption damage. Tutik hunting down, has caught wind of these players of FPX, sees the split coming on through, takes a moment to be able to fully on heal. Did they spot Sanzi, or was he able to lose them by crouching into that bush? We'll have to wait and see. As OUG now entering in, they have a minute left on their Yang Depletion. They do have all of their ultimates available. F1 from the King comes on through. Now we're going to see the Tianhai ultimate come on out. Can he find the grabs to be able to set this composition into play? Rico, no choice, has to go for the Farrier V3 and drop immediately in, because if OUG don't find these kills right here, right now, they get knocked out of this lobby regardless. Unfortunately, there's no coverage. There's no healing for the King on the Tianhai, and he goes down to the pressure coming out from JDG. The Valda V2 will be able to pick up 2 players from JDG into the Spears, and Tutik will go down. Rico still in that Farrier V3, having to hold on to the ultimate for as long as he possibly can. Now drops out of the mix to be able to pick up one of those Soul Blooms. Valda V2, last Spear going to be utilized to grab onto these last players from JDG, but Jing with that Hardy ultimate just has to kite a little bit longer, deny the kills to stop OUG from picking up that Soul Bloom, and he's home free. The combo break gets used by the Hardy. He tries to break away. He goes for the bait and switch and throws out the focus strike. He gets the parry. He goes down, but OUG are able to pick up the Soul Bloom in time. They might even have a Reaper Chump they can pick up from the shop. They're right next to a Soul Altar to buy the Tianhai back, and OUG might potentially have found the turnaround. The problem, Serve, is that they're so far out of the zone, and even if they live the entire zone kite, there's another team waiting to hold them even longer by the side of FPX.
That's crazy how the turnaround came through. FPX was looking for reses initially after the purchases from Junex, and then they get chased. They get disintegrated into the zone going south. Now we're into the Romy Yang. TE Wash, Gold Staff has himself no Zai ultimate, has F3 though. He's going straight WQ in here. As TE Leo loses out all his armor, now he's going to have to force Kurumi ultimate most likely. There is going to be the case scenario. Now Keelan's comp is coming out here from what seems to be with a blistering edge. So you know the connections are going to be immaculate coming in here from DRG. Now, of course, there's going to be the Zipping ultimate. Now, TE Leo still having a chance of using that recast of the ultimate. You're going to see Watch going for the F3 as the Matari ultimate comes out. We got Zai ultimate coming in a couple of seconds here. You can see the pressure coming in from the Keelan to try to deny every single one of these guys. The blistering edge is going to keep it going. 14 gets almost caught to the elimination standard, but the blistering edge goes out towards Watch's way. Having a 3 again after the casting of the ultimate. Watch to get caught by that Hottie slashes, and now it's going to be the case. DRG just getting a sweeping kill spread, and that's going to be 9 eliminations that they take into Romy Yang for number 2. Now DRG taking into this position. You can see Alliance actually won their Romy Yang. They're going to have a Mystic Might on a standby, having gold dual halberds in the play for these teams, so that's going to be a good stance. Whether or not they're going to be working in the Draco Storm, I mean, it's going to be option selection for White Tiger's prowess now. If it's going to be for ult regen, they're going to go for that net, for the safety net of that. Focus slide actually on Dongqing as well. So Dongqing having focus slide, Sap Shade on Kakaxi, and a slew of range shades coming in from Wuxia 98. So this team, they're kind of going to take this into the spread that they have right now to just go straight north, but over towards the Shipwreck Expanse. You're going to see Alliance taking that Mystic Might to its value as they're taking the fight outside of the Romy Yang. KLA are going to be their opponents, and the Merciless Havoc reveal is going to be coming out for the turnaround, potentially for one of these teams.
Yeah, but Revenge is just getting pinballed around by that Kylan ultimate. Alliance with that Mystic Might do have the damage reduction on their side, as well as that Takeda ultimate still online. 2 more shoves to Revenge's name, make that one, making sure to peel for his support players into the Tumult ultimate. Does he kite them? And it is going to be a full disengage attempt coming in from KLA. Revenge now with the proc of that F1, going to have to deal with the aggression coming through from the Hardy. But CXZ with that Kylan stays a little bit later before receiving that Hardy cube to reposition and tries to kite Alliance, splitting them into running in 2 separate directions so that KLA can have all of their players survive a little bit longer, as well as potentially run Alliance numbers disadvantage into a full squad, which is exactly what you need to do in these situations. It's the only thing that is going to make Alliance back on off of a free kill that they know that they can go for. 17S, unfortunately for KLA, will go down, but QGG and his Kylan will be able to live a little bit longer, which is massive for Alliance, or rather KLA, given the fact that they are currently on 7 kills. They need to be able to live a little bit longer, as even down that zip, as long as they have Hardy or Kylan, when that zone closes on up, they can still walk away with the MVP, especially if they're able to get their hands on a Rebirth Charm and bring their zip back. They're going to have to be careful, though, because we are seeing the teams with Yang Depletion now make their way to those Soul Altars, respawn into the map, and try to figure out some fight locations that they can take against some of these players. And it looks like TE might have been able to track down KLA. The bounty scroll pickup is going to be the nail in the coffin that gives KLA's location away, and CXZ is going to have to grapple like he's possessed to get away from the free players of TE bearing down upon him. Into Shipwreck he's gonna go, make sure that he can get his hands onto that Soul Altar as quickly as he possibly can, but unfortunately for him, if he brings one of his players back, TE is going to be directly on top of him, and he's just having to keep moving. Watch now utilizing that Zai F3 to close up the distance closer and closer. TE are getting, but crucially, they're running out of grapples. KLA, though, have done what they've needed to do. They've ran TE into FPX, and TE, with 2 minutes left on the Yang Depletion, have no choice but to turn onto the team in front of them and let KLA break off into the horizon, giving KLA the option, an opportunity to go to that Soul Altar, grab their third player back, and potentially third party the fight that T is going to be forced to take against FPX instead.
Wash is washing away all those grapples. He's now at 0 count. Now taking the chase over to the Windmill Gorge. You're going to see Wash having himself to just take this fight by hands and using his ultimate to get another F3 cast. Now he's going to capture out Sansi. Sansi has F1 available for the Tesla, so now it's up to him to burn out that Foxfire effect or time alone. Wu-Chang Port comes out in clutch right now for TE. They had to look for the Beacon of Light, but guess what? It's inside of one of the broken ships in Shipwreck, and that's a huge structure for them to kind of lock out and looking around, especially with the ravine play with the cliff sides and having so much terrain against them in their favor. Minute and 10
they're
seconds
gonna lose
right
the
now,
IV2.
Yeah,
That's
it's gonna
so
be
unfortunate.
They got F3 if they can look for a Trifid Junction fight, considering they still have the bounty score on CXC. The only problem is Council Courtyard also has ASC hiding somewhere around southbound. I saw that. I saw them hiding out. They got 6 eliminations. They're playing for endgame, making sure they can kind of work out. They got the gear necessary. That's going to be the case. KLA taking out the salute quest as it comes through. And CXZ still the bounty scroll. We got what, 45 seconds left for that Roman depletion? Yeah. And that's going to be where TE is going to be still trying to look for the hunt down. But of course, Draco Storm, I think, not Draco Storm, KLA 17S in the background. Alliance is over to the west side. You're going to see the whole lockdown here from ASC. Draco Storm, actually Draco Storm. ASC actually had the Jade ready, or had the buff ready to go here. And looking to try to get Leo out of the game. As Leo's losing the Kurumi ultimate. The sustain right now, losing out on the Zai not being here for the fight is kind of a tough spot. TE is going to be looking, just trying to survive out here as long as possible. And of course, Draco Storm proc hits, TE Leo goes down. Now it's up to Scene 14 looking to throw out as many horizontals, and he gets paired.
Third party?
Hopeful to see, because KLA has himself to get their third back up to the game, and that's going to be a rush down from Alliance on the left side. They see all this action. Now it's going to be a chance for the Spear for gold weapon and gold armor. And if any of the teams look towards the Draco Storm party wielder, they're going to be looking to try to get this team out of the game as soon as possible, considering it's a Viper Lucha and Tessa.
Yeah, here's the crazy thing. 17S for KLA was actually right next to the action when ASC and TE were fighting, and called to KLA that there is a fight going down, and you can see KLA's players have positioned accordingly to try and look for that third-party intrusion. If that fight went a little bit longer and ASC had to burn through some more of the resources, then they were happy to be parting with. Moonbane is going to come through and provide a nice distraction as well as a chunk of distance for ASE to put between themselves and all of these other teams. As FPX Alliance and GG all show up, Spiritwell is going to be on the board. FPX with that Viper test from Wuchen composition, as we talked about, struggles being able to hold down the space against some of the heroes that are more touted towards zoning ultimate and ability utilities, as we are going to see them immediately have to bend the knee. DRG showcases their interest, and every Viper Tesla Wuchen just has to back on off. Blistering Edge on that pole sword, as well as Cavalry Bloom coming on into the clutch for Kakaishi on that hardy WX98 with the cannon shots, just making sure that no one can actually enter into this dome and put damage onto the side of DRG for when it pops. GG waiting for that opportunity, might decide to make a late game play to grab some of the lead, and there it is. Tessa ultimate the second that the dome pops. DRG having to break away as far from everyone as they possibly can so that they don't get punished for getting hit into by that. WX98 does lose a massive chunk of his armor by way of the repeating crossbows, but he is going to get his zip utility to get healed fully on up, and DRG are able to smash and grab the loot upgrades. That was not the Spiritwell with the buff, so everyone is still very much going to be holding on to those resources, holding on to those ultimates for when that comes into play. Right now, it's about looking to see if you can take advantage of any of these teams out of position of a fight that kicks up from these teams having to put pressure on the players around them, so everyone turns on to them instead, so that everyone else in these areas can shark in and try and find that third-party opportunity. GG going to be taking a little bit of a lull opportunity to put themselves onto a Rift Dealers and pick up some resources, as I believe that graphic serve means that White Tigers is going to be in the next Spiritwell. So all hands on deck. There is going to be blood in the water, and a lot of these teams are going to get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, and then taking in White Tiger's prowess, there's also that Merciless Havoc that we keep in mind about. Pride's Fall is now in the mix, and having to see if whether or not the teams are going to be wanting to contest that. I mean, we saw Stanchion earlier in round one and how well the versatility of that Jade, or with that Jade being used into White Tigers, comes out to deny pressure. So if the teams really want to try to deny that, it's going to be up to them. FBX Junex, he's by his lonesome. Sansi and Shao here are down for the count, so now it's up to him to try to survive the game as a Viper. It's like we're getting deja vu for round one. But KLA, QGG, no armor. Taking some time to reset. There it is. DRG Kakashi looking to try to go for the resets here as Wushin98 goes to his own stead, and it's going to be cannon shots between cannon shots. Now the Violent Challengers to the west side. That's going to be coming out here from ASE, as they're going to be the ones that are wielding out that buff. Just get vision across every single one of the players, but knowing where the center mass is knowing where a player is exactly. So that's where all the other players are going to have vision into that stead. Now, F1 bulb getting thrown out here. You can see the separation. The tree line is going to be a huge advantage coming out from teams. 6 eliminations for Alliance. There's a Merciless Havoc coming out and just throwing out staff moves left and right. That's going to be a purple staff given towards the Merciless Havoc wielder, but Revenge wielding out the gold staff. Going to be a huge option selection here as Revenge going to go ahead and throw out these stanchion smikes and try to go for the gold focus. F1 comes out from Alliance's Yuma, trying to go for the chance of using his pole sword, denying entry. Now they take residency in towards the Spearwell, and now they're going to be proccing their ultimates, and now they're going to be trying to go in for the full invest, but they haven't even cleared their Spearwell yet. And now it's going to be a chance for them to pick it up here as long as no teams are inside the circle. And there it is. Alliance finds himself the White Tiger's prowess. Now the denial from KLA 17S, that Dragon War, forces a Fear and Blast in the opposite direction. Revenge having to go ahead, having jabbing available as well as one of the Jades. F1 is invested for Revenge, has his Takeda Fear and Ultimate still available. We're still denying range shots. And Alliance has himself 6 eliminations, just trying to farm out here. We got a total of 12 opponents for Alliance to look towards and just trying to farm out in a chain succession. Though the pathing is going to be very difficult considering how much terrain comes out into the advantage of all these players. Like I mentioned, the tree line, the buildings, they have not enough spacing between each other to kind of scare rush off of and create that spotting. ASC are hiding in the tree lines, just trying to make sure they don't get spotted. They are a Viper Witch and Tessa team that is going to be contested with. And Marana has an Aurora Burst to be revealed here. Now into the final 3.5 minutes. Gonna see Yuma trying to charging up the blistering edge because Moxie, the releases are gonna come back here back and forth until somebody gets parried.
Yep, Alliance with that Blustering Edge, forcing ASE into that corruption damage. ASE Xiang Dong having to rotate the full team into the open, has to utilize that Viper V1 to clear up the space, but the second that Viper ultimate is gone, ASE are going to be vulnerable. The Witch and Teleport now going to be forced. ASE slowly burning through all of their resources, and it's going to be noticed by every single team in this lobby. DRG on top of it, trying to find that punishment, as our Alliance Revenge going to throw the jab and gets parried, so loses that legendary staff, will not be able to utilize that soldier. It swaps over to the fist blades instead. There's the first kill on the board for Alliance. The shockwave reverberating through the entire rest of the lobby. ASE's Meringue comes on through with the Ouroboros, will be able to find the catch onto Revenge, who has been able to, with that kill, pick his hands onto his legendary staff yet again. Furenchef sent into KLACXE, who is open in the middle of that field. Alliance now getting pressured onto by some of these players. Going to utilize that Kurumi V2 so that they can keep themselves in their position secure, going through the bodies that they dropped on the side of ASE to shore up on some of those resources, fix the cannon, fix the staff, throw out the Merciless Havoc, and come on for rebuilding all of their ultimates. But Revenge again gets parried in the cast of jabbing. His team are going to cover him with that Blistering Edge throw out to put pressure onto the Tessa. Xiao Wen from ASC drops down to grief with the Tessa V1, knowing that Alliance with the Sand Siphon composition are the ones with White Tigers, needs to keep the Sand Siphon composition from picking up these kills and shockwaving the rest of the lobby. As a result, there is no other Sand Siphon composition on the board, so everybody knows who currently has the buff, who to position away from. Revenge gets the Kurumi tab and throws out the charged R&B, but eats the full hit of the meter dump into the Blistering Edge follow-up coming out from GG. Decatur ultimate knockback having to be invested to keep Revenge alive. The Furenchef's going to be extended as well, but he still goes down. GGLXM with the hero dash through on that Matari is able to find the kill, and Alliance loses a lot of the teeth to their composition. Decatur cannot go forward aggressively, cannot peel for his players. They're going to have to play the long con now and hope that the Kurumi Teva can bring that Decatur back unnoticed, as NY7 greets the Teva, tries to get the double uptime by tapping onto the body, throws out the Kurumi on the circle so that Revenge gets that full replenishment of the purple armor to proc as he gets brought back up. GG were not able to take the Takeda down, but they can keep him in the zone. Zai V2 from CJS gatekeeps Alliance's players yet again, and GG are on absolute fire. CJS with that Kurumi F3 still gets the 50 healing per second as well as the 20% damage reduction. Alliance now going to be trying to make anything that they can work as the kills start to pop off. The shockwaves almost hitting every single player left, but they don't get the kill. GG are the ones coming through. A huge late ultimate from DRG's Kylan to dash through all of the players left is DRG's hand at trying to make a play for that MVP, but ASC Xiao Wen, the lone Tessa who lived through absolutely everything, is the last person standing. How the heck did a Tessa make it unnoticed that long?
Amazing plays coming out here from ASC, staying through thick and thin, hiding out in the mid game, and then surviving in the end game. Like, that is absolutely impeccable for a Tessa to come through on this end. And it's and especially considering ASC picking up their MVP, take that multiplier for first place, y'all. So that's going to be the case scenario. ASC having a great momentum push. GG were dominating the majority of that end game circle, looking towards that Zai LXM. Huge damage spike coming out from LXM. Having, I think he had a max level Juggernaut at some point, so his damage is spiking. But then everything came out towards that tree, and then everyone kind of forgot about Tessa being live through. Even through all the Keelans that were available, Keelan's immunity guard just came out just too early, and now forcing out all of the DPS loss that comes out from mitigating said DPS, giving Tessa just another sustained route and pick up the soul wounds along the way, just staying alive. I mean, listen, if Viper Wucha and Tessa lives out to the endgame circle and the only person left is the one person that doesn't even have hasn't the cast of the ultimate, that's going to be the case scenario. I'm like, yo, they deserve it. ASC proved it out, and the best part is that coming out from the Council Courtyard fights that occurred and then shifted onto the eastern side of it, is that they never got contested. I mean, Alliance didn't want to take the fight. They saw how fast they were going through with the Draco Storm buff, but they didn't want to go through and stop that team. Everyone was too with Ice Tiger's prowess. ASC, they were hugging that tree as long as they could and staying into the high ground, and no one was going to be able to stop them if they weren't going to take the initiative themselves, because another team was going to look for them anyways.
I mean, Xiao Wen on that test just played it perfectly. Understanding that the Sand Siphon composition gets that Spirit Well uncontested, because as we've talked about, Tumultuous ultimate, when there's no other Tumultuous in the lobby, you can't overlay the other Temmie's ultimate and then go through the windows to be able to replenish like all of your Wisp catches. So they knew that Sand Siphon composition, the second those ultimates came into play, would be getting that Spirit Well, and as we talked about, they adapted. Instead of going for the contest of, we can use our ultimates to grab the Spirit Well, they used it to burn off the pressure from the team that picked the buff up, and Xiao Wen did a very admirable job of keeping his eye on the prize. He kept being very vigilant of when the Sand Siphon composition hit its burst window. First, when they picked up the buff, because they still had those ultimates active, but then when they went into the second cast of those ultimates from getting that proc off of the buffs, that's when we see the Tester ultimate come through. It really grieved both GG and Alliance from being able to do anything that they wanted. And Xiao Wen was very, very smart in terms of utilizing that Tester ultimate, throwing it out, because it reveals his location. It shows that there's a Tester that's still active and around, but everyone was turning onto the players that were stunned by the Tester, trying to take advantage of the opening that Xiao Wen gave him. So as a result, not only was he able to deny GG and Alliance from picking up more kills to that tally, he was also able to throw the attention off of him back onto other players and fade into the backs of every other player's minds. Because when we saw that final zone collapsing, it's the Kylans that everyone's looking at. It's the, is there a Tumult still alive, because the Sand Siphon composition was running around. We know Revenge on that Takeda got brought down. He got revived back by the Kurumi and then taken down again by GG with the IV2. But the Tumult is the thing that really could have been the spanner in the plans of a lot of these teams when it came to that final zone collapsing, because that ultimate would have just forced them into that storm, sapped all of their stamina, and meant that they ate all of the focus hits coming on through if they tried to get to the middle of it. And Xiao Wen just takes full advantage. He's able to perfectly balance the attention that players have on other higher priority heroes and utilize that to just keep living long enough that the 12 kills that AUC were able to pick up all through the round is translated into a last team standing and gets the kill score multiplier as a result. Like, if you look at the damage that he did, it's only 12,554, but crucially, he's able to keep himself alive when he's missing 2 of his teammates.
Mm-hmm. And even to the endgame circle too, right? Maran having the pressure of the field of play with the Roar Burst, even though he didn't have as much eliminations, silence control in the area effect of it, denied any sort of personnel in the entry. And of course, once the Wu Chen got out, right, it was all up to the Tester to kind of work out into the endgame circle alongside everything. Our top 12 though, having X1 as the gatekeeper now at 33, we're speeding by the leaderboard. JDG having 70 points in the top 6 though, FPX having 74, 80.6 for JL, Kayla at 81.5, 83 for GG, and Bada having the peak over here, 96.5. But like I said, right, game 2, round 2 for today was their really the culmination of all their points. Let me rephrase that. That was the only round that got a lot of points. They're still taking top leader scoreboard. They still have 3 rounds to make it count towards this. But we're gonna have some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, Gamers United. You know how it goes. You had to take a look at the chancing of this early game parry spam that was coming out. Here comes DRG. It was up against OUG, and you see how many blues are being connected, but then Wushen at 98 just looks to try to go for the solo, repositions, goes for Dragon Slayer, connects it, gives him the flop state, gets down Rico, goes for that horizontal release for the blue, and then the King just goes ahead for a blue focus. And guess who's ready for it? Both of the players from DRG. And get the elimination right through in there. Wushen 98 in the zone against Wolves. You saw the bloodlust that was coming out. DRG having the chances to picking up their 4th elimination up into their 5th as parries from the teammates into that Capum extension, like you mentioned, and how strong that can be. In the case scenario for the Benthic Descent coming in from Wolves' XEM, double parry from Wushen 98. Everyone's on their A game for today as a result, and this is going to be the first round Romy Yang as a fight between SS1 and the ALL.
Yeah, Revenge getting that 1-2 Lights Tiger lockdown with that spear, charging up into the Dragon Slayers to punish the Matari. The fact as well that they went for the Tumult Wisp combo extension in case the Matari was trying to just break away. One of the unfortunate realities of Matari is lacking that combo breaker. So if you get scooped up into the Dragon Slayers and you don't find the parry timing, you know that you're going to get grabbed into the Nessus, and a lot of your team are going to eat the full cleave. But we're going to see a Viper take the MVP for game number 3. We had, a Wu-Chen in game number 2 and a Viper in game number 3. It feels like we've hopped into a time machine. So we're seeing not the Attack on Titan composition, but definitely the resurgence of the Tesla Viper and Wu-Chen. And I, for one, am absolutely here for it. 18,201 damage done in total for Jiang Dong. The first time that he's been able to pick up MVP, coming on through with 8,777 damage on the spear, 4,143 damage off of those F3 massive chunks of hits at the very beginning of these rounds that do so much damage when these players just don't have the sustenance to be able to tank it.
Yeah, and the V1 coming through here just to try to catch as much of the chances of locking down and utilize the mitigation of it. I mean, that's one thing that kind of gives Viper V1 more precedence, especially after that buff. That's where some Vipers were using, V3, like, oh, it goes from 40% now to 50%. Viper's mitigation in V1 state, you're essentially like in a Kurumi F3. You're taking literal, next to nothing damage given circumstances of avoiding the attacks that are coming in your way and then catching some neutral attacks. But that's minuscule compared to what you were able to use it, in the 5 seconds that you're casting the ultimate. But another thing coming out here, right, into that game circle, right, is just having the opportunity of just catching someone in a sudden the out game circle. Now, Viper wasn't there in the end game circle, regardless, but she did catch a lot of those F3 shots that we were mentioning, and taking the aggression that she can, she goes straight into the front line and just trying to go ahead and knock anybody's back. Burning F3 is one thing. Burning F3 to burn someone's shield and having to force them to try to take the time of backing off to reset is another, and that's where the weaken heal really comes in as an extra benefit for it. Even if it's 8 seconds, that's 8 seconds of a quarter healing to give towards the opponent. And if your team has the right selection, as long as we saw the Viper not having any sort of purple jades, but if you have themselves any sort of burn jades, that's where Rupture Gale Lore comes in, Blistering Edge, reducing the healing even further. You're denying the pick me ups in the middle of fights that Zippy could have done. You're going to force the F ability coming from Kurumi to cleanse, or even an ultimate cast from the Kurumi, depending on the pressure that comes out. And having opportunities for the F3 to be as scaled high as it is, it's as it is, like I always call it, a pocket shotgun, because nothing is going to be preparing you for anything except getting knocked back into gold focus. And then the teammates come into lockdown with dual blades, pole sword, spear, etc. The list goes on, as weapon selections are in vast majorities. It is good, like you said, like the Attack on Titan, even though the Viper Wu-Chen Tessa hasn't disappeared, it hasn't been gone for as long as that comp. It is good to kind of see it rebound back into the scene. But we're gonna have a chance of rebounding. See what I did there? We're gonna rebound right into an interview, guys. We're gonna be coming back afterwards into a break and seeing you guys for round 4.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview. I'm Leah. So this time we have ASE 默然 come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也谢谢默然跟我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是默然。大家好，我是默然。
Okay, welcome. So 默然 is one of the new players from this week. So how do you feel like playing Nbpl on the stage? 那其实默然也是我们这一周的一个新选手，这周才来的，那就一定要问一下了，在我们赛场上打 Nbpl 是一个怎么样的感受呢？
我觉得这次上那个 Nbpl，打得我很愉悦，就打得我很尽兴，是这样的。
Okay, so I feel so happy and so excited for playing Nbpl on this stage. Well, so for ASE before, I think ASE need more noise on the stage because maybe for the grade the point is not the best. So what's your plan after you come to ASE? 其实在这一周之前 ASE 其实怎么说可能需要更多的声量在赛场上，成绩也不是说比较靠前的。那么你来了 ASE 之后是一个什么样的计划呢？
我们的计划是先进个周决，然后后面再争取复活赛进去，然后再去往冠军那个目标去打，因为我们很多英雄池都很不熟练嘛。
Okay, so our plans is first we want to get into the bi-weekly final first, and then we go to the qualified competition, and then go to the grand final competitions. We want to do this step by step and do more training, and maybe to explore our hero combination more in the competition. Okay, let's move on to our answer for treasure, please. So this time our question is, how many kills did Team ASE get in the game 3? A10, B11, C12, 13。那这一次我们的问题是，ASE 在第3把一共拿了多少个击败分呢？所以也请墨染给我们倒计时一下 ，Please count on the time.
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 答案是什么
11个。11个。
Is it? 确定吗
Yes.
Okay. Actually, the answer is 12. 其实答案是12个。You said 11. Why? 为什么说11个？记错了。
可能记错了，比赛比较紧张。
Okay, everyone. So the answer is 12. Well, when we mentioned about the game, I want to know in the game 3. Actually, when you guys come to the number 6 circle and you already got 9 kills, you have really high opportunity to get the MVP at that time. But Jiang Dong died first. And that time the camera is not on you, so we want to know how did Jiang Dong die? 那其实，在来到第6圈的时候，当时你们已经拿了9个击败分了，是很有机会可以拿到那一把的天选的，但是江东倒了。当时这个相机是不在你们的视角的，所以想问一下江东是怎么倒的呢？
江东的死亡应该是我们想去开一队张起灵队，然后吃掉以后，我们知道那个杀鬼是要开我们的，所以我交船了，但他们交完船还是盯上我们了。所以在没有大的情况下，我们是基本还不了手，所以把江东卖了，就导致他的死亡。
Oh, so at that time, when we want to attack a team with Kylie, but at that time there is another team with Takeda want to attack us as well. And at that time we already used our ultimate, so we didn't have any ability to fight back. So we just let Jiang Dong die to make sure that the other 2 teammates can alive at that time. OK， 也是谢谢那个墨染来到我们的赛后采访啊，第一次来采访，表现得非常不错，希望在后面的比赛里面你们可以有更好的成绩、更好的运气，好吗？
好，谢谢。
OK, thank for Moran come to our interview and good luck to you in the following games. And that's all for the interview. Bye bye everyone.
拜拜。
Hello everybody and welcome back to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We are heading into the second half of the day serve after we just got to see ASE walk away with a blistering game number 3, as well as doing a really good interview that gives a lot of insight into how a lot of these teams have to operate. The fact that they were saying like, yeah, we had to sacrifice one of our players to lose a lot of the attention on our other two teammates goes to show that a lot of the time it is much more valuable to lose one player and guarantee that your full team lives. But speaking about value, something that is incredibly valuable, some would even say priceless, is the exclusive drops that you can get your hands on by keeping your account linked while watching all of the Pro League esports. And you're especially going to want to make sure that those accounts are linked and you get your 60 minutes in next weekend, because I have seen chat, I have been in chat, every single person asks me in the drop rotations, when's Dragon's Grave, when's Dragon's Grave, when's the banner, when's the banner, and I have to tell them it's bi-weekly finals free. It's this next weekend coming on up. Saturday and Sunday, make sure that you are here to get your hands on that banner, especially given the fact that it's a bi-weekly finals, which means that those days can end early at any point in time. So you are not going to want to leave it last minute and think, oh, it's going to go to 8 games. I have plenty of hours to be able to make sure that I get my 60 minutes watch time in. No, do not leave it to the last second. Get it immediately so you can tick it off the checklist.
Yeah, people ask me, Silverio, when to get my Dragon Grave? I'm like, man, I've been telling you the whole time, bi-weekly 3 finals. I'm like, when is that? I'm like, it's the finals week. This is the week next. And then we have the chance of actually having the opportunity for the players to get that. That's for the goodies for you guys. And make sure, like she said, make sure you have your Twitch account binded. I've seen some players don't do that. And like, where's my rewards? I'm like, well, you know, the first step is to bind your account, right? Listen. It ain't rocket science, but a 1 + 1 = 2 in some mindset. ASE catching their first MVP, actually, I think, in terms of the overall, considering that they got that MVP last round, though. Nicely done for having to take attention off of them when it came down towards having Tessa and Wu Chen being the final 2. You know, having no Viper is what a lot of people would like to say is a whoosh, you know, brush off the brow, you know, because now it's like, oh yeah, I don't have to worry about a 5-second stun. But having a team with that amount of eliminations ending into the final circle, we always make mention about that point change that occurred post Koi Cup of just having first place. The 1.2 multiplier carries teams even to certain stardom, especially just having a chance of just catching the only multiplier granted into the match by catching first place. I don't care if a team has to hide in the bushes for like half a match. If they got 6 eliminations, they can hide out as long as they want, bro. They can just go ahead and take any sort of points they can, because placement points are going to be a key notion for that. We've seen teams like in even to the first round, right? No, second round, ASC had 9 eliminations, and they were before second Roman Yang, and 9 eliminations, had 2 teammates left. They got eliminated off, but look at the standings into round 2. I think they were top 4, and that was a kind of a precedence that sets it up. They were they were chilling back, laying back, watching the teams play for the next remaining half of the matches, because they got a lot of kills, and kills matter most in this current point value meta. So forcing into the second half now, Firefly is not going to course into aggression. We might even see the Siphons just being mono-picked into first round selections like in the past, just because every single one team wants to take that amount of aggression. Sand Siphons and Hollow Rock, though, definitely going to be a must, because you know, Kali Ying comps, they come into round 2, they come striking hard, and they come striking without, you know, a blaze of flash coming in from Keelan's being available to just go ahead and get, you know, early start fights. But Zyphon, Viper Witch, and Tessa's definitely going to be the talks of the town. If they have another chance of appearing a Viper Witch and Tessa MVP into their final round, it's going to be a precedence unbeknownst to you know, to most of the lobbies.
Yeah, I mean, Zyphon, it always rises exponentially whenever we have Fireflies, because, like, we talk about the fact that she's a budget cicada in terms of the V2 being so much easier to scale your equipment in comparison to the Takeda's V3. But whenever she gets her ultimate online, even if she doesn't have a weapon equipped, as long as she can pop her ultimate, it automatically gives her a grayscale weapon. So she doesn't have to worry about going for loot first, then Fireflies. You can literally grab Fireflies as the first thing as a Zype. Especially if you're running a Zyphon composition. Even if you don't have armor, you don't have to worry about tanking a lot of the damage, because your Karumi F3 tether is going to give you all of the sustain necessary to get yourself into a position and start utilizing that V2 to quite literally burn every single player around you to a cinder. It's why GG, whenever they go into a secret tunnel on Morris Isle, a lot of the time they run that Siphon composition, they prioritize either their Zai getting the Fireflies or their Mitari getting their Fireflies. So that Mitari can utilize her ultimate and give everybody, including the Zai, that F ability activation reset, so that Zai in the small enclosed spaces can get 2 casts of her F3 off when players don't have the room to be able to dodge it, but also so that she can start getting that heal Siphon activation to give her Zai a little bit more sturdiness to if the fight goes a little bit longer than GG are happier trying to take. And for that reason, I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of these teams try and push the Siphon composition as quick as they possibly can, especially if they're expecting the Cardi composition to come through from these players in phase 2. Because what we are seeing is anything with fire proc is just immediately one of those top priorities that you have to get your hands on. I don't think I have ever seen more blistering edges in games before than in this year when we saw that Kurumi overtake the Zip in terms of just creeping her out of the S+ tier meta for a support. Like before, blistering edge was a very good soul jade, but it was also very niche in terms of when it was pulled out. But now, because of there being so much of an importance on being able to zone out the Cardi composition from Spirit World captures, and also just having it in the back pocket very early on for Yang fights, given the fact that it's a purple rarity Soul Jade, which still boggles the mind. I know we're always saying, like, I can't believe Flameswrap and Rupture Gale is still a combined Soul Jade for the canon, and that's purple rarity, but in my eyes, Blistering Edge is another one that probably needs a little bit of a hike in terms of rarity and levels of attainability, because that Soul Jade in this meta kind of busted.
You know what I want to see though? You know what I want to see in this mix-up? I want to see combos. I don't know. I mean, not combos.
You got your CGS. You got the generic combo killing Spider and solos earlier in the week.
I don't want to talk about that. I saw that. I was witness live. I was like, huh? Everything. No, we actually saw yesterday, meaning day 1 trios. I can't remember the team. I don't know. It's out of my memory pocket pool. Zai came through. And I was able to kind of witness some shenanigans with Zai. You know, I'm the guy in the center here. I saw some shenanigans. I'm actually the laptop. About to write down the robot. Listen, F3 Zai extension uppercut. That was something I was not suspecting and not seeing until yesterday. And that was something that kind of threw me off because that's a pocketed situation of lining a alleyway of DPS. For everything kind of coming into play here, other ultimates are even to the contingency of looking forward to that. Zai just has that kit. She's that unit. She's the gal. She has everything kind of working for her where she can just look anywhere and extend it past. That's where that pressure comes out. That's why I want to see what season 14 of V1 Zai ever makes its appearance in trios, because we were making mention of this, just seeing how V1 Zai now in season 14 having omnidirectional gold focus attacks. Well, when you throw it out in midair, it throws an enemy opponent back. It throws it behind you. Teammates can look for the line up there if they're looking for dual blades to try to go for just an R&B spam, or it can even lead out in towards another extension of like uppercuts in that nature. I would like to see how well these teams are wanting to integrate capturing units, especially capturing off of using V3 for the Tumult. I know we've been seeing V3 Tumult a lot more into the round picks compared to when we saw V1 and V2, especially V2 making an appearance, right? Where that 14-second alteration, taking a full stead of just having as much stamina to be regen for the team. And then now we're seeing V3 being utilized. At one point in spring season, I was thinking about V3, like, yeah, I get it. But it's a 12-second duration ultimate. You're not going to have a combo breaker being available for you to pass through and without. But the thing is that even with V2, you've seen these V3 Tumult users are going out their way of using the ultimate, knowing that their team can hold down the fort, and knowing that if anything comes down towards spamming Wisp might be more of a beneficial aspect, considering Fear and Blast can knock back into Wisp, right? That might be the potential of what we've seen there. That connection alone, locking someone in animation, one of the strongest forms to CC in the game, can come into full turnout of a deletion set for a team, whether or not the Kurumi comes in or is it pinging, or even towards having the Tumult to drop right down with a spear, right? Spear, Dragon Slayer, connecting towards a full-on Wisp target. You know no one's going to live after that point. And now we coming into the new season with season 14 with the new horizontal changes coming in for the spear. Well, guess what? You can throw it one direction and throw it the other way back. It's a 180 type blue focus that comes up. So everything kind of works into place for the new meta for seeing the players using the V3. And then once this week updates, and hopefully they see in week 4, we get season 14 patch, or even to last chance qualifiers, we'll be able to see in the new able-bodied sense of where these players are coming through. I mean, that's what I've been saying in terms of solos, right? No one's using V2 Liam because it's dog water now in terms of season 14. But the more important aspect is, okay, if it is, what's going to be our objective in terms of going back? Because we can go back to V1 Liam in solos. Now in the trios, Zai is going to be becoming more prominent. You're going to have a chance of seeing the Spirals going through. Is that going to change up the team comps? Are we going to see some Fairies making their appearance back in? Well, whether or not the Fairies make their appearance, they got 3 minutes to make that Spear World happen. Otherwise, Zone 3 and Zone 4 are going to have only a 2-minute buff. Whether or not you'll be looking for kill potential there, it's always going to be up to the ultimate reset standpoint that gives teams that full initiation value that I would hope to see. And of course, just hoping to kind of muster into these next couple of minutes.
I'm so excited for New Valda. I'm so excited for New Valda. I mean, VT, not a lot is going to change off of that, but the F1 being able to just hold gold through so much, it is crazy. I was talking to my friends earlier this week, and I was like talking them through the Valda changes. They asked me like, what should I play? Should I play the F2 or should I play the F1? I'm like, well, the F2 is good defensively because, you know, you have your combo break. But the F1 just being able to hold that gold and just iframe through so much is just, it's so nice. It's so lovely. And in trios too, like when you're able to find the full charge up of those bubbles, and yes, the shorter duration, but still able to just want to, especially with the spear, just want to light stagger them through every single tier of bubble. It's so satisfying. As GG going to be getting the daily nap-in free. Oh, this is every single time. The casters were saying on the last trios they thought Free-Frio has a migraine or something. No, he does this every single time in between rounds to make sure that he's getting plenty of sleep in, as these players understand how exhausting a full day of games can be, as we had a little bit of a technical issue, but it has since been fixed, and we will be getting into game number 4 very, very shortly, as we're going to be seeing Alliance pop up on screen. And Alliance is a team that I had a lot of hopes for coming into this regular bi-weekly, really hoping to see them pop off and continue the momentum that they found in the previous regular weeks. Feels like they're still suffering from a little bit of a dent in confidence from how the last bi-weekly finals panned on out for them, unfortunately.
Yeah, because considering that consistency comes out in many forms, usually in the finals weeks, once we enter to that 3-day round system, I mean, that's just something that teams are like looking to, you know, they're hoping for, they're anticipating it. And then sometimes the drive kicks down and they stumble on a rock and then they trip over. But that's where we get back up. That's where we look forward in terms of the turnaround. So coming into the first round selection, we're in here. Sand Siphon for 2 teams coming from Bauta and JDG. Kayla taking the Xiphon here. DRG still opting in for a selection of their process. Kind of hoping to see if they're going to rock a Sand Siphon themselves. Xiphon's going to be the choice pick. That's going to be a Karumi band of +1 into round 2, or phase 2, I should say, for the selection pool process. I mean, I might see some Viper Wooch and Tessus in phase 2. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I think it might be an appearance here, just because of past precedences. Looks like Kadi Ying is gonna make their chances of OUG. Xiphon coming in from FPX. Yo, Kadi Ying's, all right, take the board. SS1, I saw you just go for it. All right, so that's gonna be 3. That's gonna be a 1-point ban for that team comp selection into round 3. Which means then the option to decide upon using Viper, which tests on the table. Alliance is going to be the first ones to heat it into the stead. We got ourselves GG to work it through as well. Now it's up to TE and Wolves to follow suit or take that 3-point ban if it comes down towards using the Kari Ying. But I think TE are still just trying to find that lockdown of potential. I mean, they go into a really random comp. It's not really the time and place, but I would like to see
debating. It. They're taking a very long time in figuring out what composition they want to play. Alliance with the Tesla Viper Witch, and in my eyes, this is Alliance running their best composition. This is the composition where they're able to put together a lot of kills normally. So I'm hoping that they're going to be able to utilize that and spring back in to action as TE. Oh! Yeah. That's why they were taking a little bit of time to lock in the composition that they wanted. Takeda, Zip, Zai. Now, I cannot wait to see what loadouts they're going to have with this composition. I mean, obviously for Takeda F1v3, surely. We've seen, was it
You wanted to
JL?
see it.
I'm pretty sure JL ran F2 Takeda
Yes.
last bi-weekly. And Dunk and I were just both taken by extreme surprise seeing that one, because it's been... I can count on my hand the amount of times for the full duration of Nbpl that I've cast. The amount of times I've seen Takeda F2 in Trios. It's happened like twice. And both times it's been JL's VVV. Then again, it's always JL when they come in with something a little bit off the usual playing field in terms of those ability loadouts, like TXJ with the Yodo F1, VVV with the Kylan F2. He's one of the Kylans who utilized the F2 for a little while. With the Kylan, which is not the combo break, it's the much more aggressive ability where you can extend, you can hold them in place for 2 seconds, your teammates can get a free focus strike hit, and then you can kick them to the curb and get an extension off of that as well.
Yeah, OUG ran F2 Takeda, I think in around 1 or 2 as well. So that was like that was my when I saw that. So make it 4 times, or maybe 3. We'll maybe not see the 5th time, because that F2, it's a lower cooldown, but you can get staggered so easily out of it. So it's really just up to surprise, ace up your sleeve move that you can go up against opponents. We'll have to see what the cook up is going through. TE chefs in the kitchen. Hopefully to see what the meal is set up for. No appetizers, you're going straight to the entrees, because we're into round 4. We have ourselves to make sure the dessert is on the menu for this team if they end up popping off, because everyone's going to come back with Raven reviews, 5 stars. Throw it on the site.
I mean, they do have a history. They do have Michelin stars to their names. It was TE behind the Tessa Viper Wucheng composition. Back when they had TXJ and VVV. How much of an impact those 2 players had on being able to figure that composition out for TE, I'm not entirely sure, but to the best of my knowledge, TE have retained their staff. So they still have, I believe, the same coach as they had last year, and Leo was a part of that roster. So he is going to be in the kitchen and potentially finding a new composition, because this is actually really in line with what we see for NARAKA esports as a whole. In terms of it's getting closer to Jacob, a lot of these teams trying to find a new composition, which sets some of the other teams around them a little bit further back in terms of the practicing hours, as we're going to be seeing Wolves and DRG, one of these teams, going to be headed back to the Soul Altar early on, both dropping onto the outskirts of Matop. Dunkwing coming on through with the pole sword on this side, tries to come in with the charged RMB, putting pressure onto Wolves. XEM, WX98 in the meantime has been taken down as Dunkwing is hit into by the stone form. Dragon Slayer's into Nezhas. He's not ready for it. And Wolves are going to be able to take the fight win.
Yo, I think Wolves just did a level 3 greatsword horizontal swing from the top of the structure. So they dropped down swinging. Now Wolves, 3 eliminations. Ultimates on standby for Tessa. We're at 75% so far for Viper once they enter into the vicinity of the Meta-Bell region. So whether or not they're going to the Temple of Light and Shadow, there's only 3 bells that can kind of look forward in terms of looking for opponents. TE already arriving towards the bottom floor. You have Leo on the top end. Now Wolves takes an opportunity of looking towards one of these targets. Leo just letting behind himself in terms of by himself. He has.
Wait, sir, that's not F3.
I know, as I mentioned, I was like, that's F1. So in case he does get caught out, he's got a combo breaker and he's using V1. Wait. Hold on. V1. Back it up. Back it up. Back it up. This is in the season 14 patch, folks. So he's using V1 preemptively. He's got the knowledge knowing that it's going to be more casts of the ensnared meter, the center meter versus V2, but I'm curious about how he's going to do it in terms of adjusting towards the next match. I'm curious.
I want to see them in a realm of Yang. I really want to see this team in a realm of Yang now to see how they use this lineup. Wolves XEM though with that Viper F3 finding that immediate chunk of damage onto the Zai. Tries to grapple away. Wolves have dropped a Moonbane directly on top of this fight. XEM's going to be holding them in position with this Viper V1 so that his teammates can set up the Dragon Slayers into Nezas yet again. And that is one of the problems that T is going to be running into. They do not have a disengagement tool, as it's going to be XEM getting to cycle back into that F3, connects it onto the zip. 14 gets the ultimate to proc, but unfortunately that heal reduction on the F3 means it does absolutely nothing in the face of the charge vertical on that spear. And that is unfortunately TE overcooking in the kitchen. The ticket comes out and it's a little bit raw.
Yeah, F1 comes through, and that's the deletion from Wolves getting that set. I mean, listen, Wolves is stacked from the get-go anyhow, but at the same time, V1 Viper, Moonbane, the pressure was on onslaught between the folks. So TE still have a chance of living. Alliance, though, they see ASC's Youngdong is going to be getting out here once that test enchant. He takes the teleporter, though. Shout out to Xiao Wen. Setting up the teleporter as a hottie, getting the team out, and now he's going to be taking the pressure and beating that frontliner. F3 is down for Knee7, so whether or not he's going to use his chance to take him time to heal here and engage again with R&Bs, he's going to be looking to try to look for that backline and trying to see whether or not he can catch it. There's the F3, misses all targets in the play. Finds the parry, though. This is huge. Double targets in the play. Like, Keelan's going to go for that knockback with the ultimate cast. Now, Knee7's going to have the ultimate to be set up, but try to lock down whether or not the hottie has the ultimate ready to go here. He's going to be the one soul in purpose and picking up the soul blooms for that reset for the ultimate. But of course, finds one stun. It's going to be on the one target that you may not be thinking was going to get caught. And now it's going to be a focus down on Alliance's Knee7. Now, of course, Yuma is already in soul form after he comes out here, but one shot is all that's needed. And there it is. Musket shot from Xiao Wen. ASC, 3 eliminations so far. They got themselves not to be the kill leaders because Wolves is at 6, and guess what Wolves is about to do? We're going to be the biggest bomb coming through here as XEM just says, hey, how's it going? R&B releases, nothing going to be leaving anyone alive as Xiao Wen is the first to go down. Jiangdan goes for the F1 as the investment comes out, and the F3 goes down. There goes Maran. Wolves is at 8 eliminations, yo. This is going to be a solo pickup that XEM is picking up, and now he's going to find that last solo giving to Night HQ or even XEM again, because now he would be at 80%. You know what? Maybe this is Wolves' game.
They are the only team that have won a bi-weekly finals this season. This is very much Wolves this season. Like, that coach that they picked up from XCG before XCG disbanded has been doing work for this team. They were so improved in Season 1, but they're looking even better, even more synergized in Season 2. The fact that they used that Viper V1 and then they didn't even invest the F3 to be able to get the insta-hit or damage on the stunned players because they understand that all 3 of their players are going to be able to collapse onto one person, and then they can utilize the F3 to catch onto the second player into the Tessa ultimate enchantment, and the Kylan just falls very swiftly afterwards, making it look so clean. It really is not that easy, but Wolves make it just look so easy. 3-2-1, entire team fight done. As, like you said, they're about to hit double digits. They're 1 away. And it's not even before we see the first Ram of Yang spawn. We get aggressive Horror of Firefly games where these teams were on 11 kills before the second Yang. Never have we seen 9 kills before the first Ram of Yang spawns. Wolves on absolute fire. They have understood that they need a really good pop-off game to make their way up those standings. They need to make sure that they can qualify into this next bi-weekly finals and defend their titles, and they are on the path for it. Is OUG going to be taking a little bit of downtime to lit up, could potentially be taking a fight against FPX. Going to have to be careful because JDG are going to be directly behind them, and if they're not too careful, if they take a fight against one of them, they're going to be caught odd one out in the middle and get turned onto by both of these teams. They've spotted FPX. FPX having made a rotation over towards Salvation Podium, as that was a legendary weapon in the hands of one of their players. I think it was the nunchucks.
Yep.
As we are going to see JDG waiting on the outskirts. 10 seconds left on the Moonbane. Or rather, 30 seconds left on the Moonbane. Are they going to be able to cast it? Yes, they will be able to. Directly on top of FPX, who are going to see that massive AoE, see that there is a team looking to trap them down, and reposition to the outer edges of it, as we're going to see Zone going head-to-head with ASE. Gen 1 on that Hardy, setting up the text to make sure that everyone has a combo breaker to get on out. Rosemary, very thankful for that combo breaker, is going to be able to break away from the fight because of it. As we're going to see Jiang Dong now with that dagger, putting the pressure onto the Hardy, forcing the combo breaker from ASE's side this time around. As that comes through, both of those combo breakers invested. ASE going to reposition away from the fight and look to recover, but almost run directly into the middle of FPX as a result.
Yeah, the blender might be occurring here. Rumyang's still showing out and trying to separate the teams as ASE pushes in towards north of the Moonfall Pass. Yeah, we're doing breakdancing over? What's going on here, Rosemary? Gonna be going ahead. being closed out here. Wolves, Vicinity. Now, Vicinity check comes out. ASC takes a bow shot to the back of the line. Now it's going to be a chance for the Tessa Enchant to hit, but it's not going to confirm any strikes from NIHQ. Now up to the Keelan, allowing pressure against XCM. This is going to be where he's going to save his F3 as long as he can. There's going to be the double slash. The confirmation for 3 is met, and now it's going to be XCM losing all his armor. F1 from the Wu Chen from ZK comes out. There's the F3 cast. Now it's going to be burning out the Keelan immunity guard. And as SS1 looks to try to go for it, Rosemary is in the Keelan state now for the ultimate. Now it comes down whether or not Wolves takes an opportunity here. They're going to lock down a single target coming out from what seems to be ASC's Moran and looking to try to capture a stagger. F3 is available for XCM. Doesn't use it yet, and now he guarantees it with that Tessa Enchant, looking towards a V1 usage, and now it's a guarantee for maybe 1 or 2 stun, maybe 3 total coming through here as the third party SS1 makes their way through to the south side. FPX as well, fully reset and fully kitted out. XCM needs to look to try to go for 1 armor powder here. Merciless Havoc the whole time. Having XCM on this Merciless Havoc now gives no reason for a push here. The pressure now is going to be on to whether or not they understand that XCM as well as NIHQ and ZK are out of ultimates, but ZK still has a Wu Chen port set. But while we go through there, we got Romy Yang for the first round into round 4.
OUG versus JDG. OUG's Jinyu with that Keelan ultimate cutting through these players like absolute grass. Jinyu with the cleaves, bouncing them all out of that Kurumi. V2 still has another one and another one. Fear and Shove's going to be invested, but the Keelan ultimate still continues over and over. He interrupts the Takeda as it is going to be T-Tick overholding on the charged RMB on that fan. Jinyu misreading the timing of the F ability. Swaps over to the Dual Blades now out of the ultimate, charges up the Scale Rush to keep up the pressure onto the players of JDG. It's just T-Tick who's going low, gets the 1-2 onto the fan, into the jump LMB, into the RMB. But Jinyu is able to utilize those pillars, Scale Rush away, break off from the fight as his players are going to lock down that Cicada. In the meantime, GG currently on the board with White Tiger's prowess that they've picked up from a Spirit Well. KLA being successful inside their realm of Yang, get their hands onto Vermilion Birdsmite. We're going to see DRG and OUG also winning theirs as Wolves taking the fight against Zone. XCM with the opener of that Viper F3, getting that Tessa Enchantment extension onto the Hardy before Gen 1 can break away from the fight with the ultimate. And that is going to take Wolves up to an absolute steamroll of kills that they've been able to put together. We're just waiting to see the Souldrake loadout, to see all of the kills that this team has been able to pick up. 12 picked on up for Wolves before we see the second realm of Yang. And they are going to be out hunting down these teams, hunting down these fights that the teams with Yang depletion are going to be forced to take. KLA rotating into Imperial. OUG on the heels of KLA, who are getting very, very close to Imperial as well. Could potentially kite in, and we could see 4 teams going head-to-head in this space. KLA going to be looking at taking a fight against OUG. OUG with that Vermilion Birdsmite, legendary nunchucks that they've been able to get into the hands of their Keelan, as well as that V2 ready to go. Combo break now going to be invested. Jinyu putting the pressure onto the other team, trying to isolate out one of these targets. The Kurumi is the player that they've got in their sights, trying to force that support utility as quickly as possible, force the Kurumi away from the players so that the tether is out of meter distance. Have to be careful though, because JDG have spotted out the fight, are lurking around, waiting to see if they can find the third party before they try and make their move. Jinyu still holding on to this Keelan ultimate, is going to dash over those fences, gets the zip sustain from that F, looks for the parry, doesn't manage to find it, but does stop the wind-up of the Dragon Slayers. Internet has confirmed that was being looked for. JDG now deciding to make their move with the third party. Two-Tick gets that Kurumi tether. They're going to reposition away as the Tessa ultimate comes out from GG, who find the fourth party. LXM with a massive hit of damage, but doesn't find the kill. The charged RMB on the fist blades may be faster, but unfortunately for them, OUG get to come in first. Aurora's burst out on the field, sets them up to be able to come through with another Tessa Enchantment stun, and we can see the Vermilion Birdsmite just getting plucked off of play after player's bodies. We said Imperial would see a lot of aggression serve, and it is seeing one heck of a fight.
White Tiger's prowess now going to be depleted. JDG 2-Sec getting a parry off of Yuma. Alliance is going to be trying to repossess themselves and towards outside of the beast pen towards the tower. But of course, 2-Sec having chances of just having F1 available, having ultimate available, still has 90 seconds to try to get eliminations for Soul Blooms right now. And that's going to be the whole investment when knowing a team is going to disengage and catching them off for their, without any sort of skills, no cooldowns, or nothing. Now, GG backing away from this. They don't want to take any sort of close pocketed fights. They had the first element of surprise, and noticing they use that at Tessa and Chant. Missing opportunity if you're trying to catch as many eliminations as they were hoping for. Now going to be just going straight towards objective-based gameplay towards the map. Now, 2-Sec though, he needs to make sure that he can go for the full investment. Now he's going to be spamming the fans, spamming the Fear and Blast, and now going to be a parry in the backline. Nice one from Revenge. That's going to be a lockdown for all of JDG into the zone, and now it's going to be 2-Sec trying to deny with Fear and Blast. Of course, Jin goes down immediately due to the Romanian depletion. Double parry coming from 2-Sec, catches it. F1 investment coming up from that Tessa, and now it's going to be Yuma going ahead and getting last hit confirmations. Most likely the Soulman gets picked up though. 2-Sec gets stuck in the R&Bs, and now is a parry again from Revenge. Is clean on with it, and now 2-Sec taking tick damage by the zone, leaving out one last member of the team. Now, of course, KLA show back up into the case, so 6 eliminations. They want to catch any sort of stragglers if they can. Alliance is now retreating towards the east side. This is a deep in zone position that we're in right now. Now they got 4 grapples for QGG. He's got F3. He wants to do the close gap that we've seen once before to try to get Yuma. But Yuma is going to be staying silent near the tower. Whether or not QGG wants to head down towards that way, he's going to be going ahead and thinking about the unexpected. Nah, he's going for the expected, the escape. Now towards south side, towards the ballista range, coming towards this tower, northwest of the core. We have to be careful. GG. 5 eliminations right now. I haven't seen a lick of wolves in the past, past like 5 minutes, and they're just be hunting around here in outside of Plume Castle. But Bauda having a chance to see Ballista shots.
GG's on Ballista.
This is why this man was laying his head on the table. Actually, folks, he's looking for the Ballista aim. He got it. He's looking to try.
They've spotted Bauda. Bauda having to rotate wide side of zone because that Ballista fire connected onto one of them. And it is going to be KLA now caught a little bit late in the rotation. QGG between 2 players of GG. Going to utilize that Zai F3 to try and break up onto the high ground cliffs away from the players of GG and go unspotted as Bauda had come in, turned around. They knew that teams were behind them. They knew that the team was on Ballista and that those players had now abandoned that position to try and chase down everyone who was late in the rotation. And it's Bauda who are the ones who are actually going to be able to find the profit. KLA's QGG goes down to the Sand Siphon composition. GG, though, backed off. They saw Bauda come through. They knew that they'd given up that hierarchy position of the Ballista, hanging like a guillotine over the heads of everyone in the area, and made sure that when Bauda came for the third party, GG were not the ones that were caught out. As in the meantime, we have the second realm of Yang spawning on up. DRG Donkwing with that Zypher. The Zyphon composition utilizing that F3, trying to find the chase down. Looks to find the parry, putting the pressure onto his Hardy, forcing that cube out as quickly as possible. The combo breaker going to be burned from the side of OUG. Donkwing is still holding on to the Zy V2. Gets another hit off the F3 reset from that Matari ultimate, as well as the Kurumi Tether, so he can keep that damage reduction and heal going and keep the aggression in play. Now he's going to come through with that V2 on the circle in play as well, so that he can utilize that to refresh himself if he finds himself being pressured on out by the Kylan or the Hardy. Currently in motion, the third F3 now comes on out. Unfortunately for him, DRG have not been able to live through the attrition of ultimates that OUG cycled against them. The Kurumi has been taken down, the Matari has been taken down, and the Zai, without that tankiness, without the sturdiness of the F3 that is supplied to the Zai in the V2, does not have any of the damage reduction to be able to lift the pressure of having to put herself into that first position of play. GG on the outside have chased down Bauda. This is the fight that we saw delayed from when both of these teams backed on off from the fight against KLA, but GG are going to be the ones walking away the victor. The tail end of things finished off with the jump LMBs, setting up the stagger for Free Frio to come through with those longsword hits.
And now GG up with the 8 eliminations, Wolves, Spearwheel gliding. And now this is going to be over towards a Ghastly Miss. So each of those hands going to hit an 8-second silence. Got to be careful about that in case any sort of players are going to be showing up. That's why they're kiting the buff to try to delay the timeout. FPX just going ahead, though, with the Draco Storm for 70 seconds. Having Gold Nunnies to be on standby with purple armors as well. FPX actually working through here pretty significantly. I mean, having the gear necessary for when it enters into the end game. Now, DRG, we saw Dongqing, I think he actually has group heal. So the sustain from this team in the overworld might be just better than the Romy position that they're in. Just dependency on whether or not Dongqing takes necessary or routage, just backing away from any sort of engagement for just a couple of seconds, gets the team a little bit of armor reset, comes right back in as a hybrid support, or not a hybrid support, but taking the Jade into consideration is able to keep a frontline utility aspect in the case scenario that Wuxia 98 is trying to support Kakaxi in any shape, way, or form with or without the ultimate. Now, SS1 finds a Rebirth Charm. We're going to get our teammate back up for either the Keelan or the Hottie. Actually, going to go through here and see Yuma get it deleted into the Plume Castle. OUG getting the kills. OUG actually picking up, if I'm not mistaken, can't even see the eliminations because they're still trying to catch their points through here. But if everything comes out towards OUG, Alliance is just going ahead and losing out Yuma. This gives Wu Chen just enough time to just walk around here because now it's going to be him instigating fights. OUG, GG, they're all around here, as well as SS1 spotting out Yuma. I called him. I mean, the revenge is going to be called out here into the Plume Castle as DRG going to go full send. Remember, they need soul blooms. They need to get rid of the Romy depletion. 3.5 minutes going to come out here. Aurora Burst reveal, giving a chance for that Roger skip, but it's not going to be enough, and that's going to be a huge spike. Gold, Hong Sword, Aurora Burst giving towards DRG. So that's going to be something they're going to be keeping out and being very glad that they got their hands on it.
Yeah, and that is one Soul Bloom picked up, one of their players cleansed. Unfortunately for them, though, they did not manage to find a full team kill. Silver lining, they found a player who was caught out alone and as a result didn't need to invest ultimates to be able to lock that kill down, as it is going to be them now with 2 minutes on the timer to be able to pick up these Soul Blooms and cleanse these lost players. ASE caught out deep in that zone, potentially going to be picked up by OUG, who have the Mystic Might. It's going to be a thin wire for ASE to be able to rotate around OUG without being spotted, which is exactly what OUG are trying to use these last couple of procs of Mystic Might to do. Figure out if anyone is trying to rotate blind side of zone. As this is a recovery play coming through from ASE. They managed to get both of their players back in. As unfortunately for zone, they've been found out. DRG coming on through, putting on the pressure to this zip. Aurora Burst comes on through. Poison Splash is going to proc, signaling the fact that 2-2 has gone down. Unfortunately for OUG, though, the reveal has given away the fact that there was a fight going down, and now there is going to be them having to take this fight against Wolves. Jinyu with the Keelan ultimate already out in the field, looking to find these dash throughs off of a legendary scaled weapon. OUG not really wanting to full commit until they can see that GG are pulled onto the low ground, and Jinyu can find that last slash to find a full confirmation hit and get a little bit of sustain before that ultimate runs out. His Zip F is going to give him the full hit of his health bar back, but now he's caught out a little bit further away from his plays, gets caught onto by that Tessa V1, which is going to lead into LXM with the Viper V1. The stun comes out. Jinyu takes so much damage off of the jabbing, goes down almost immediately to the legendarily scaled F3 hit from LXM. Sir, if you want to see a magic trick, I can make a player disappear, LXM says. Houdini and blink. Absolute detonation.
I hear you with the he who shall not be named. Everything comes out when no one's prepared. When the Viper gets a guaranteed 3-man Tessa enchant, and that was one thing that just occurred there. Wolves now into the mix, want to try to go crazy with the R&Bs. Throwing a lot of blues. Cloud Weaver coming out from Zhao Q, and now it's going to be elimination potentially to get off of SS1, but FPX found it. And that's going to be where 2-2 goes down. Sanzi's going to find the elimination. For everything coming out, though, we still have a chance between the fights because XCM gets caught by that 1-2-3 out of QGG. KLA coming in through here with the Viper Wuchen Tessa chase down as Wolves is trying to go for that res. They got a Xiphon. They can take the chase as long as they want. They got the F3 to close gap. They got the 3-man chest and a chant again, but IHQ is just going to go ahead and burn time to try to get the Wuchen port. We got a res off of XCM in the background, though. This is pretty good to get the team back out, but that burn is what's going to kill him off again. Now F1 comes out from IHQ. This is tough. tough for Wolves. The Xiphon comes out on top as the chase potential goes down towards the Pinnacle Town. And now, of course, Dongxing is just going to go crazy and trying to pick up a Soul Bloom and go again for round 2 for Ultimate. Woods ZK has to just guide out here for placement right now. And now it's going to be gold weapon, gold armor, and gold jades. This is going to be a huge selection. I see a longsword. I need to see the jades. I see a Cloud Weaver on the hand standby, and hoping to see whether or not LXM found something of usefulness. Now, that's 2 focus lights on this team, by the way, folks.
Yeah, they've got blistering as well. I'm pretty sure LXM has jabbing on the staff as well. So GG absolutely stacked. GG's best games are always Holoroth. Although KLA are going to showcase the fact that they have Merciless Havoc. GG might make a play for this if they really want that Soul Jade. Especially given the fact that that Spirit Well is going to be contested when it procs up in the next one, and Merciless Havoc is one of the best Soul Jades to be able to utilize to grab that ground. KLA going to have to be very careful about how they rotate that one, though. GG not going to be taking a fight just yet. They don't have that Viper V1 fully procced and ready to go. There's too many teams in the area, as well as the fact that there's too many Xiphon compositions in the area for them to fully rely on that Viper ultimate, allowing them to bail out if they do over-regress, like Wolves experience, given the fact that Matari ultimate entirely counters. We are going to see the Cloud Weaver coming on through from ASE. Moran, who throws the charged RMB into the faces of GG and will lose his life because of it. GG now get the kill that they were looking for. Wu Chen teleport out before any of their players can go down, or the Moonbane can make it harder for them to rotate out of the fight. That is the play that they needed to make. That's the play that Wolves needed to make as well. As Wolves stayed in the fight a little bit too long. FPX now showcasing that they have Cloud Weavers. So we have 2 Cloud Weavers on the field guaranteed. We've got 1 from GG. We've got 1 from FPX. DRG have a Aurora Burst on the legendary Hang Sword, as Dongqing almost has a chunk of his armor ripped off by the Moonbane. Never mind, we go back into it. As like he is going to drop the Soul Jade, heal up, pick it up again, so he doesn't have to burn through all of his resources before going for the next hit of Aurora Burst in a position where Moonbane cannot possibly interact with him.
They got 2 Aurora Bursts on DRG side too, folks. So you got to keep in mind how detrimental it's going to end up going. GG also have Wild Wind Spout, so I'm not sure if they're going to be really dropping that Pole Sword like we saw from the Tessa. But if they end up using that, it's going to be a worthwhile effort, especially coming out for the Jade selections. This is where Jade's game comes into play, folks. And now the end game circle really comes up to push that boundary line.
It's Mystic. It's okay. It's Mystic.
Insurance policy. I mean, reset every single ultimate, Viper ultimate preemptive. I mean, looking at Kakashi getting the musket shot on LXM is not what GG wants to see. Now DRG is showing into place what they got. Double Aurora Burst to be available, and then Chant is good. But guess what? Kakashi going to defend. Dongqing's going to defend. Every single one of these Jades are going to be working in their favor. As you can see, the background is going to be coming through. GG going to be forced into that cave and try to go for some resets as long as they can, and hopefully get the rest of LXM. LXM has ult. V1 is ready. Who knows how fast he can get meter dumped out here when that res is occurring, but we're going to see the Tesla, the Viper, the ultimate coming out from the Xiphon, and now it's going to be coming through from the Matari. Now it's going to be a chance between every single one of those F2 cats to go exactly in one person's direction. Now Dongqing had a little bit of melee aim right there, but he's going straight up and going for the V2, but the Cloud Weaver denies his entry, so we're going to lock into the corner zone. There's going to be CXZ going ahead and almost caught out here, but CJS not caught by the V2. The disenchant can occur here. That is going to be a chance of them getting elimination against CJS. No enchant there. Dongqing's going to go ahead and then launch out 3-3-0 into the zone. V2 to lock him down, and then Aurora Burst reveal again and again. Kakashi finds that parry, and that's going to be elimination. 3-3-0 goes down. We're going to have around, 13 eliminations so far for DRG. They're looking to try to go ahead up to 16 if they can. Make it 19, potentially. We're going to have to double check and see, because FPX is still kiting around here, as DRG is still locked into the ravine. All the players on the top floor are looking for those cannon shots, looking for the Cloud Weaver to deny entry, just having a chance to just trying to rotate out the supplies pools that they got. Look, the cannon is going to be swapped out immediately to try to get as much shots off with the Rupture Gill as much as possible. KLA, and they're going to head and having a little bit of Biscoff on the side. They're going to be having a little bit of a meal time, because when the end game circle ends in the last 3 minutes, which is going to occur right in the next 5 seconds, they're going to get fully punished here, as that zone's going to be spotted in here, and that's going to be a chance between KLA and UGG to try to get to the sky zone and try to have himself to kite around and skywalk, but he gets go straight towards the ravine for that armor swap, and it's a good spot for him to find an armor like that. And now it's going to be a chance between these 3 teams to end it out in these last 3 minutes.
Yep, KLA gets the full reposition as well as that armor swap. The Kurumi Tether, though, is the cost for it, as FPX pulls them off of the high ground onto the low to be able to take that spot. DRG with the Matari going to be utilizing that F to break from the low to the high. No one can challenge FPX currently because of that Cloudweaver in play. If anyone tries to grapple up onto the cliffs, DRG going to be taking cover inside the cave, utilizing Aurora Burst as an umbrella to stop KLA from aggressing onto them. KLA unfortunately going to be caught out into the middle, having to burn through a lot of their utility. The Kurumi V2 already getting burned as they try and live through the pressure of being caught between both FPX and DRG, and now they're going to go down. KLA are able to find Xiao Hu, but they lose CXC in the meantime as Sanzi with that Zai V2 puts himself into the sky, finds the connection onto a player in the aerial, as we're going to see that zone close up onto the high ground and everyone have to break onto the ground as a result. Dunkwing now with that next hit of Zai V2 rotation, building up into the meter dump follow-up from the rest of his players. Kakaishi with the charged LMBs on that Hang Sword, zone keeping everyone from the side of KLA back into that storm. I believe KLA, though, still have their Kurumi Tether attached and are trying to bring back one of their players, but 17S will not be able to find the revive. And now it is just finishing things off. FPX DRG, who comes out on top. Aurora Burst is going to be able to lock it down, and it should be DRG walking away with the last team standing, as well as the overall MVP. It looked like it was going to go the way of GG and Wolves, but then we just saw Wolves get a little bit too aggressive and put themselves into a place where they could get jumped on before that Wuchen was able to teleport them to safety. And then GG, it was absolute tragedy. They got spotted out with one of their players going down in the Spirit World contest. 3-3-0 on the Wuchen, squirreled himself against the cliffside, just in that little pocket of space between the cliff and the zone, went unspotted for the longest time, was waiting for the fight to move away from that onto the high ground so that he could just come through from his hiding spot and find the revive onto his player on the low ground. But then the third teammate from GG, who'd gone up into the high ground, gets shoved out of that space by FPX, and when he falls from the high ground to the low ground, he lands on top of his other teammate who had gone entirely unnoticed until he falls from the sky, landing on his cranium and bringing the full ire of everybody else in the lobby. Because we see DRG take a moment where they're like on the cliff, just holding on to that space, using it as a reset. Then you can see the exact moment of just register of, wait a minute, that's not my teammate. Because less than half a meter away from one of the DRG players is 3-3-0 just crouched down, full on bunkering in the hopes that he doesn't get spotted. And at that point, unfortunately, the Wuchen just gets 1 versus 2 from the players of DRG.
I gotta give a big shout out to the map awareness that we saw. I mean, QGG, for instance, right? KLA being in the bushes and then getting caught out. The moment that he noticed his armor was done, made his way straight towards the Spirit World, picked up the purple armor, comes right back. And that was just one case instance. But before we go through any more into that match, just going through and reviewing, I got a question for y'all. Which hero did OUG SS use in game 4? Is it A, Tumulch? Is it B, Hadi Ishmael? Is it C, Keelan Zhang? Is it D, Wei Shan? No, it's not. Well, I mean, well, you know, I'm gonna give you one answer, right? But you know, it's been a while.
That would be very impressive, given the fact that we didn't see any.
I was about to say, I was like, if we see a Wei Shan, times have changed. Someone's cooking, because it kind of blows. Because I want to talk about somebody specifically, a certain team. So you know what I'm about to say, TE. But before that, just make sure you guys enter into the Twitch chat. Make sure you guys have a chance of activating the question to be answered and having your Twitch whispers open, so that way you can message out to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT. That way they can get you your reward. But like I was about to mention, Team Comp, TE, trying to cook. They forgot that Fahrenheit does not convert as well to Celsius as they thought. So things kind of led out towards a very, very burnt out comp. I mean, listen. The thing is that into what they were using with V1F1 for the Zai, we didn't get a good chance of absolutely seeing it at all. And the problem that came out towards that team comp is that, you know, the pressure that comes out is it's really dependent on the the Takeda in that sense, because when the V1 Zai comes out, in this patch, you're really looking for really slow roll gold focus attacks to come out and then rubber band someone back, and then that Takeda can latch onto it with an R&B or even towards his teammate. But the thing that comes out in the future is we got to see how that ends up into season 14, because I'm really curious about seeing if they're going to rock it back then. Scoreboards though have DRG here 24.4 in first place, Wolves in second place 13 points overall, 12.5 for GG, 12 for KLA, OEG taking 10.5, FPX taking 8.5, 6.5 for Bauda, Alliance with 4.5 as well as with ASC, SS1 for 2, and Donut so far for JDG and TE into that game. So game 5 gonna have ourselves into Morris night, and I'm hoping to see where these teams lie out. Regardless though, DRG taking MVP, taking 7 eliminations for the Kakashi as the Matari, and as well as for Dongqing for the Zai, and most likely gonna go towards Kakashi here, just a little bit extra damage. But noticing a Matari here is just gonna be one of the main states of the matchup. And I think another thing too is that DRG were just stacked, man. I want to look at the Jades, because one thing I want to really take a look in the scene about is how stacked that Juggernaut was, and knowing how stacked their Jades were. It also comes down towards how stacked that match was, and have the standings having to be updated. TE bottom of the ladder, 13.5 so far for this first day of playing. They still got 2 rounds to kind of make up to those points and to try to capitalize onto making top 12 before the bi-weekly finals for week 3. OEG at 22.5 and Alliance at 23.5 as well. The players playing today with Wolves at 37.5. Good stead in terms of the capitalization of the lead so far. X1 and BB are not playing today, but they're at 33 each, 33 to 30. Now EWG are at that gatekeeper spot. They don't play today. They're at 39.7. Same with 521 at 41.5. 41.9 for ASC playing today. Second day of playing for SS1 at 46 points. And we have DRG's first day of playing nearing that 50 point mark, which is shy of 0.1 at 49.9. And while WBG aren't playing at 60 points, they are going to be taking the 7th slot. And then, of course, taking into top 6, we're going to have JDG 70 points for their second day of playing. JEL's first day of playing is still beating out the majority of the lobby, and that's 80.6 points for their first day. But we still have a double play game for FPX at 82.5, double play for 93.5 for KLA, GG taking 95.5 into second, and then Bauda still having that super seed lead, 103 points earned so far. Now, keep in mind, majority of that points comes out from round 2, but we're not gonna make the points again because we got some clips and highlights brought to you by Thunder Robot. Forward for gaming into round 4 from Holoroffs, as we saw Wolves' early game aggression go into full swing.
Yeah, Wolves coming through with the Dragon Slayers. Internet is just cutting down so many of the players. Here is the V1. Look at the Xiaowen is there for a second and gone the next. This is the crazy fight that saw, I believe, 5 teams into the fray of the outskirts of Imperial as GG gets the Tessa enchantment into the charge LNB on those fist blades. The 1-2 from LXM leading into that F3 with the V1 to finish things off. Finds that stun onto Bauda's U before turning onto Bauda's Peak with the charge LNB from the fist blades, setting up for the proc of the blistering edge from his teammate. In fact, so much of this you can see from GG's replays were set up from the hits of the Viper F3, allowing for the extensions and setups for his teammates. Unfortunately, that was the moment that GG got caught out, having to recover from losing that Viper, playing a little bit too aggressively. DRG's Dongqing getting to use that Zai V2 to gatekeep all of these players. FPX's Jun forced into that zone. The Zai F3 to reposition the Wild Windspout as well, pushing Jun away from where he was trying to run and potentially disengage, go down to the corruption, take damage, forcing him back into the center. And even though we thought maybe Kakashi would take it on that Mitari with that little bit of extra damage he was able to do over the Zai, it is still going to be a Zai MVP. Hyper carry of the composition, Dongqing finding his first MVP of the season with the standard F3 V2 loadout, 21,626 damage done in total, 6,873 damage done by Chain Scythe, which means that a whopping 4,664 came off of that F3.
Yeah, listen. This goes busting. Now, listen, the scaling on it is absolutely astronomical, and especially coming with the burn on top of it, it's just icing on the cake for the DPS. That's just how strong she can be. She is the equivalent now with Matari on top of her ultimate recast, just to be able to spam it out and doing it right. I know that when we saw KLA's QG in the sky at the very end, and we saw that connection off of the F3 Zai that just gave the elimination. Dongqing was matching it up. the fact that it's also omnidirectional makes it it's a very apparent, you know, skill that has its properties that operates in its own unique way that be used as often as it is now into the pro league scene, and even to any sort of plays in the outskirts of your matches, of just seeing how strong it can be used in the right hands, and of course just looking how long it can be capitalized on. I mean, you saw how much into the zone when someone this gets launched into the zone by the F3, the teammates look to block them back, but then at the same time, if Zai procs ult, or Matari procs ult, she can F3 and go right back into the zone. Movement, speed, and vulnerability. I'm counting my fingers. I'm losing all my hands. Best skill in the game. I mean, listen, using in solos, but yeah, do a pull out about it the Shang. But if you're gonna be doing stuff like that, you're going to be doing a lot of work in trios, especially with it. And now that's going to be the case. We're going to see that Zai working out. Of course, Matari, can't forget her. You know, shout out to Matari. Having a chance of being able to be that backline support, but also that backline DPS. Because F2 scaling can go astronomical if the right setup and the right build goes into works, especially off of pole sword RMBs. Because you've seen a lot of players kind of working off of using pole swords in pocket picks that you may not be able to, you know, understand until you see it in action. And that's where we're here. We're here for the action. We're here for the live experience, for everything kind of coming up from these players here, Moxie.
Talking about here for the live experience, we were here for the TE experience of trying to make that composition. I feel like we're at that time of year, right, where every single team tries to come up with the new meta, gets the read, because it's the road to J-Cup. It's towards the second half of the Nbpl season. If they can strike gold, if they can figure out the meta ahead of everybody else and force everyone else to have to be behind in terms of copycatting the strategy and spending weeks and weeks and weeks, hours and hours and hours of these scrims that they have to do every single day to be a pro player on just a composition that they didn't think that they would have to practice, then they get such a huge advantage. That's what J-Team did when they were able to win with the World Cup coming on through with Attack on Titan, and then also with Sand Siphon. In fact, it was this time of year that J-Team did that. It was this time of year that J-Team showed Sand Siphon 2 whole years ago and said, like, this is a really strong composition. And as a result, we saw, like, all of the other teams in the league immediately having to give up the strategies that they'd planned and just jump on the Sand Siphon train and figure out how J-Team were piloting it. And we saw so many players and so many teams losing points week after week after week because they had to spend time just teching and procking and teching. And then the same thing happened with TE last year with the Tessa Viper Wuchan, where it was this time last year that they came through and showed the Tessa placement in trio composition to push Yoto out of the meta. So it very much is in line with the timeline that we're used to seeing from the NARAKA esports scene, that these teams at this moment are trying to figure out, because, like, you saw it from the V1 and the F1 rather than the standard loadout for the patch that the Nbpl players are playing. They're trying to get ahead of everybody. They're trying to be able to practice this tech in these lineups so that they can get ahead of everybody else by 2 weeks if we do see the patch move, because we don't know when the patch is going to move. So I'm a little bit on the fence about it. Like, maybe TE think they're not going to be able to qualify into this bi-weekly finals because they're already so far in terms of the scoreboard down in comparison to these teams. So they want to just try and get any form of experimenting that they can, because it's one thing to practice it in scrim, but it's another thing entirely to actually utilize it on a broadcast day, because everyone holds strategies back in scrims. Like, everyone, no one reveals their best game hand in a scrim, because if you do, you're giving them time to be able to come up with a counter to it. Or worse, you're giving them time to figure out how you do it and replicate it themselves. That's why Wolves was so good for the first bi-weekly finals. They were the team that contested the Spirit well. They were the team that understood it the best. Then when we headed into the second bi-weekly finals, it was so much closer because all of these other teams had cottoned on to the fact that Spirit well is really important, and they need to have endgame strategies purely dedicated to being able to control Spirit well, or if they can't pick up Spirit well, corralling the players that do, so they can burn off the pressure and live through the result.
Yeah, and that reciprocates even to the global region, you know, taking into consideration every single team practicing every single week when we have scrims on the weekends, from weeks 1 through 16, and then having to see the big playmaking games such as with Summer Challenge and Spring Challenge, right, between both NA and EU. But the real maker is going to be that finals week, and that was going to be Morris Cup, that was going to be Shadow J Cup, and teams kind of worked into their comp selections or even to their playstyle selections that hasn't even been showcased to other teams to kind of give them, you know, that upper edge. And that's the most important part, right? You can play out scrims, and these teams know to play out the scrims as often as they can. I mean, it's part of their lineup and their job, right? But the most important part about it in terms of the Nbpl is that when you have something that's like, you know, you're trying to create a hiccup in terms of innovation that allows for a switch up in the middle, literally in the middle of a tourney, right? We saw JL do that same exact thing when they brought into grand finals for Spring Challenge, and they put it into the Hottie, into the Hallroth. And the moment that they saw this Hottie looking into the sky, setting up teleporter, disabling ultimate, you're like, okay. And you see him do it again, and you're like, oh. And then you see how much potential that gives the team the escape. That just like threw everybody like, okay, we gotta do that. Like, we have to do that. And the type of innovation that comes out is those cards up your sleeve and then doing it at the right time and taking into that comp selection that TE made into the appearance into this round. I think one thing we also have to keep in mind about it is that even if they are on the bottom of the board, like you said, if they want to see their teams or their peers performing at their peak and trying to work into just kind of qualify, let's see how they react towards this comp. Let's see how they react towards the selection that we've gotten into this pool of process for certain skills and ultimates to be utilized, especially the unoptimal ultimates and skills that haven't been used in the trio's mindset, having to see, okay, where does this really threaten within the cracks of a team comp? If there's a sight line that I can take advantage of with this selection of skills, if I'm using the V1 Zai to capture someone in a rubber band position where the Takeda can land a connection, does that also mean that Takeda and I are now both the free blue focuses for my third teammate? That's kind of the case scenario. If they see any sort of position of that type of mentality push to be made, that's also a sort of form of control into the battlefield that puts them into the advantage of like, okay, how can we evolve this? Is this Realm Yang victory? If this is a realm comp that can work, cool. Is this a Spirit Well comp that can work? Is this going to be something where we can revolve our ultimates in rotation for? Can we defend ourselves in case things come out to dire straits? I mean, we saw within the way with the Tianhai coming out from OUG and Morris Isle and having Valda, there is no shield protection for the Tianhai, in which case the protection for him is only dealt towards him deforming, still being vulnerable, then taking the beacon from Fairy Shen. Well, what's the case scenario if he has full armor? Is that the case? Is he going to use a preemptive? So these type of things kind of like they stack upon each other for each one of these players. I mean, F1 to F2 for Tianhai, Parry Bell to non-Parry Bell. If I deform out of my mecha into my format of using the mecha Fairy Shen, I can F2 because I know I know they're going to spam blues. You know, everyone loves throwing blues. You see how many blues were thrown out into Morris Isle today? Like, that's how many times we can try to showcase in terms of how these teams kind of wanted to test to each other for being compatible of knowing how one plays to each other, but also just throwing out the surprise pick of the ace up and then, you know, here's a card and then to pick any card, and then all of a sudden they pick out the deck. It's like, it's actually in the room across the way. I don't know if you saw the backstage. It's actually by the white wall in the corner. Yeah, you didn't expect that one. So things kind of lead out towards these guys to just try to have that big of a play where it just throws everybody off completely by their hands to just say, okay, let's try it ourselves.
I mean, we've seen it. If you were around for when Xiphon was first getting off of the blocks, you'll remember we saw Xiphon from JL, 2 times? And then give it, was it 2 days? It was within 2 days. We saw more and more and more and more Xiphon compositions as every single team just figured out how to be able to play it. Granted, it took them a very long time to get to the level of where JL were. With the Xiphon composition, because JL were the ones that devised the composition, they were the ones that figured out the best lines. They were also the ones who turned from the Zip to the Kurumi the fastest when they figured out that the F3 tether from Kurumi would far benefit the Zai, given the fact that one of the counters to Zai, one of the reasons that she'd never really found a placement in Trio's meta before was how easy it was to burst her down, since she doesn't get damage reduction on her Golden State focus, as opposed to some of these other heroes who are much tankier. And so the counter to Zai, because we used to see her in solos, and I can't believe she used to run F1. It was the F1 V2 would be the standard loadout that you would see in solos, and there was one person who would pick F3, and it was Kai Bao. I don't know if you remember that one, Serve. But Kai Bao would always be that sort of cat amongst the pigeons when it came to solo meta picks. Like, Feng would be the one who would go for off-hero picks, but Kai Bai would be the one who would go for off meta ability picks. So with Akos, when everyone was running Akos, he would run the V3. And I still remember the games that he would run through like 5 different teams and force them to chasing him, lock all 5 players down with V3, and then just get out of dodge and consider his job done. But that was back when Zai was meta in solos, and one of the ways that you would be able to counter her in solos was you would just swap to a ranged weapon, put yourself onto a rooftop, and melt her down so that she didn't have the reach and she didn't have the damage reduction to be able to live through all of the pressure that you put upon her. But then when the Kurumi F3 changes came through, and they gave damage reduction and heal tick proc on the F3, because it used to be you chose between heal on the F1, attack boost on the F2, or damage reduction on the F3. You could never have all of them. But a couple of patches ago, in fact, I believe it was a year and a month ago, Kurumi got major changes where she got the ability to recast her ultimate at any point during its duration. And she got those changes to the tether, where every single variant of the tether has the 50 heals per second proc now attached to it. And it took a little bit of time for teams to figure out how to properly synergize that with the different heroes that we had, because back then Zip was still the support that was going hand in hand with Sand Siphon, but then Kurumi started taking her place for that, because you would be able to utilize that Kurumi every tether snap to keep one of your players alive if they got cut out in the Sand Siphon mirror. If one of your players got wisped by an opposing Temi, you would be able to use the full 90% damage reduction to keep them alive while that CC was in place, because if you got stuck in a Wisp in Realm of Yang, survivable. If you got stuck by a Wisp back when we had Morris Blessings and all of the players came through to third-party contest those, your players went down if you didn't have that 90% damage reduction. It was just a lost cause. But then they figured out, like GL came through with the Zai and Matari, they paired it with the Zip so they could keep the aggression going, and that the Zip could get the F ability reset alongside that Zai getting her F3 ability reset with the Matari ultimate. And then they showcased the Kurumi, and it was just night and day. As we're going to be having a look at some of the highlights of this day. And a lot of it is going to be off of the Spear, because talking about looking forward to the future, these teams are preparing for Spear to take its place and be even more abrasive in Trio's meta than it currently already is.
Yeah, and even to the change of the Spear's horizontals being through and then the uppercut kind of pushaways, it feels like once Spear gets its full fruition, like it is in Season 14, Staff is going to be used for, just for J selection, or as well as just being able to catch R&B spams. I mean, listen, pair right there, flawless. Hit him out. But another thing coming through is the fact that when the new Spear changes occur into Season 14, it's going to be a really interesting take, because you got Spear to deal 2 concise focus hits. R&B, which is the vertical, for one single 1-point vertical hit, and that's a single blue focus that strikes out from a range that's extremely far, especially coming out to catching up towards the target. And then now the new horizontal release, which then close gaps the distance to your teammate. Instead of the old school horizontal, right? Pitter patter for Staff, where the horizontal where you hit those 8 hits on the ground, it's slow, it's it's repetitive, so it's easily attainable. Just trying to see about a parry, or even looking for the 180 parry to kind of come out. And then the R&B is its biggest line, but it has 3 blue focuses as a result. It's 2 blue focuses to a purple focus, right? So you have to keep that in mind about how close you can kind of proximize in terms of approximating where you are to try to close gap to it. Spear getting these changes, bro. Staff who? Listen, if anything comes out in terms of it, right? Like I said, it's Jade selection. Jabbing is a 1-point hit horizontal with massive range, right? It's a huge hitbox. And then Merciless Havoc is your other option. And on top of that, everything else is going to come out. Heartstopper kick is definitely going to be one thing to keep in mind about for teams that have it, considering how much Dragon Slayer comes into value. Then you're going to have the option of just being able to go ahead and getting every single strikes coming out from Nejaw's Might to lock down some targets for Jade from Spear, and now that's where the contention comes up between the two. But Stanchion Sky Pillar still an option for the entirety of the Staff's memorandum of what the gold Jades require for it to be fully viable, or for it to just be an option on the table. But when the time comes and the crafting hammer is handed out for the team, they're going to be swapping out to the weapon of preference, and that definitely comes down more so now more than ever for the Spear. But I'm gonna stop yapping about the Spear. Let's talk about something that kind of comes out into this round rotation. Now for round 5, right, we're at the deficit of the hero points. having a chance of looking towards of the hero selections. Obviously, it's down in the gutters for some teams. Some teams have been holding steady for those points. I mean, I've seen teams like VBE run out of points by this point, you know, and they're not playing today. But, you know, teams like that, some teams that just burn their hero selections and then they just run into, oh, yeah, we have these pocket picks. It's also part of the process. And that's where I got to shout out the coaches because the coaches make a huge reason towards the teams just, you know, oh, we don't have to really put mind over matter because that man is, you know, they are the ones to set things in shop of just
binder meta. Shout out to the binder buff. Meta.
Let's talk about the spiral notebook, you know, spiral notebook phase. If everyone kind of works and seeing those guys with the map selections, the hero selections, looking at I saw the table on solos when we saw the table board from DRG Farm. Man, pulled out the whole sheet and it was like, okay, I like that, Tessa. And then what happened? He popped off of Tessa. Listen, it just be like that sometimes.
Coaches are indispensable to these teams. They do so much work, not just being able to figure out how best to prop up your players, but also how the teams around you act. Because like it is one of the options, one of the macro that we saw just progress further and further and further is that these teams that are ahead in terms of the standings, they like dropping on weaker teams so that they can guarantee that they can win that first fight, get some kills on the board and scale up some of their loot. As we're going to have a look and see one of the stronger teams in the league. It is GG. This is LXM coming on through with those fist blades, as well as setting up for his Tessa. That F3 hit to just guarantee that he can't interact with the soul urn. It needs the full 3-second stun window so that all of these players from Bida, when that stun breaks off from that Viper V1, they're so split, they're so staggered. They go for the Takeda first, so if the Fury and Shoves did come through, there is no peel available. But we have a look at Wolves, Blistering Edge, Scale Rush, vertical swing of the Pole Sword into the Hardy ultimate to set the Cube escape plan up before coming on through with those hits from the ultimate. Triple charge, Golden State focus, keeping up the pressure onto all of these players from OUG, just getting to turn flawlessly from one player to the next. That OUG are not able to rally any of their forces and are just constantly having to play from the back foot on a numbers disadvantage. Such a lovely parry coming out at the end from Night HQ. Here we go again. The clank coming on for Gem, getting his setup. Dragon Slayers into Nessas, and every single person getting caught in the crossfire. That's another reason why staff has always been significant in trios meta. Dragon Slayers, when you expect it, easiest thing to parry in the game. But in trios, you have two teammates who can set up that stagger, who can guarantee that they can't find that parry framing. And if you can land that Dragon Slayers to confirm into the Nezes, that Golden State that just cleaves through absolutely every single player is indispensable to being able to set up those kills.
You know, and one thing too is to know that these players, they're competing. Some of these teams may not even make it through for summer challenge. To say this is week 3, right? We're past the halfway point. They haven't made it to finals yet in terms of week 1 and week 2. Today, if it's the second day of playing, gotta make it happen. Otherwise, they have their day 3 possession to work into playing for that second time. And if they have the makings of making the week 3 finals, it's good. They at least get some sort of points to work themselves out. They end up going into week 4, they haven't reached any finals week. This is that time of just like, we need to get on it right now. And now it comes down towards whether or not they can make it out of even to last chance qualifiers if they're at enough time of, you know, practicing against one another. But if not, I mean, the invite to J Cup comes into many forms of fashion. I mean, you have yourselves to work into C and Scrim qualifiers for some of these teams to actually work out and play in that, and that's also something that's down the line, folks. So once we enter to that time frame and seeing how they're going to compete, if they don't make it past this point, if they haven't done it so already, it's now or never. And now it's coming down towards round 5. I think one thing to game 5, I'm kind of looking towards of seeing. It's just the you know, if whether or not the players take the chances of just spawning through for the loot. I mean, we've seen it back and forth in terms of catching boxes for the economy, but one thing that comes out for certain is it all depends on the comp, because if they go straight into Moonbane purchase and they don't use it until ever, that's just a feels bad moment. Sometimes teams take Moonbane purchases, and this is very rare occurrence, but they don't use Moonbanes. The thing about it is that always leads out to being used, because teams get kills, they go straight to a shop. It's proper rotation. So I'm kind of.
Well, they have to be careful though, because you can only have one Moonbane active on the field at once. So if two teams buy Moonbane, they have to wait for the other team's Moonbane to have deactivated before they can drop it themselves. Speaking about compositions, we haven't actually seen JDG with the Tianhai Farrier composition. Or even the Tianhai Cicada composition that they've been trying to make work. Same for KLA. Like, they were able to pick up an MVP from it. It is Firefly rounds. I would expect we're either going to see it here or potentially on Perdoria when we head to it on game number 6. But TE gonna be locking in, despite being on phase 2. Viper, Tessa, Wuchen composition. You can see they're a little bit shorter of hero points in comparison to some of these other teams. They've been prioritizing picking up things like that Kurumi. Wolves gonna be doing the same. They're probably gonna be splashing a lot of the cash on that game number 6, as well as taking advantage with the Tessa, Viper, and Wuchen of the Fireflies and how easy it is to get your ultimate online in comparison to some of these other heroes. Tessa being able to cast her ultimate outside of that 100% rage generation is such a huge boon in comparison to some of these other compositions, and for that reason we are going to be seeing a lot of Viper to Tessa Wuchen comps. Not only is it easy to get your ultimate online, there's also going to be much more aggression, much more fighting from the very, very beginning with these Siphon and Sand Siphon compositions, dropping into hotly contested areas, which means third party serve. We're going to see a lot of aggressive plays with a lot of these teams understanding they need to get kills early off of the rip to make up for some of the not great games that they haven't really had the performance they've been looking for so far today on.
Yeah, and and hoping to take the energy that we saw from Holoroth within Wolves' gaze to kind of work into seeing about that. For everything coming out, though, round 5 begins, folks. I know we were waiting. You know, I hope you guys took a little bit of time of listening in and catching some time that breaks, because once we enter round 5, don't look away from the screen. Listen, we're gonna have the players into this round, aggression, frame 1, frame 0. I'm gonna see a slap getting the kill feed again, and I'm gonna be like, yep, that listen, you take the fight, you gotta go in, you know, bare knuckle fists. Now comes into the builds, the skills, and nothing seems to be changing out here from the out of the ordinary. I mean, Zai's gonna be using the V2 F3s, and then the Bataris and or I should say the Vipers using V1s and F3s. Looking into the second round position, GG opting in for LXMs to have V1. And now it's going to be V3 for SS1 here for the Tumulches. Now that's going to be the case scenario, seeing how it performs between one another. Like I always mentioned, it's using the reset for the Wisp throws, or just going for the combo breaker and just keeping that up as long as possible for the 14-second cooldown, as long as you have the 18%. But if you look in terms of it, everyone seems to be working through. KLA opting in for V2 for the Tumulch. So now we have 3 Tumulches in the game today for round 5 to all have their own unique ultimate to work off of one another. So it really comes down to whether or not they're going to be engaging in a Romy Yang, outside of Romy Yang, potential for Spirit Wells, or even all of them at the same time in the endgame circle. Who knows? This is going to enter into the overview of the map, and I'm kind of excited to see who's going to contest GG for the cave. Because
yeah, there's been a lot of people that's been contesting GG as of late. Like Bada used to do it every single game. As of late, they have backed off. It looks like this turn around it's going to be FPX, but GG not dropping directly on top of tunnels. They're going to loot over Eventide first before dropping down to contest that space. Wolves, as usual, dropping as close to Sunwings as they want to. Going to be contesting JDG. Bada going to be dropping directly into the center of Sunwings, as we talked about, no longer contesting GG in the northeastern area of this map. So a couple of teams being pretty split off from players, but a lot of these teams are going to be immediately trying to grab their hands onto those Fireflies as quickly as they possibly can. OUG and KLA going to be scrapping it out almost immediately. Alongside, I believe that is Alliance, TE, and I can't tell, is that Zone behind TE's logo?
Yes, SS1. Yeah, SM.
Yes.
Yeah, they're hot.
SS1 coming on through, and there it is. Wolves and JDG trying to get those Fireflies. Who's going to be able to? Gem on the Viper has that V1 ready to go, as does NiHQ. They were able to get their hands on all of the Fireflies that they wanted. They're going to start things off with that Tesla ultimate. Gem now comes on out with that Viper V1 follow-up. JDG getting very, very low. ZK got his hands on a blue rarity pole sword to follow up all of the CC that Wolves are able to set into motion. Now having to worry about the greatsword coming on through. Gem on that Viper, putting the pressure onto JDG's Jing on this Matari, who's utilizing the charged RMBs to keep themselves away from the fight, but that allows the F3 on the Viper to reset back into motion, and that massive hit of damage is going to tie things off nicely for Wolves. As we're going to see SS1 taking that fight against Alliance NY7, getting their hands on Fireflies. So great rarity weapon, but ultimate immediately in the hand for the Zai to kick things off. And SS1 were not ready for it. NY7 with the drop down gets the stagger so that his player can board into the Dragon Slayer's Nessus cleanup. And Alliance making it look very, very clean with the Xiphon composition.
Yeah, spectacular chances of picking up those Fireflies over by the Windwheel. Now chances over here for Bauda. Straight to the Sunwing, catching in a test and challenge Jing, who backs off complete with the Matari F2. Now it's up to them to kind of focus on Takiki, the Kurumi, V1 full investment, the double pulse sword release. It's going to be had. And now it's going to be a chase down into Sunwings. Jusik is going to be going ahead and kiting through. Has that V2 Zai ultimate at 90-some percentage. Now for Bauda's peak, just catching that flank, looking to the high ground, and looking down below. Sees Jusik. He's going to try to cross through the stone, and that's going to be where he's going to look above again. Only one grapple on the stead. I'm not even sure he's going to have a chance. I'm just activating his ultimate to kind of catch this, because Jusik is going to be backing off here. I don't know if they're going to be splitting off, and it looks like it's going to be the case. Jusik investing his F3, has 0 grapples as well. That's a yikers moment. Either Jusik's going to have enough time to back off, whether or not Bauda is going to reposition towards north side. Jing is left by his own lonesome. Peak still with 0 grapples. I'm not even sure if he saw him, but the grapples are heard. Peak found 3. He continues this chase. And while Jing is going to be backing off here, Jusik rotates down south side as FPX arrive into this area. Unfortunate. But FPX is going to have to look towards looting themselves. I mean, right now, Junex has that purple weapon for the dual halberds. Looks to try to catch an R&B stagger if he can. Jusik looking to try to cat around here. Finds that Tesla, the Zai ultimate cast to come through. F3 to find the armor swap. Finds it. Blue armor. Repeat. There's going to be the V2. No F1 investment from Junex just yet. Having to catch jump LMBs. Keeping the staggers. 1, 2, 3s released. And that's going to be elimination.
Bauda? That's the problem, though, because that Zai ultimate allowed Jusik to live long enough. Bauda show up. FPX might get jumped onto by the Viper, Tessa, and Wu-Chan. Peak, not throwing out the charged RMB on those halberds. Scale Rush is up and out. Bauda not actually wanting to take this fight. Prioritizing looting on up first, as they did spot out that FPX with that Cardi composition are going to be stronger in the neutral. Will we see both of these players take the fight? I think both of them are very wary about the potential JDG coming back into the mix and third-partying both of them. FPX don't know whether or not JDG's 2 other players are still alive and waiting in the area to try and creep back on top of that player and get the revive without having to burn one of those rebuff charms. And as a result, both of them not going to be opting into playing super aggressively, as it is going to be a lot of these teams now that those first drop fights and the hot contest for those Fireflies has simmered down, taking a little bit of a slower start to the mix, running through all of the breakables, picking up as much money as they possibly can. I believe Alliance picked themselves up a Moonbane. Not sure if they've used those just yet. They did get 3 kills very early on as TE head desert side to see if they can find some of these teams to jump onto. As there it is, Alliance with that Moonbane going to be dropping it directly on top of SS1's Sand Siphon composition. NY7 has that Zai ultimate procced. The V2 with the F4 reset looking to try and put the pressure onto them, but they do eat the Dragon Slayers into Nessus. The F3 going to be utilized now, not to try and keep up the pressure, but get out of the disengagement. Tumult ultimate invested on the side of SS1, seeing that they could potentially find that isolation on these players, brought low by that Dragon Slayer's confirmation, and they're going to turn back in onto Alliance despite the Moonbane still being in play. Rumi on the circle was also invested. The Tumult Wisp utilized to turn that into its elemental, as Alliance now sands the teeth of the Zai V2 going to keep the pressure going with these purple fist blades swapping over to that pistol, trying to chunk through some of that shielding. As Gen 1 swaps to the ranged attrition warfare and returns the favor onto the side. The F3 not finding the connection that it was looking for, but could potentially set NY7 up for a flank to come in unexpected with this fist blade focus strike hits coming on out. SS1 very careful to keep the eye on that side. Behind them, Rosemary looks for the 180 jump parry if NY7 tried to come in with that pro. Goes for the tap dodge to fully charge up the LNB and throws it out immediately. The next F3 will be able to connect onto the support. The Kurumi having to utilize that F3 tether snap to keep Rosemary alive, but 4 seconds have passed. NY7 now with all of the damage on these fist blades continues to try and use those tap dodges and boarded up, throws out the 1-2-3 to keep the Takeda away from his team. And it took a little bit, but Alliance were able to find the kill. Unfortunately, so it took too long.
No.
Wolves are coming in for the third party with the Viper V1.
Zem's like, I'm coming for you. I'm chasing you down. Listen, 8 grapples on the standby, but he lost all the high ground advantage, X to Y axis. He ain't going much left of her. Otherwise, Yuma is going to be his first target at 3 Zion. Immediate for NY7. And looking towards the Moonbane cast and an immediate test enchant. You already know where XCM is going to be heading towards this direction. Watch this. Jump LB, looking for the LMBs again. And now he's going to be looking to try to go for a V1 with that Moonbane strike, though. May not even be necessary. Goes for F3. Try to find this commitment. There it is. That's the commitment he needed to see. He needs to see the F3 be used, though, from NY7 right now before he can try to go for the cast of the ultimate. This Moonbane, though, is a great support line, but the fights are being had towards their own field of play. No team can go ahead and chase down inside of one of these Moonbane circles, but listen, hold checks, we can hold those for days. F3 still going to be available for XCM. There he goes. Launch him into the Moonbane, maybe looking for a strike here. Let us from right for the long swords. Of course, Night HQ is in soul form. I think Night HQ might be going for a salty res. Knowing how long this fight's been going on here, he could just spawn in towards the Islet Crater and come right back in if that Soul Altar is still available. But for right now, it's still a 2v3, and the Moonbane's going to expire in 20 seconds. Night HQ somewhere in the midst, just hiding out into the area, is not going to see with Alliance going right back towards it. NY7 goes straight back towards Revenge, as that chase was potentially to be made, and they're going to be making it happen. There's going to be XCM looking for the F3. Now, this is going to be the contingency. Do we know whether or not this Viper ulted? And if so, are we going to be able to go ahead and counter that? Because whether or not XCM is going to be able to get caught into this wind blast of the blue focus Fury attacks, Wolves just go ahead and get decimated. Alliance getting their confidence back into play. We love to see it.
Yeah, they had the confidence to take that fight because Yuma had the Matari ultimate. Since it's the Viper V1 as well, like, you don't have to worry about breaking LOS to stop the silence from giving you your Matari ultimate. You can just go immediately for it. As we're going to see the first Realm of Yangs starting to spawn up, but unfortunately some of these teams dying late. Not going to be in the stage to be able to take these fights. ASE going to be going head against KLA. That's the fight that we're going to be following. As in the meantime, DRG and FPX and OUG and GG are going to face off. KLA definitely having the better loot currently, but it is Cardi versus Sand Siphon. Kurumi versus Zping. QGG getting grappled out of being able to come through with that massive thunk of damage off of the focus hits on those fist blades. Throws out the 1-2-3, trying to find the jump LMBs before going for the tap dodge build up of the charge LMB. Still has that Takeda ultimate. It hasn't been forced into utilizing it, but neither has the Kylan ulted on the other side. Now we're going to see the Takeda ultimate proc building up into the charge LMB follow-up on those fist blades before setting up for the charged RMB into Merciless Havoc into charged LMB. KLA on absolute fire with the CC lockdown right now, and it's all off of the back of 17S with that Staff Soul Jade. No more Fury and shells, but QGD is still going to be able to find another connection off the charge LMB on those fist blades. Gets interrupted before he can utilize that F1 the way that he was looking for by the Kylan, with that V2 still being in play. Jiang Dong, though, is going to lose the ultimate now and becomes vulnerable. The attempted chase down from the Zip going to be interrupted. The charged RMB and those halberds taken away from the pressure of the Takeda by the Tumult, stepping up into that second place position. Massive parry comes on through, back to back from Xiao Wen. QGG having to utilize those shift dodges to get himself out of dodge. The charged RMB on the pole sword, but he's gonna go down to the musket shot, and ASE walk away the winner.
You want to know how ASE won that, folks? They had group heal, advance heal. And I was like, oh, they're living today. They're surviving. They went through all of that pressure, and as long as they didn't focus down that zipping, Morano was just like, I got you, homies. You saw how low Jiangnan was at his HP, his lowest. And then I saw that proc coming through. I saw the Jace preempted. I was like, is he going to get that heal off? He got the heal off. And then he just survived. He kept kiting around the tower, and all of a sudden, Blue Armor succeeded the day just because Zipping was left alive into the cornerstones of just having that amount of sustain, and that's going to end them into the end game. So they're taking that if they can survive as long as they can. They got Vermilion, so that's going to be looking to try to find some engagements, but having those two Jades this early on before second round is just going to be a good precedent to follow. And GG won their Roman Yang, to be expected, but by the majority of it, Gold Spear to be available for CGS, so this is going to be a good spike, especially for those one-hit blue focuses, and especially coming off of the fact that they're still at level 2 ultimate for the V3. Now looking towards the Draco Storm wielders in the distance, it's like seeing a beacon of light. SS1 are over here, and GG are going to want to take this fight. This is a very interesting predicament. This is double the Sand Siphon here, but no ultimate ready to go for SS1's. Gen is going to get a lockdown potential for the F1, yeah, but the semicircle comes out into the bulk side. This is like what I said I was hoping for to see, the Sand Siphons versus all 3 different Temi ultimates in the combined state. SS1 loses Rosemary, and Jen is going to be locked through here by one army to the next, but Kurumi Circle is keeping him alive, takes all these heavy strikes coming from blue focuses. And now it's going to be a chance of him getting the lead. The Draco Storm just doing a lot of work for the sustain, but also for the pressure, and that's going to be 1 down, 2 down. And then SS1 has 2-2 to kind of survive out here for just a couple of seconds longer, but with this Draco Storm keeping the Kurumi surviving into the fights, it's kind of going to be a tough position. If she ends up surviving this, it'll be a miracle and a half, but miracles don't really happen when you get thrown out blue focuses just like that, because GG gets the elimination, and they're going to get that one team out.
Well, we're going to see an immediate fight between FPX and OUG. FPX losing Sandsby behind enemy lines. He's going to have to utilize that combo breaker immediately on the Hardy to break away before OUG can lock him down. We've got Scatter Shot attached to the bow coming through from one of these players on FPX. As you can see, the triple arrows that Jinyu is having to dance, dodge, and duck around before coming on through. Utilizes that F1 on the Hardy to kick things off. SS going to now have to use his combo breaker, having been parried. FPX now looking for the chase down. Both of these teams under Yang depletion. Jinyu wanting the drop down hit of the focus from these nunchucks. Will be able to proc the stone form. Manages as well to foresight the combo breaker as the Kylan ultimate comes on through, finding these dash cleaves, but he's having to be very careful that he doesn't get dash cleft onto by the opposing Kylan at the same time. SS has gone down. The King's Health slowly starting to go further and further as Jinyu is being put into the blender. 1 versus 2 will be able to find the dodge arounds against some of these hits, but unfortunately he's out of the ultimate. FPX's Jun procs his a little bit later and still has the dash throws as well as the health to sacrifice to land them, and it will be FPX able to outlive OUG in terms of solving that Yang depletion and keeping themselves in this lobby, as ahead of KLA, Wolves lie an enticing prospect for a team with Yang depletion that has under a minute to be able to find these kills. Unfortunately for them, Wolves with a Wu Chen might make it really hard. The good news, though, for KLA is that they've locked the Wu Chen down. Does ZK have the ultimate available? Will he be able to get it off in time? The answer is no. Fully locked down. Jen now has no choice but to emergency pop that Viper V1. Try and use that 5-second stun to stop for Night HQ to come through with that Tessa V1, but it is not going to be enough. KLA on the absolute brink of destruction are gifted from the gods above a bailout in the form of Wolves who just fall within 10 seconds.
Yeah, and taken into 3 eliminations up to 6. Now out of the council courtyard, they must descend into Celestra. Other fights are having into the pace. Obviously, Bao is going for that stun and making sure Jiangdan's whole entirety of existence is done, especially with that Ventic Dragon like my combination. What a mix. Yu's going to have his chances here deleting out Jiangdan. Now the Keelan is out. Now they can just focus on Xiao Wen, and that's a gold pole sword. It's a Ventic Descent. Look at the R&Bs. And now it's going to be the chance for that F1 bolt to be utilized. The whole check of destiny coming up from Iran, but in case of ASC right now, this is also going to be a huge increase of power if they actually end up going through. And not by power, but by sustain. Moran, remember, like I said, it has the Jays of Destiny to be making through for support line. So that is going to be a huge endgame position for them. 8 eliminations, trying to catch out 9. Xiao Wen still looking to try to hold out this pole sword action and be in a 1v1 against Iran. Iran finds the blue focus release. Xiaowen has ultimate cast, but one thing leads to another. If a team decides to go for a bow shot here for Bauda or even a musket shot, that's all they need. He finds the perfect lighting position from Eventai Temple, and he is still going through here. And he still has his ultimate ready to go. So now he takes the time to reset. Obviously, into Eventai Temple, not a lot of places you could back off here. Has himself as well advanced heal, so that's another benefit towards the bout. And now Bauda Yu, seeing about going through here. Revenge, looting up the bodies. F3 coming out here. The Xiphon's going to be coming out for the play. Bauda Peak going for the Tesla enchant, not hitting any targets, but this is going to be where NY7 goes to the backline and tries to connect it. I see a parry coming through here. Yuma going to go ahead, charge up RMBs for the pulse ward. F3 coming in again here for NY7, looking for the omnidirectionals, but that gold focus is not going to be denied due to Peak getting the Dragon Slayer in the background, and he pays the price. Now is a chance for you to look towards Yuma and looking for the Wu Chen port to get the res here as fast as possible. The defensive ultimate for the Viper is available. Guess who's pushing though? Alliance. And this is going to be where it leads down to whether or not Bauda will turn this one around here. You having the Dragon-like Might is spamming it left and right, and now the F3 investment's there. The Test Enchant comes out for one target. This is going to be a chance for the Matari ultimate coming up from Alliance to make sure to deny that the entirety of the Viper's existence again. And now comes a Dragon Slayer, dead time on the ground. NY7 doesn't get caught, but he's going to be backing away. The V1 from the Viper, perfectly timed for that 12-second duration from the Matari ultimate to deny the chance of getting a stealth set. And now you're Ron looking to hold check the heck out of NY7 and looking for the backline here. You can see Revenge gets caught through, but the Dragon Slayer's clean. Hey, hold on a second. We got that soul, and we can go right back into this fight because Bauda Yu is going to be the only one person left alive for this chance of fighting. And now the F3 to confirm the kill is going to be the case. Alliance having the confidence. We love to see it. And that's going to be elimination 12 for them this match.
That was such a risk with NY7 when he threw that Dragon Slayers into the Bauda player grappling. That could have been a grapple jump cancel out of grapple into parry. But NY7, he throws it out. He gets the big risk. He gets the big reward. Dragon Slayers into Ness's confirmation, and there's nothing that Bauda could have done to live past that one. In the meantime, KLA going to be taking advantage of the fact that everyone is fighting out towards Eventide, and no one is contesting the Spirit Well. No one, I believe, even went into the realm of Yang, so I'm pretty sure GG got it for free. That or they absolutely decimated a team, and we'll have to wait and see when the entire list gets pulled up on the left side. If anyone's portraits are orange to signal that they have Yang depletion. GG slowing things down, going to a shop, picking things up. Okay, this is the realm of Yang. It was GG versus DRG. Dragon Slayers, Nezhes, jump horizontal, fear and shove into charge RMB. That is one way to absolutely delete a player's existence. Is CJS just with that spear pressure on the legendary scaling, just forcing so much out from the side of DRG, the hardy glider, already having been invested the jump horizontals into the vertical lockdowns, slamming onto so many of these players. Karumi armor circle now invested. CJS does lose a chunk of his health, doesn't have that Takeda Fury and shoves to peel for his players or aggressively set up extensions into these spear connections, but he still has the legendary spear scaling for those jump LMVs to keep up the pressure. Oh. What a parry! Insane reaction time from CJS! Absolutely crazy 180 parry, catching onto the hardy that just falls out of the sky. That was a Takeda discovering gravity, and instead of the apple on his head, he's able to find the best parry I have ever seen in all of Nbpl. That reaction was off the charts.
My man was like, let me pop. No, let me not pop. I'm gonna pop your lifespan. Go. See you in the lobby. And now GG winning on Romy Yang take every single one of those aspects of aggression with a buff with Draco Storm. So leading out to that as well, they do have the Jades of Destiny, as we like to call them. They have Hepa Detach, as well as having Martial Art Will Form Hook. So the amount of lockdown there for a Sand Siphon and Sustain, no less, gives that team comp enough chances to just making sure. There's a lot of good Jades in rotation for this match. I gotta be honest, like the sustain from Group Heal and Advanced Heal, sustain and control from Hepa Detach and Martial Art Will Form Hook. We're gonna double check and see about DRG's performance here. They're going up against Alliance, and Alliance is doing some phenomenal work. 12 eliminations, knocking on wood, as I hope for their success, because it comes down towards this route of getting into their first day of playing and having a superseded lead in terms of point values. Nice parry from Wushu 98, takes the full sword straight to the haste, but no parry connection, went to the opposite direction. Benthic just sent Zai ultimate to connect the attention. Wushin. Now the parry mode comes out. Wushin with the ultimate for the Keelan, trying to survive for Dongqing, but the V1 is not going to be enough, and that's going to be the lockdown coming into play. We got only 2 teammates. We got no sustain. Only the Keelan slashes to come through here in the invincibility form to not consume HP, but now the ultimate is done, and Y7 gets those omnidirectionals, and now he's forcing out a gold focus strike. He's got himself to lock him in once he hits airborne status, and now Wushin 98 catches those burns and catches a strike. As it comes out, Alliance is at 14 eliminations right then and there, and they have events tied to their own, but the Valiant Challenger spotting out here from FPX going to be in the distance. Degoxy doesn't want to really put himself anywhere any further back to where his team was just caught into elimination. So while the 2 minutes underneath the Romulan depletion clicks out, might be a chance to see Kakaxi coming back or just leaving out the lobby. We'll have to see later on. FPX though, 9 eliminations. You know, they got themselves, you know, set into their forefront. They're in the middle of this action, though. I know that KLA are approaching to the scene right now and kind of hoping to see them at this high ground position. But once we enter into this cliffside, this is going to be where things are going to get a little bit more tactile right here, Moxie.
Kakaishi is actually going to be able to get their hands on a Rebirth Charm and potentially get to a Soul Ultra and bring one of their players back. That means that one of their players is technically going to be cleansed of Yang depletion. Unfortunately, they're still going to have... Okay, yeah. So Kakaishi is going to go down to zone. He was the player who had Yang depletion, but he brings WX98 on the Kylan back into things, so he doesn't have to worry about picking up a Soul Bloom. Alliance going to be showcasing revenge with these Dragon-like Might and Benthic dual halberds. This is something that Alliance have been utilizing to devastating impact with the follow-ups. One player gets picked up into the charged LMB on those halberds, and it is just extension after extension from the Zai and that Matari. And we're probably going to see Alliance utilize the Dragon-like to threaten the spacing of the Spirit Well as well. WX98 with the fan in the back pocket so he can get those scale rushes chained together as quickly as he possibly can. Going to be on the run from Alliance, tries to lead them into FPX, sees from the Valiant Challenge scroll where these teams are going to be located to try and lose his pursuers, as it is going to be that Spirit Well spawning on up, and we do see all of the pressure. QGG trying to find the charged LMBs on those daggers. Merciless Havoc also going to be in play, making it harder for these teams to contest KLA, holding this space down. GG dancing on the edges, trying to get close enough to loot and grab everything before KLA can full sweep everything off of the playing field, as this is not the last Spirit Well, so it is an absolute free-for-all, no matter who is able to cap it. And GG make sure that they're only there for a matter of moments before very quickly moving on their way. All of these teams incredibly vigilant of how the Tessa, Viper, and Wuchang compositions have waited for the dome to pop before coming on in with those lockdown ultimates, and as a result, no one is going to be sticking around any longer than they have to. Alliance still going to be patrolling, trying to figure out where exactly that last player from DRG has run off to. KLA holding up onto the high ground, FPX onto the low ground, and we are going to see GG on the middle. So a lot of different terrains coming through from this final circle, which is going to have a massive impact on who is able to utilize these Soul Jades, hold on to those important spaces, and utilize the spaces that they have created for themselves to turn the aggression onto players around them while keeping themselves, for the most part, out of the action. As some of these compositions have to all in more than others. Mystic Might is going to be the buff that procs in the Spirit Well, so not quite as dangerous as White Tigers, but the anticipation and luxury of having back-to-back ultimate casts is more than enticing enough to have these players full commit into holding that space down. GG with the Karumi and the musket putting pressure onto Alliance, who return fanfare with the cannon shots. But it's Alliance who've established themselves currently in the middle of that Spirit Well, and GG as a result going to be having to give up a lot of that spacing. Lovely headshot from Yuma on with the musket to the teams on his left flank, as we can see the Dragon-like Might coming on through, showcasing to all of the teams, if you try and step up to the plate, if you try and contest the Spirit Well in the close, you risk getting scooped up into that Soul Jade and deposited on the wrong side of the lobby. as it is going to be Alliance taking a lot of pressure. FPX just managing to pick up Sanzi. Somehow, as every single player in this lobby turned onto that Hardy, seeing him fall incredibly low from the pressure coming on out. And as a result, GG have actually been able to solidify that placement on the Spirit while Alliance had given it up, trying to chase after the kills, seeing that FPX were vulnerable, and no one is contesting GG. They're all hunting for kills.
Yo, wait a second. You're gonna allow a Sand Siphon team get this for free? All right, listen, the team's gonna realize that very, very quickly how how messed up these situations lead out. Now it is gonna be a J versus J department. We saw Armor Pierce now being revealed into the hands of 2 different players. Dragonlight might still into the works. I think 3 teams have advanced group heal on standby. So now it's really up to this end game circle. 4 minutes left on the clock. GG looking to kite this buff as long as possible just to make sure they can try to work this one through. There it is. The old proc comes out here from the Cicada. Now it's up to CJS. Oh my gosh. 330 is just a musketeer, man. No swords, just straight muskets. And now it's going to be a case scenario for these shots in the midair. If he can try to land them off, you can see Junex going to be low into the rift in terms of the ravine, having the tether active, looking to try to find the loot left behind by Santi's body. Now forces CJS here with the 2 Furents he has available just to push back, cause some disturbances, get some zone take damage, close for Dragon Slayer. A very, 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 very all-in move. And now CJS has F1 available, collides with it, looks to try to float around here in case any blues get spammed out towards his way. Bait gets caught into the bait if he needed to, but nope, not going to take it. Zhao Hu, though, into the background here, giving GG enough time to see an LXM trying to reset, forcing other teams to look for those range shots as the Alliance is going to be the reasons on top of this pathway. Now for CJS, he's going to be spamming out the blues. I mean, this is going to be the case for Dragon Slayers. But one time happens here. Yuma takes a musket shot from the Armor Pierce that 330 is wielding. Is not going to be going ahead for the sustain as the advanced heal is proccing off, having around 2 healing berries left and 8 armor powders. Usually teams are carrying more armor powders than healing, but when the case scenario of an Armor Pierce comes out, it kind of flips it on its table. So for right now, having to kind of worry about whether that's going to be utilized here. We're going to see Rupture Gale being burned out. Karumi circling, Karumi getting caught into headshots, a crossbow bolt coming out from the spam as KLA makes it into the motion here. And for this chance here for 330, just trying not to invest as much as he can, coming into this position being locked out. Merciless Havoc still on 17S now with the gold staff, having a chance for the cannon shots to come out from the Rupture Gale as Alliance is looking through to try to deny range shots as well with their own dragon-like might. Revenge getting to the high ground here, trying to see about whether or not he can come in for a sneaky attack, and now it's going to come down towards the position of the end game circle. 2 minutes left on the clock, and this is only going to be to contest who can survive as long as they can before one gets knocked off into the zone, Mox.
I mean, GG have 3 sets of legendary armor. KLA do have Merciless Havoc. Alliance making a play now with that Zai F3 to try and put themselves onto that high ground and keep themselves out of the clutches of GG for as long as they possibly can. GG entirely uncontested. They have a couple of damages coming through from them with the Tumult Wisps, but it is going to be that Karumi F3 Tether Snap to keep the Tumult alive, even as the swap to that range pressure comes on through, having seen the CC being successful against this team. GG just having to wait it out. KLA coming through with the Merciless Havoc, putting pressure onto Frio, trying to send him into that Corruption Storm damage. QGG dodging around the hits of the Pulsar coming on out, finds the charge LMB into Assassin's Lunge with that dagger, showcasing his trump card up the Takeda's sleeve, looking for those lockdowns onto these players. Has to be careful that he doesn't go too far away into that Corruption Tick damage, as KLA are going to be investing their Karumi ultimate. GG on the low ground, having all of that loot from the Spirit while putting pressure onto Alliance, who've had to burn out that Matori ultimate. KLA did lose one of their players. The Karumi Tether is going to be bringing CXC back momentarily, but GG camping the body are going to try and find the kill on this immediately. CXZ will be able to break away with the help of that Tumult ultimate. Goes in to utilize the Wisp, but GG's free for Frio catches him with the charged RMB on that longsword, and now it's just a matter of who can outlive GG. CJS with the Takeda ultimate activation puts NY7 further into the zone, gets interrupted by the Dragon-like Might Scoop coming on through from Alliance's teammates, but gets the Karumi Tether as well as that V2 from Frio to keep himself hale and healthy in the middle of this storm, as everybody else eats the full Corruption Tick damage. LXM throws the Wisp to turn the Karumi ultimate elemental and sap everybody's stamina, and it goes to the heal off, and GG with the kills and the Soul Bloom pickups walk away with so many kills as well as the last team standing. And Serve, I can't help but feel, despite how well GG played it, everybody else left in that lobby when they let GG pick up that Spirit Well for free, they kind of tanked their game. They kind of tanked their game, FPX especially, because normally with the Sand Siphon composition, like you can see the smells on GG, they can't believe they got away with quite literally murder. With the Sand Siphon composition, you have to sacrifice an ultimate to be able to hold that Spirit Well down, right? Especially the Tumultuous Ultimate. Normally that's the thing that gets invested. Tumultuous Ultimate covers the entire thing of the Spirit Well. No one can really try and contest for, especially the Kylan teams, because the Tumultuous Wind Wall interrupts the Kylan dash, it cuts it short. The problem is that everyone is seeing the players that are low on FPX's side, and they're all chasing, they're all hounding down that one kill that they potentially could have gotten. So when the Temi ultimate comes through before GG pick up the Spirit Well, it's not actually on the Spirit Well, it's on FPX. So they get the isolation on FPX, they get the kill on FPX, they get the Spirit Well for free, which resets the Tumultuous Ultimate charge, and they're just free to go with all of their ultimates and all of the legendary armor ready, as well as the damage reduction to live all of the pressure. And all of the teams left in the area understand when GG pick up that Spirit Well, like, oh, this is not good. We're now going to have to play reactive rather than aggressively. So what that does is it creates this massive chasm between GG and every other team left, where they're all having to just scrap for space so that none of them are the ones close enough to GG, which means they cannibalize their health bars, they cannibalize their resources, and they cannibalize their ultimate casts. Like, so many of those teams had to burn through everything that they potentially could have held against GG to try and take advantage when that storm closes, but they just don't get the opportunity.
Yeah, okay, we have more to go through on that, and I want to go through the question before I get into that as well. Question for you guys in Twitch chat. How many kills did Team CD Wolves get in Game 5? A3, B4, C5, or D6? Make sure you guys have a chance of, remembering what had occurred in terms of your realization, of course, for your benefit, because you got to remember these rewards are in Twitch chat, so make sure you guys have the chance of doing so. But yeah, we got to talk about it, because GG kind of quartered off, and then when they quartered off the majority of the lobby, their biggest aggression factor would have been having KLA to work their way and being in that corner as well to try to contest it. But all the teams forced KLA into that ridge line, forcing him into the corner, and everyone decided to come and drop through there. Alliance wanted to stick to it, and for some reason, even though that's the case, it also forced out the burnout for KLA's ultimates, and then in which case GG just said, you know what, we have this corner to ourselves. Forcing that Spiral to be as free as it was for GG isn't something that is, a fun time for the teams to then realize it is too late. There's nothing you can do about it, and that's the problem that comes out. But the contesting comes out if you're running the same comp. I mean, the Sand Siphon comes out where it's mulch can work through. That's why we've seen some certain comps work to mulch into their set selection, so that way they can invade an enemy Temi squad, so long as the Takeda isn't that much of a threat. But as always, he always is. Now, Alliance having that team to work into 20 points to be earned that match is something to scoff at. So for them, it's a great point threshold to be burned out through. But the Takedas coming out from CJS, the plays, the pushes, I got a special shout out to 330 for those musket shots. This man was on it every single time. He was aiming down sights and utilizing it as often. Even with a blue musket, just catching those musket shots was a dream come true for any sort of kill potential, especially looking to line up with LXM. But since we know CJS most likely will take this MVP, we're going to go ahead and get into the standings, because we still have today to work through for day 2 for TE. Not having a fun time, man. Not a fun time in the day 2 right now. We have 26 points still for OUG as well. Bottom of the rung for the ladder right now. So having day 3 to work into seeing about how that ends up. But the second middle half is going to have where the players today, Alliance 43.5, 11th place when they play. Not bad getting the scoreboard so far comparative to their to the bottom 6, but ASC 45.4 today. 13.5 for SS1, so not too much to be earned through. I'm not even sure what's going to happen to day 3, but I'm pretty sure the surpassing of the points is going to be high. 58.4 though, DRG takes in a one-day planning, and that leads into the top 6, which I'm very curious in seeing about, because I mean, GG probably took over the spot. I'm kind of looking to see about it. I'm probably not, but we're gonna have to double check. Yes, it is. It's gonna be the case. GG taking the first spot, but before then, JDG second day playing, earning themselves 72 points, 94 so far for FPX. into 2 days of playing. Kaylee at 105 in third, 113 turn Team Bauda being dropped down below as GG takes 69.5 points so far today. In total, 117.5 into this round. Now we're going to end up in game 6 in Padoria. We're going to enter it back through there. But Morris Knight, always a pleasure kiting out and seeing how those fights out. There's a lot of highlights to go through into that game, especially into the northern side of Eventai Temple. There's a lot of fights I want to see if we get some of the replays, because the Eventai Temple had a lot of positions, and we're gonna go right into those replays. Brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming, and looking to the first Roman Yang. This is where the catalyst began for GG in winning out.
I mean, I'm just looking forward to that parry. I know it's coming, but this was, yeah, Free O's perspective, just still being able to call out to his teammates when he notices a lot of these players trying to take reset points, especially like keeping an eye on the zip. Sees the skill rush, calls out when to go for the parry. Goes to show one of the advantages of losing those players is that bird's eye angle that you can have. Comes in, forces out that zip, gets to find the charge LNB proc into the Hepta from that longsword, as well as utilizing the F3 to give the damage reduction. There's the Musker shots. I know that you are looking forward to seeing GG. When they're not playing NARAKA, they're playing FPS, because Free Musker shots is so accurate. Look at this. It's absolutely insane, the amount of plays that GG have been able to make with ranged weapons over the years that they've participated in NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. As we can see, the heal-up situation that GG are able to win handily, given the fact that everybody else around them, all of the other teams, have long been burnt out of those ultimate resources by having to scrap it out over fighting for that one little ledge, that one safe spot away from the players of GG on the low ground, as it is going to be CJS on the Takeda, who takes his 4th MVP of the season with Soul Release, Assault Smolder, Windy Trinity, Sap Souljade, Martial Art Tai Chi Fan, and Stamina Strike, logging 28,682 damage, almost 12,000 of it done with the spear. Despite not having any Souljades, that sets the spear up to do anything else other than just Dragon Slayers and Tenezas.
Yeah, and he capitalized as much as he had onto that gold spirit that he was able to pick up from the Romiang, and I think that was into his stead of just being able to spam everything out. But like we said, the teammates, they lock it down. He gets a free Dragon Slayer, and it's field day at that point. And having his teammates kind of look into even using the Tumultuous, just try to lock down post Nejaz, is also part of the process of just being able to lock him down and just holding him again for a second Nejaz. And that happens because Nejaz allows for Nejaz Might, or the Dragon Slayer allowing for a secondary Nejaz Might, just goes ahead and deletes someone out from the game. You know, send him to lobby at this point, because things come through here. Because we're going to go into a break. We're entering to round 6, and we'll be right back right afterwards, guys, to end this day out.
Welcome back, everybody, to the NARAKA BLADEPOINT Pro League. We're about to head into the last game of the day, so I cannot believe game number 6 has arrived this quickly, but it's going to be an aggressive one that's probably going to end maybe a little bit shorter. Maybe this is the one that we see end before the full heal-off situation, given the fact that we're headed off to Padoria, the latest map in NARAKA BLADEPOINT's lineup, but we're headed to Padoria with a twist. It is going to be increased Firefly spawn rate, which means that a lot of these teams are going to be getting much more aggressive much earlier.
Yeah, and Padoria has a lot of elements of the Firefly rotation routes, considering that across the map itself, right, we have certain areas that have an inclusion of multiple Fireflies on the top level, and then some single Fireflies off into the east side, right? But like Sword Tomb, for instance, where the area of itself near the Crimson Cave, 2 Fireflies there, 1 Firefly north of that. Team spawn there, they rotate straight up because Arcadia is going to be where we end up going most likely. In Arcadia, with the Moongaze Terrace, there's like 3 or 4 Fireflies there. I mean, no one's going to want to not take that position because they take Fireflies as Xiphon's available for them. Guess what? They want to contest for Vulpin's Essence. If they take the contest, they want to contest that buff or that soldier, I should say. It's a good value type buff to have in the team in case things, enter to a ring out into Romy Yang or even outside of it. Because like we say, the value on Romy Yang's dependency on the DPS increase that your team can muster, and as well as the buff. So depending and seeing whether or not we have that, as always, will be a treat. I'm always kind of canceling that out though with potential for the end game circle, and that's where things can lead out. We saw into the first round today. Twilight's Pass had our end game circle accruing over around there, where towards the Honor Temple, the teams just ended up just having that, the fights around, and a lot of players staying alive to the point where we actually had a tight score. But things could turn around to be different. I like seeing Skygaze Cove as an opportunity for the final zone. Skygaze Cove, depending on where that end circle ends up, if the dials that give you the lava conductor's protection is
that can be a huge decision maker between who's able to handle the heat and who gets a little bit well done. As I'm just really looking forward to seeing whether or not KLA decide to run this Tianhai Barrier Zai composition, because when they got the MVP on it, it was on a Padoria game. And they have been showing that it is pretty strong, especially for contesting those Spirit Wells. That being said, we've had like a split between the Spirit Wells. Sometimes the teams are really strong at being able to contest it, and we see like to the point when no one is able to pick up the Spirit Well, and even the zone closes in and moves away from the Spirit Well without any team actually having picked up the buff. And then we get games like we had in the last one, where everyone sees a kill that they could get for free and turns their attention to that and loses the game as a result. Because like Alliance, they put together 18 kills in game number 5. If they had just kept their eye on that Spirit Well contest, they probably would have been able to walk away with the last team standing too. Unfortunately, they go for the kill in front of them rather than the long-term consequences. And it does cost them in the long term, as we're going to see Sand Siphon getting locked in. Kurumi, no surprises there. Going to immediately be much more expensive for all of these teams in Phase 2 and Phase 3. Bowder going to be going for the Cardi composition, DRG locking in. Yep, that's going to be... Oh?
Yeah.
No. We saw the Takeda, and then the Kurumi and the Temi faded out. I was like, are we going to see the Tianhai? Because apparently, according to the Chinese teams, like the Takeda and Tianhai composition is incredibly strong inside Realm of Yang, but that didn't really come to fruition in the Pro League, so maybe they've moved away from that composition, or they're trying to attack it, and we'll see it pulled out in playoffs once they've fully been able to realize the potential. As it is going to be the last teams in Phase 3, mostly opting for the Tessa Viper Wuchen. FPX will be able to have enough points to be able to lock in with the Cardi composition, and I'm not seeing anything that should herald in some off-the-wall picks in terms of hero abilities. Sad to say that KLA did not decide to go for the Tianhai composition. JDG also sticking away from the Tianhai despite having tried to run the Tianhai Farrier comp for the last couple of weeks for the season. Feels like the meta sort of settled down, especially into game number 6, with these teams understanding this is the last chance of the day for them to be able to get points on the board and try to qualify into this next bi-weekly finals.
Exacto. And yeah, the Tianhai into the mix, I was like, okay, it's a full circle. Meter dump him. it happens. It's like, oh man, you know, his pressure is absolutely monstrous if given the opportunity. Guess what? Teams ain't gonna let that opportunity happen. They're gonna be denying his entry as far as the crossbow bolts reach into 60 durability down to 0. So for everything kind of coming out from the teams, not letting him survive is going to be objective play. Even with the Nefri Kurumi, the amount of times that we've seen Tianhai show up, show out, and then get deleted out can be, you know, kind of in numbers of hands. And the thing is that the team up scenario happens when there's multiple Tianhais, but that's just because Tianhais deny Tianhais. And that's the thing that kind of comes out. If in the Romiangs, like the fights between Tianhai versus Tianhai, is that the Tianhai ult second, he's going to be the one that's going to get engaged by the first one. And then that's going to be where the pushback comes out. End game circle, it's just consistent, like using the jetpacks to their advantage. It's, you know, and then they land on top of the other Tianhai, push him back, and then throw a hand into his face, you know, pulling out the T800 move. But one thing keeping Tianhais out of the mix as well is just the fact that a lot of the Tianhais are using the V2. And the V2 given sustain back is a necessary trough, especially coming out from the Zyburns and just trying to get some sustain back. So whether or not certain changes happen in the future or a team decides to run a comp that works with Tianhai best, we'll have to see later on though, because right now our drops are having Azov peak being contested by nearly 4 teams. TE in the outskirts, KLA, Alliance, and Wolves are all on board for the hot drop. Arcadia with the Moongaze, Terrasol, JDG, and OUG. Bauda is right there. This is gonna be the violence ensued. Listen, KLA love to take fights into slaps. I saw QGG twice today getting first frame 1 kills with his fists, so you already know where he's standing on business. And we're entering where Skygaze Cove has SS1 and FPX to kind of contest here. High drop loot for area, Swords Tomb on the west side. They got in the northeast to kind of work into looting out, and if they go into Cinderfell south side, that'll be dependency on their own. But of course, DRG, Lonesome at the Statue Workshop could make their way towards the Ascension Forum. That's exactly where ASC decided to opt in. And you can see over to the west side, GG just chilling out. Maybe just
it's their standard. It's their standard. They always drop Twilight Pass. They've dropped Twilight Pass since Koi Cup, which is when we saw them the first time on Perdoria. Wolves, however, usually dropping towards Skygaze so that they can put themselves onto Celestial Barge, changing things up. They're going to be dropping around Azovs alongside Alliance. They are the ones, however, to get into the underground cavern first. So Alliance going to be picking up some of the scraps that Wolves have left behind. Going to have to be careful that they don't take too long on those trap clips, as it is going to be Alliance, as you can see, just not really getting the loot that they were looking for. That Kurumi has got purple armor. At least one of the players from Wolves gets caught out a little bit behind the rest of the pack, but Revenge not within range to go for the punishment, as Wolves actually reposition onto the Mercury River to be able to use those surfs, as we're going to be seeing FPX and SS1 over towards Skygaze, taking a fight immediately. Gen 1 with that Tessa gets the enchantment. LMB comes on out from Jun with those fist blades, gets parried by the spear, which means Dragon Slayer's into Nessa's full lockdown. Tutu even actually throws in the LMB on the tail end of the Nessa, that we see a lot of players go for the cancel off of. Gets caught out now with FPX turning the numbers against him. Will be able to find the kill onto the abandoned player, as it's going to be DRG going head-to-head with ASE. ASE getting a successful test of V1 enchantment to connect onto the Takeda, but Donkwing still going to be able to peel his players with the 2 Fury shoves that he has left, as well as the fact that Kakaishi on that Kurumi allows everyone from DRG to tank the full damage coming on out from the Tessa Viper Wuchang composition. And as we said, these teams are taking fights incredibly aggressively, but they're also finishing them off incredibly quickly, as they understand the potential of the third party is one that they do not want to have to worry about.
Yeah, swiftness is key, especially into these early game spawns. Just trying to find as fast as you can the loot that you can muster, and then just going crazy onto one person, and then having ultimate potentially, just to try to go for a quick cast and pick up soul wounds along the way. just like we saw in the Ascension form from DRG. Now up to the case, Wolves is on to the Purity Chamber near to the sidelines. You're going to see the F1 investment as XEM finds that launch back with the parry mode, of course, looking for the lethal jab, releases the blue focuses there. XEM doesn't have ultimate to kind of stand by against his Kaidi Yincon, but of course, takes the teleporter from his own side as 9HQ is able to place that out. Sublime job. You know, 9HQ, bottom of the ringer, has ZK still on ultimate standby in case he needs to proc it out, but 9HQ gets out. Looking at XEM forcing pressure onto his own position as he's going to be giving a little bit of control. 9HQ misses the bulb, unfortunately, but he gets a nice parry. F1 investment coming in for Tusik is going to be coming after the 1-2s. There's going to be the release from the Hong Sword. Verticals come out here. XEM still has no ultimate, still has combo breaker available though, and that's going to be a Stormform proc that comes out, but the F1 isn't going to be used in the right timing because XEM now had to use it under dire circumstances. Uppercut is confirmed. The ultimate's ready. XEM goes ahead on cast ultimate. Guess who has it as well? Tusik. He can use it in response. It's the turnaround is going to be giving towards Wolves' benefit, and Kiki goes down from JDG. XEM has himself to level up to this level 2 swing, looking for this position made to earn out a stagger against the Hadi or even the Keelan in terms of the teleports, and they're taking the teleports to Chase Town. A very nice occurrence of the amount of aggression that Wolves loves to take into this. They still have one elimination. They take that soul bloom from XEM, and XEM goes right back in, looking to try to lock down anyone who's on the vicinity. Of course, he looks towards Tusik, who burns the F1. Backlining towards his meter dump, gets a successful one, but the combo breaker is available. Tusik is going to be looking to try to hold in the horizontal or vertical, whether in which he decides to release it. Goes out for a clink number 1, gets caught with the Saggers. XCM and Wolves are looking towards these fight. Xing is going to be the only one left remaining, and that's 3 eliminations that Wolves take into that fight.
Yeah, TE now going to be going head-to-head with SS1. Ballista is in play by Tutu, who's just on the outskirts of that Moonbane alliance. Going to be drawn into the fray. This is not that Moonbane. This is not a fight that they want to keep themselves in. As a result, and Revenge now going to be trying to get away, will be taken down by the assassination chunk of that F3 at the hands of Rosemary coming on through. Yuma going to be utilizing that Tumult combo break ability, and as a result means he doesn't have it for the Tessa ultimate. That is one of the problems with the Tessa and the Tumult matchup. If you have your combo breaker on the Temi when the Tessa uses the ultimate, you're not going to get stunned. If you have to use it before the Tessa ultimate comes through, 100% you're eating that 3-second enchantment window from the V1 Proccers SS1 with a successful hit onto Alliance using absolutely everything at their disposal. Moonbane and Ballista to hedge Alliance into taking a fight that they're just not comfortable with, jumping on the isolated players when they try and split off to find that disengagement. Really good stuff coming through from them as OUG on the same composition, going to have picked themselves up a couple of kills as well. These Viper Tessa Wuchen comps really popping off at the early stages of these rounds, taking full advantage of all of the aggression that these teams are showcasing when those Fireflies are in action. Is GG gonna be with that fan. Already gets themselves a legendary Soul Jade for the side of Free. Oh, we'll have to wait and see if they go into a realm of Yang and reveal what exactly the Kurumi is going to be holding on to. As KLA kiting through the map, heading over towards Azov Peak. Potentially going to be running into some of these players, but I mean, this place with the amount of teams that landed here probably picked through.
Yeah, it's been picked, through and thin. I can spoil that Kurumi Soul Jade unless you want to, sightline it out, because we're gonna have a little bit of a scrap off between SS1 and Shen up against KLA. Now, of course, having F1 coming through here, we're looking for bows, we're looking for Hong Swords, we're backing off here. SS1 Rosemary though into the background, just making sure that chase is going to be committed by KLA. They're going to be looking to try to go for an investment of a test enchant, maybe even to just bursting down one target alone. Now for SS1, they keep cutting around towards the Jedi outlook in terms of its directional. We're going to see whether or not 17S is going to be looking to try to go for the whole check. Gets caught by the F3. That's going to be connection towards the teammates to kind of look for the lockdown here if they can. Obviously, there's the V3 coming into play. Rosemary able to get that full silence, a full reveal that denies any skills from being applied in here. That's going to be the deletion. The QGG goes immediately down, and the knockback comes through here with the Keelan ultimate in play. Now the lockdown is being more important now than ever. F1 is now invested from CXC. He gets caught by another Dragon Slayer. This is going to be a huge turnaround as long as he falls down. Yeah, there he goes. And 17S gets that parry in the backline. Rosemary Trying to lock down this Keelan to make sure he has no time to escape here. The ultimate is done for. Jump LMB isn't confirmed, but he's looking to release his blues. Keeps himself nice and steady. Gets caught by the LMBs again and again. But Rosemary is going to get a lot of HP chunked out here. Now the Wu Chen is available. We're slapping this one. Oh my goodness gracious. Now the jump LMB confirms it. That's what you get. I'll stop. CXE gets himself a chance of getting the solo blow, but he's getting caught in grapples by two different players, two different places. And that's JDG getting caught by Perry. He's like, listen, I got to move. My pizza's coming into the front door. I need to pick it up. It's going to go ahead and get cold, and I don't want it to be here. It's going to get really bad over here right now because CXE has himself a kite out. He broke his ankles. He actually broke his ankles.
He made it look like he was going under the cabin and then Scale Rush holds to go back up into the open world. Unfortunately, JDG are able to just catch his disengagement regardless. CXE making it stylish, but he's just going to be delaying the inevitable, and I believe KLA didn't have any revives, so that is knocked out of this lobby. Very unfortunate stuff, but I mean, what a kite coming on through. That's going to be one that everyone utilizes. That's going to be one that you yourself, chat, can utilize in your competitive games. As GG finds the ambush over towards Mercury River, putting themselves potentially into a realm of Yang. They do indeed manage to get themselves into the portal to go up against DRG, but we're going to be following Wolves versus ASE. Wolves with blue armor and the Cardi composition. Gem getting grapple locked into very early. Kylan ultimate coming on through. They're up against the Tessa Viper Wu Chen composition. That's why Viper ultimate is going to break. And it is going to be Jam with that Tessa enchantment stun coming on through. Puts himself behind the pillar, looking to break LOS from the Viper follow through. The dash is now going to put the pressure. They see the Wu Chen teleport being forced. Try and find the anticipation. The Kylan dash is setting up the charged RMB on the Halberd stagger. Follow through from that Z ping. ZK in the meantime has been taken down on the side of Wolves, and it is going to be that second forward of the Tessa ultimate. Jam incredibly low is going to be able to utilize that F1 on the Kylan to break away from the fight, put himself behind a pill and potentially get a heal off. Has to go back into the mix with the Scale Rush, but just eats the backswing of the Pulse Sword instead. An ASE with the Viper Tessa Wu Chen composition, able to find the win inside the realm of Yang. And you know what's really strange, stuff? This isn't even the first time this season that we've seen this composition take a fight inside a realm of Yang. We've seen it happen 5 times now, and every single time they've won.
New tech. I'll stop. Listen, that's what I'm saying. I got questions because I'm like ASE doing it the 5th time. If they're being here now for this time being of playing that comp is Rami Yang against a Kata Ying comp and beating them out like that, that's absolutely crazy. Because we always went into the conversation about whether or not this comp works outside only.
Yeah.
You know,
it's not just ASE though. Like JL have done it, Wolves have done it, ASE has done it. It feels like a lot of these teams, because of how important the pillar is inside Realm of Yang, the 4 pillars that you have in the Scale Rush tech there that comes alongside it, the Tessa's ultimate being able to go through those pillars is denying these teams from utilizing the pillars the way that they have been wanting to in the past. Because there are specific lines for Realm of Yang fights against Sand Siphon compositions and Cardi compositions where you rely on the pillar to be able to set lines up, but you can't do that against the Tessa Viper Wu Chen team.
Man, these guys are... Listen, if anything happens to those pillars, it's over. We're going to have 3 pillars decks coming out here. But obviously, right then and there, Revenge, he's on his arc of looking for the hottie. And of course, if whether or not Sanzi gets out of this one, there's still a team chasing behind them. Bauda have blue armors. They're looking to, eaten because they got Rami Yang depletion. They got 3 minutes left on the clock right now. They got 11 grapples for you. He keeps this kiting going. He could be spotting out Alliance's Yuma, but nope, he decides to go ahead. He was looking to the mid ground. And you can see into the background that Alliance, they have Mystic Might, so they could be looking to spot these guys out if they could decide upon engaging. But in the meantime, we do have another engagement, DRT fighting Wolves. XCM looking to proc out ultimate before anything, and Takeda still has ultimate to be available. So whether or not he finds pressure to come out here, it's going to be in time or out of time. Of course, Don King is going to be looking to try to go and having his opportunity of just backing around, just making sure to space out, baiting out, playing the Matador versus the Bull against the Keelan. He gets caught by one horn, but he's still safe. Parry comes out here. The F2 from the Hottie is still going to be inactivated, and Donkey Kong's going to go ahead and release that Fear and Blast. Free jabbing, free fan R&B coming out in a massive display of power. This is going to be the deletion that Wolves was not anticipating, and DRG get their soul blooms, get their remaining depletion eaten out through 6 eliminations. ZK is going for a swim. Have another 100 seconds left on the clock for him to find any sort of way of surviving out here, because now there's a fight between Alliance and Bauta into this engagement.
Yeah, Puke, having to utilize that Zip ultimate, is going to get hunted down by Alliance, who proc that Tumult ultimate, looking for the lockdown. Revenge too, with the Fear and Shoves trying to send these players into those wind walls. Bauta are able to kite away from the Temi ultimate, but they still have to worry about those Fear and Shoves until now. Revenge out of the ultimate with that Katana, tries to find any opening that he can, but he is just being sent absolutely every direction by this Kylan V2 on the side of Bauta, who've been able to live the duration of that semi-ultimate, as well as the Takeda, who now with the meter dump turns it around, having charged up the blue so that he can get the gold and not be parried. Revenge back against the wall, gets sent into the charged R&B on the dual halberds. Yuma tries to come through and peel for his player, does manage to find a lot of damage onto Bauta's Yu, who has to burn out that combo break coming on through from Yuran, set into motion by the Hardy ultimate, but Yuma swaps to the bow and takes him down. GG aren't the only aim gods in this lobby, as Revenge tries to find the catch with the charge LMB interruption off of that dagger onto Bauta's Yuran. He's going to set up another combo breaker to try and find a disengagement if he gets locked down by these other players on the side of Alliance, who are going to try and find that reset recovery and then hunt down where exactly this Hardy has run off to. OUG and SS1 now going head to head inside that river. Tessa F1 going to be invested, SS going to be knocked back, has the hit of that Viper. F3 will not be able to find any player off of the back of throwing it on through, as these players do have to worry about the zone moving away. It's still early, so it's not going to be absolutely tanking their health bar, but it's definitely going to be having a lot of impact, as Gen 1 now has to deal with a line showing up for that third party. The Tessa can't even get the animation of the V1 cast out. Revenge will be able to take them down, and now turn on to OUG. Revenge with the Takeda ultimate proc, not going to find the stagger onto the Wu-Chan. The teleport will come into play, and OUG teleported further into the storm to try to dodge away from Alliance's watchful eye. They're going to have to be very careful how they rotate back into the safety, as surely Alliance are going to be on the lookout for where exactly this team has teleported off to.
Yeah, it's kind of tough. Full investment for a Takeda ultimate preempted the notion of not knowing whether or not the Wu-Chan port was available, and then they learned the hard way. Now there's gonna be chances here. Cloud Weaver in the hand of LXM. Razor Swift on 3-3. That's a spoiler, guys. For GG, that's gonna be the case for that gold Jade, and now they're round fights up against TE. Wash on the gold Hong Sword, purple armor. Someone get the scrub, because this man might be dishing out filthy amount of damage. Who knows? Wash is caught by double grapples into the sky. He has F3. Now, of course, CJS hasn't even procced F1 just yet. Now he's reinitiating. Nice kiting going towards straight to the center. Looking to try to scare rush to keep going ahead and knocking out, but there's the F1 investment. The F3 comes out. The Tumult circle to kind of lock down the Zai, as she is locked through here for a couple of seconds. 14 has ultimate proc, gets caught by the Takeda Fury, but there's going to be the knockback for the ultimate cast. Now it's going to be a chance for the Matari F2 to come back into play inside of the circle, but of course, Kurumi circle is going to keep the sustain, as Siphon's going to be coming out here. CJS losing a lot of HP, taking the Kurumi circle into his own set, as 3-3 is able to lock that one down here. Watch getting gold focus strikes across the corner. Fury Blast at its last whim for one last cast, and CGS is looking for that lineup and trying to burn the ensnare from that Zion, but she dodges it. She was preemptive in Notion, and that's going to be the gold focus spam. F2 from Matari. The F1 comes out for the somersault, but that is going to be the F3 knockback. Hoping to see about that last hit confirmation. There it is. Leo finds it against CJS. Watch having himself to scare rush around here. Razor Swift is going to be in 3-3's hand. hand. He literally deletes out Leo as a result and looks to try to go for that tether spread and trying to keep his teammate alive as 14 gets pelted into the backline. Now it's a 1v2. Wash gets caught with the LMB, and that's all the connection that is needed from GG to win this Roma Yang. And they earn themselves that gold weapon to be accrued, and that's going to be a gold armor as well. Draco Storms in the top right. Look at that. Every single team has picked that up. Gold dual blades has been picked through, as well as the purple Hong sword. I'm curious to see if they're going to be picking up Draco Storm. They got 87% on that Tumult Circle. I say bump it. We're running it. That is it. Triple Draco Storm on the field to play.
That is going to be a lot of aggression. Something that GG also have on the field of play is Aurora Burst for LXM, which is unfortunately the thing that TE constantly had to worry about, as so much of Wash's Zai V2 had to be burned just staggering the Temi before Aurora Burst could fully proc. And so it meant that just the Zai V2 didn't find the damage burst that it was looking for. They weren't able to find the target. They weren't able to bring the Kurumi down. The F3 Tether is still active when the Zai V2 was up. All of the fire proc just gets cleansed. And we see FPX, GG, and Alliance, like you said, all on the table. SS gonna get spotted out. The lone player remaining throws the Cav Bloom, gets parried, and you is just finding the cleanup. You can see SS just standing still. He's letting that kill just go through. Bowder will be able to find one, and that was a huge turnaround because that was actually a 1v1. I don't know if OUG understood that it was a 1v1, if he was just standing still so that it would be gotten over with before teammates came through. But that was potentially winnable for the Viper versus the Carolyn. As we're going to see GG head over towards Imperium. Alliance also in the area looking to see if they can find some of these teams with Yang Depletion taking a fight inside the middle of the map. Revenge has been taken down, so they are sans their Takeda currently. There's TE and Bowder going to be headed around Skygaze. You might get your wish, if you might get a final zone into Skygaze, where we can see whoever procs that lava being the one with a slight edge over everyone else in this lobby, is TE's Wash with that legendary Hang Sword. Does have Yang Depletion, 3 minutes and 20 seconds for TE to be able to pick up the Soul Blooms and get themselves out of that situation. Goes over to a shop before rotating. Probably trying to find bounty scrolls at the moment. That's the thing that you really want to get your hands on if you have Yang Depletion, so that you can get that signal flare of where these players are going to be. Jun with the bonk of the 0.9 RMP on that pole sword, getting so much damage onto Alliance's Yuma, who is going to fall. NY7 now just trying to run and escape FPX's scrutiny. Into the corruption he goes. Kurumi Tava going to be used just to try and keep himself moving, but Jun is absolutely merciless and not allowing this Kurumi to kite away. Does have to take a little bit of downtime to pop off one of those Vitalias before trying to pick up the chase again. And in the meantime, NY7 does actually go down to that corruption tick damage. TE, however, have found themselves a fight. Unfortunately for them, it's up against the Sand Siphon composition. Wash with that F3, all of the fire proc has been cleansed by the Kurumi Tava. Leo is going to use his to try and make sure that Wash lives the full duration of that Cicada ultimate, but here comes the Temi ultimate from GG into the Aurora Burst, into the dreadful whale. GG absolutely stacked on the Soul Jades. Stop, they're already dead. Leo is gone. Wash out of the Zai V2 in a matter of moments, tries to go for the corner turnaround, has to utilize the F3 just to keep himself into that tree and break away from the fight as ASE comes in for the third party.
GG just it's a car wash, and they say, "You want the works? All right, here you go." It's full lockdown. Nothing could save TE from that point on, and then 14 is still left alone into the zone, just trying to see about just surviving. ASE though. Listen, 7 eliminations right now. They got gold armor right now for Jiangnan. Now it's going to be a shot position where they have so much loot on standby. They buy another gold armor and just leave it in the zone, because why not? Because that way the teams in the opposite ends don't purchase it. Octa Slash Blade giving out to Zhao Wendo. So that's going to be huge for Tessa and trying to lock down and completely giving free R&Bs releases from both Jiangnan as well as Moran. Now, obviously, we still have GG, so Jade selection that is a little bit of a threshold, because even though we have the Octa Slash Blade locked down, they have gold Jades potentially just being able to release from a range from a distant range. So if that's going to be the case, that's going to be the case. TE14 though, it is the case where they don't have any sort of value coming back through here. May as well not give any eliminations to any other players into this round. But switching on over to DRG here, having a Starfall Jade, of course, Sap Jade on Kakaxi, as well as just having an Alchemy be built up here passively. Dongqing's going to be looking for these cannon shots and try to pressure out GG. Now, that's a lot of damage off of CJS's armor, so that's going to be a case for them to initiate. But LXM said, nah, what range shots? And that's going to be where they're going to be releasing that Aura Burst and revealing what they got in their hands. Now, of course, having other teams in the backline can look for this anticipation to try to invade, and that's ASC right now. Look at this. Viper Wuchen Tessa has a full ample opportunity of seeing whether or not the fights are going to be occurring as 3-3 loses out his armor. Looking to try to reset here. Teams off to the northwest as well as FPX are now looking for their grievance and looking towards this Spirit Well, whether or not CJS decides to have to use Fear and Preemptive and just defending his team when the pressure comes in. There is no reset. There is no buff. There is no way for them to get any sort of reset on their ultimate, so it's going to be an all-in situation because right now, Moxie, this is where the all-in situation occurs.
Yep, Alliance, or rather ASC coming on through with the Viper V1, finding the lockdown onto DRG in the middle of that Tumult ultimate, but the Kurumi is able to find that armor circle, keep everyone on the side of DRG topped up for the full hit of that stun to wear on off as FPX now sees that the ultimates have been removed for DRG, know that the Tumult is going to be vulnerable, claps on top of WX98, who's going to be kiting the Cardi composition so that his team can live a little bit longer, prioritizing that support. Takeda hyper carry, surviving longer in the zone as here comes GG for the third party. Surprise drop down Aurora Burst, catching on to so many players, and GG time it perfectly. Not only do they get the third party, they also get the kill elimination count onto DRG's Tammy. FPX are not gonna be happy about that one in the slightest. It's GG, 10 kills. In the meantime, DRG going to be trying to find this revive onto that Tumult. No one has been looking at that Takeda, but this storm damage is going to be doing so much in WX98. Yeah, he got revived in a really awkward position just by, I think, grappling up from the low ground over that cliff edge. The storm tick just pushes his health bar too far down, and for DRG going for that play opened themselves up that Takeda could potentially have played a little bit safer, a little bit quieter, but he instead tries to bring the Temi back, and instead of losing one player, they lose the entire team. As FPX track him down, Jun just going through, checking that no one is crouched inside those purple invisibility bushes for FPX to get some easy kills onto the board. Moonbane gonna be spawning on up. ASE with Jiangzong and the legendary Hengsod utilizing those charge LMBs to keep his movement nice and clean. Not going to get locked down by any of these teams, but all eyes has to be on GG. They're the only Sun Siphon composition left on the field. They're the only Temi left on the field. So everybody knows when they see the Temi, he's got Aurora Burst attached. Just in the same way that when 330 is flashing that dagger, it is going to be attached with the Dreadful Whale. ASC now starting to put pressure onto GG with the cannon shots from on high, but they can't full commit to the fight. Surely GG don't get another Spirit Well for absolute free. It is between them, FPX, and ASE. ASE getting into position to grief GG when the Spirit Well spawns up. Actually goes early with the Tessa enchantment as Jiang Dong puts himself into position to start capping that Spirit Well and pushing that meter. Can't stay there for the full duration though, as GG with the Aurora Burst are going to make it incredibly hard for any of these teams to hold their position. LXM with the combo break investor tries to throw out that Wisp. The Dreadful Whale setup is available. The Tumult ultimate comes on through. LXM finds a parry. It's going to be Jiangdong making his move. The Viper V1 tanking all of the damage coming on through. Spirit Well still going to be contested by all of these teams. That Tumult ultimate might wear off before GG are able to cap it and get it back onto the board, but they still have the Soul Jades. They still have CJS and 2 Furin shoves to their name. Have to put themselves to the back of the zone as the Tessa enchantment does catch on to the Takeda. And as a result, CJS has to take a massive step backwards so that the follow-up is not there. ASE now with the Wuchen teleport going to be putting themselves into a reset position so that GG and FPX can keep looking at each other and buying them the full time to get their resources back onto those health bars. GG going to, with the Aurora Burst and the Dreadful Whale, look to start taking up more of that Spirit Well progress, but FPX trying to make a play to stop it. Jun goes a little bit too early, gets caught out by the stack of Soul Jades in GG's hands, and we're going to see the full Sand Siphon Soul Jade setup for every single player that tries to drop down and stop GG from getting their hands on this buff. GG now turning their attention onto the Tessa. The combo breaker has been utilized. The Viper from ASE having to step up, utilizing the F3 to buy the space for the Tessa to retreat, building up into the V1. Jiangdong now at the center of that Spirit Well, trying to utilize the scale rushes, having had that V1 and all of the damage reduction wearing on off. GG get another Tumultuous Ultimate back into play to set up for a Dreadful Whale into Aurora Burst follow through. This time that target is FPX's Yahoo, and he will fall slowly but surely. GG are working their way through absolutely every player left in this lobby. They get the Spirit Well, they get the Mystic Might, they get the ultimate fully recharged, and CJS with the Takeda V3 sets the Fury and shoves into motion for the charged R&B follow-ups on the fan into the Dreadful Whale, into the Tumult Ultimate Isolation. Tessa Ultimate comes on through, catches onto two players from GG, but the Tumult Ultimate is still going to be in play for them to utilize as an umbrella and hide from all of the follow-up damage from the side of ASE. They're caught between FPX and ASE on both sides. GG are the enemy that both of these teams need to turn on to. The ultimates now removed from the side of GG. They've had to burn absolutely everything as the two teams converge onto them. Combo breaker from the Kylan gets caught on in. CJS with the overhold on the charged RMB before falling back to the safety of the Aurora Burst to lead into the Dreadful Whale follow through. Catches so many of the players from ASE, but they wisely hold on to the Tessa combo breaker so that GG don't get an extension off of the back of it. And GG utilizing those Soul Jades are just trying to buy themselves the space to build this Takeda ultimate back into the mix before the Storm closes serve.
Now is a chance right now, CGS, every single ultimate's been invested twice fold over. Now it's going to be the chance between ASC to kind of work this one out. The Viper ultimate's back up and running. This is going to be a close pocketed 1 minute circle left to go through here. Jiangdong going to have a chance to rotate around here. Obviously with the R&Bs for this fifth blade, it's going to keep the momentum alive. Has F3 up in a second, but there is going to be the guaranteed test enchant. Hoping to come out here as it's going to be the Tem. He's going to burn his F1 to try to immune through the enchant, but guess who's ready for that? Jiangdong's going to have his V1, but he gets caught by the whisk throw. The R&B for the fan won't hit, but he's got the ultimate to stand by here. And of course, if he looks for this multi-way stun, he's going to have to really reach the heights here as his teammates are going to have to look to lock down one stun target. Of course, cannon shots into the zone. CJS takes these last hits. He still survives, and the semicircle comes out in clutch, and he's going to have enough time to just go for one heal off in the circle. And of course, if everyone allows for it, LXM's going to have free real estate for that Aurora Burst. And now Junex taking a lot of heals over here, man. He's got an ultimate ready to go in just a couple of seconds. There it goes, the elimination. He finds that Solum. He has the ultimate ready to go, but he's going to hold off to the last possible second. Of course, Zhao Wen with ASC getting the ultimate strikes is going to go ahead and proc it out preemptive, and there's the last hit confirmation he needs for FPX. This is exactly where the situation leads out for Keelan, and of course for the 10 eliminations to be earned into this game 6. FPX earning themselves out for that first place position, and of course taking the multiplier with them for the finale of Padoria nighttime map. Now here's going to be the chance of seeing the scoreboard, because everyone at the very end kind of worked through, but I think GG took it, and that's going to be the case. They are going to be the MVPs. They're the winners for round 6, and they're going to be the final winners for today's Day 2 trios.
Woo! Wow, we went from no one contesting Spirit Well to everybody contesting Spirit Well. We saw what, 2 Temi ultimates being built up in one fight. That's absolutely crazy. FPX as well, playing that long con perfectly. They understand that GG are going to have the better composition of being able to take it. Like, there is no point in them burning that Kylan ultimate only to run directly into the face of a Tumult Wind Wall and not being able to utilize it, and not being able to then use those ultimates to carve their space in the Spirit Wall and get those ultimates refreshed. So they're more than happy to just allow GG to be stuck in the middle between both themselves and also ASE on the opposing end, because it's sort of like the enemy of my enemy is my friend. In that instance, both of those teams understand that GG are going to have 2 ultimate cycles to burn through. So when things like the Tessa and the Viper ultimates come out, everyone is turning onto those players because they're trying to make sure that they can live the duration of GG's aggression, force the ultimates from GG out because they're coming under the pressure from not just 3 players, but 6 players, so that when the storm actually closes in, as opposed to the way we saw Game 5 play out, where GG have absolutely everything in their pocket and everyone else around them has nothing, it's actually, the tables get flipped entirely. GG are the ones that are starved for resources, and it's ASC and FPX who are able to hold on to theirs a lot longer. Like you can see when you look at the ultimate bars from FPX's Kylan and also the Hardy, they hold on to both of them. The Hardy holds on to his ultimate so that he can use the triple charge state to knock the players into the corruption tick damage and out of the eye of the storm with the safety of not eating the corruption tick damage. And Jun on that Kylan holds on to his ultimate so that he can have the Kylan guard proc, and as a result can live through all of the other players because of that sustain that comes alongside the Kylan V2.
Yeah, and even on top of that, right, like the actions of hotties in the skies kind of lead out towards teams to just really worry about investing F skill to F Fury and Blast, because hottie can dodge in midair, and that's something, you know, to keep in consideration about trying to catch someone out. A guaranteed capture would be a Temi circle wall, right? That stops him in his tracks. That's where everything leads out. But the moment the hottie is having free real estate in front of you, that's where you're going to be able to see CGS just trying to find the timing about using the Fury. And he saw him use it vertically. He was just trying to capture anyone to stop the hottie from being able to do anything further. And even if seeing about the risk scenario of his teammates throwing a blue focus in the middle of all the action, where so many players were in this stead, and having that, I'm glad we saw the Spearbow finally contested, this time with only 2 teams versus 1. And I'm glad to see how well the 2 teams performed, Team ASC as well as the FPX, to try to deny GG. Considering that, yeah, you know, shout out to Jiang Dan. He had every single opportunity of using the V1. He knew exactly what the risk was using it early on, kind of forcing out the scene about the Takeda using the Furin, burning the Temi circle, or burning the Temi was the job of their Tessa from ASC to make sure that Temi F1 was utilized, and having every single chance of just trying to see how much damage can we output here before the Kurumi F3 comes into full effect, waiting for the circle. But with a 1-point difference, GG takes the first place, and considering they had more eliminations by 5, with 15 kills, 17 game score was earned. FPX takes first place, but they have the multiplier. They take the ranking points. They're at 16 points in second place, 11.5 both for TE and ASC. Alliance taking 9, 7.5 for DRG, OUG taking 6.5, 4.5 for both SS1 and Wolves, Battle with 3, JDG with 1, Kaylee with 1 as well. Now coming into I believe we're looking into the standings, possibly maybe looking to the top 3 players coming in from GG. It is a good notion in terms of looking across the stat lines. Look at the healing, man. 34k healing. Listen, I know he's a Kurumi. Can we get this man an MVP for healing? Can we get some support line gamers MVP?
I'm pretty sure CGS is going to take MVP.
I know.
30,000 damage? That's a pretty big achievement for a Takeda.
Yeah, you know, I'm just looking for support gamers to get the representation.
I know, I'm the same Zip. I'm a support main. I play the Kurumi, I play the Zip. I enable my hyper carries, my Takedas. But you know what? The way that I look at it is I'm like, if my hyper carry is successful, I did my job correctly. Like, that is unfortunately the role of a support. It's a thankless job. If we don't talk about you, you're doing your job correctly. If we do talk about you, a lot of the time it's like, oh, well, this Teva came out early, or the Kurumi didn't ult in the correct place. Like, it's much better as a support to not be talked about than to be talked about.
Yeah. Reminds me of the boba days. Oh man, don't even get me started. Having to be the one fill-in, and they're like, yeah, whatever, and I'm doing the most work. It'd be like that. But at the same time, it's where the support line comes into clutch in most case scenarios, such as with 330's his position as a Kurumi, right? Man was doing work. And of course, having the chances of seeing these standings, some of these teams have their final day of playing, like SS1 right now, 52.5 in 11th place. Gonna be pretty hard to see about them staying here for finals next for this upcoming week, and seeing about them performing out. But So I have a chance of seeing them potentially. I don't know. JDG though, the second day of playing, 73 points. This is going to be the case scenario where they're in 6th place. JL still has third day of playing. KLA has a final run here with 106, 110 for FPX, and 116 for Team Bowda in second. Then GG takes the mantle here. So far, these things can change considering JL's first day performance of 80.6. But they have GG with 134.5 pre-final points. If you guys don't know how it's calculated, pretty sure it's 13% of the points taken into pre-finals, where they can utilize that towards their match point threshold. So keeping that in mind when we see about day 3 and looking at the finalized point values for top 12. But regardless, got clips and highlights for y'all, brought to you by Thunder Robot, Born for Gaming. This is going to be round 6 into Midoriya, and we're going to be starting this off here with this full scale engagement between Wolves and JDG off the rip.
Yeah, this Cardi mirror fight going down. Wolves able to find the upper hand. In terms of positioning, this is the realm of Yang fight. CJS coming on through with those fan gusts, getting the full catch, as well as Takeda F1 connection on to Kakaishi before coming on through with those 1-2s. Scout rushing, spot side DRG's Takeda, trying to find a sneaky reset behind that pillar. Will be able to catch him out before he can find it, as DRG's Don Quing now with the Takeda Fury and shows this is GG setting up the absolute blender. What is the answer to this? Aurora Burst, Dreadful Whale. What can you possibly do? Absolutely nothing, except probably take your hands off of the keyboard and wait for the next lobby to spawn on through, as Bad As You comes in with a jump power onto OEG's SS. Little bit of a style flare point for the uppercut extension into horizontal follow through catch. This is the moment where FPX find themselves at the mercy of that Tessa enchantment from ASE, but Jun still with that Kylan ultimate, able to come through with those dashes and outlive GG, because you have to think about how many kills GG were able to pick up that round. If they had been the last team standing, they probably capped out the 140 points in 2 days of play, and it's not actually the Takeda who comes in with the MVP. It's gonna be LXM, his 5th time getting MVP on the Temi. 27,864 damage coming through from him, 11,435 healing. Not a stat that we often see on Temi. Then again, he did have Tuna, which was probably being shared around for the entirety of the team, as well as Vajra's Grip, which is very important if your first line of engagement is Aurora's Burst. It is possible to parry Aurora's Burst as a sort of moment where your character flashes white with a circle as opposed to blue with a circle, which is normally the telltale sign that you can parry a traditional focus hit. So having Vajra's Grip attached to that Tumult so that he can just send without worry, without having to stress out whether or not that is going to get parried, those Aurora Bursts to chain into the Dreadful Whale. Very big brain play coming on through from GG.
Yeah, and the blender, how to get out of that blender is putting a fork in the blender, and that's a combo breaker. Sometimes it's all you need to do. Don't do that. Don't do that. Please don't do that. Please don't do that. But more importantly, looking at Temi, man had top 3 damage stats, and his third one was skills and ultimates. That's impressive. I'm gonna be honest. Temi Circle does not really do damage. I'll tell you that. The only thing it does damage is the Wisp and the knockback from the casting of the ultimate. But regardless, counted it out for the MVP. Going to be coming through here for Tumult, and hoping to kind of see where it's going to come through for GG. I mean, the pacing is going to be obstructive, in terms of top 3, definitely top 3, especially coming into day 3 plays for some teams. But we're going to go into more points later on. First, we got an interview coming through here and taking a review of one of our players playing through, but more chances to see about what our players are thinking, because you got to remember, a lot of players into passive interviews kind of lead out towards how their mentality leads playing, but also how they feel after the match. And we're going to take a look at the scene about that right now.
Hi everyone, welcome to the post-game interview of Evelia. So this time we have GG CGS come to our interview. So please say hello to our audience first. 也是请陈江生再给我们大家打个招呼吧。
大家好，我是成都积极的陈江生。
Okay, welcome. So I even can't remember how many times GG got the top of the regular game total point list. So seems it's quite easy for you guys to be the top, isn't it? 其实我已经记不得积极到底拿了多少次我们常规赛这个积分榜的第1名了。看起来拿积分榜第1对于你们来说是很简单的一件事情，是不是？
就像平常吃饭一样。
Oh, easy as having meals like in daily. Wow. So, but do you think maybe there will be some team surpass you on the last day of the regular game in this bye week? 那会不会觉得在最后一天可能会有其他队伍超越你们呢？
最后一天
就
应该会吧
是最后一天？常规赛。
分差不大，应该会。
I think maybe. Well, so the next question will be, I heard about at first your team don't want to play Kylan combination, isn't it? 其实我听说最开始的时候是不想去玩张起灵阵容的。为什么？
太简单了。
I think it's too easy, but why your team like play these combinations now? 那为什么现在又玩了呢？
都玩接受现实啊。
Because everyone played that combination. Okay, I know. Okay, let's move on to our answer for Georgia, please. So this time our question is, how many kills did the team CDGG get in the game 6? A 14, B 15, C 16, D 17. 那这一次我们的问题是，成都积极在最后一把拿了多少个击败分呢？那也是请 please 陈嘉生 count down the time， 也是请陈嘉生给我们倒计时一下。
3, 2, 1。
Okay, screenshot everyone. So what's the answer? 答案是什么呢？
我不知道啊，我怎么知道？
你不知道你们拿了多少个击败分吗？
不晓得。
Even don't know how many kills your team got. Okay, well, so the answer is 15. The answer is B. Yes. So the last question will be, because your team is CDGG, because your team like come from Chengdu City. Also, we have one more, which is City Wolves. You know, City Wolves got 2 bi-weekly champion. How does that feel? 那其实我们知道成都积极啊，因为积极来自成都。那我们还有一个，就是成都狼队。成都狼队拿了2个周冠了，感觉怎么样？
感觉还行啊。
没什么想法吗？
他们厉害，该拿的。
I think like they worst it. They worst it. What about this time's bi-weekly final? 那对于这次的周决怎么说？
不急。还是不急。
I think we are not really hurry for this time's bi-weekly final. So, does that mean you don't think you can get the champion this time? 那会不会觉得是对这一次的没有信心呢？
不会啊。
No?
不会啊。
Okay, I know. I know you want to get the champion, just don't say on their face. Well, I see. 那也是谢谢陈嘉生来到我们的赛后采访，那就祝你们在这一周的周决中好运吧。Okay, that comes to our interview. That's all for the interview. Bye bye, everyone.
This man is a peak player, bro. He knows. He's like, I don't know how many kills we got. I just play the game. I'm like, oh, hold on, let me tie my shoes real quick. I'm like, what?
Sun Siphon's too easy. I mean, so for context on that one, chat, the CN teams, they have their own names for different compositions. And Sun Siphon, when it was first starting to be a thing in the CN region, it was actually called a composition that can be translated to brain dead, because of how easy it was that all of the CN teams felt it was to be able to pick up a value. Crazy interview, though. There's a lot of stuff that we'll be quoting GG from the rest of the coming weeks, but we can have a look and see where exactly the teams that GG are going to be standing up against have fallen. TE, unfortunately, tried to come in with some different compositions, the same with OUG, and it did have an impact on the standings. Still got to figure out some of the stuff to be able to attack through those comps, sitting at 18th, 16th, and BBE still trying to find that consistency that allows them to finish in the top 5 of the leaderboards. Wolves also not having the greatest of consistent games, SS1 struggling too to be able to match the impact that they found on their day 1 of play. Probably not going to be able to break the top 12. This is their second day of play, and they end on the 11th with all of these other teams in the top. Still taking that day 3, JL with 80.6, potentially going to overtake GG, but it is going to take an absolute stunner of a day, a rerun of the 80.6 match score that they were able to put together after day 1 if they want to leapfrog over GG in standings. Although that might be seen as a boon for JL, because a lot of these teams have a superstition that if you go into the bi-weekly finals in a first place standing, you're actually less likely to take the bi-weekly final title.
Yeah, it's a curse, unfortunately. You know, not like a cast of curse like we've incurred past times before, but without curses, there is a recognition of the timing. You guys can see the winners coming through trios. Wolves, double down. There we go. Boom. Double tokens in the field of play for winning bi-weekly 1 and 2 finals. But so solos, Chishang, and then the surprise, knockout here from Pace hitting into solos. But we still got 2 bi-weekly finals up and coming. Now next week is gonna have the finals. I know you guys looking for the Dragon's Grave for the card. Make sure you guys are here next week, please. Saturday, Sunday. Watch it for the duration of time. Make sure you do so, because that is going to be the only time you're going to get that Dragon's Grave. I don't want to hear anybody talking on the following week. It'll be a bi-weekly before, like, where's the real Dragon's Grave? Listen, when I say this, tell your friends, tell your homies, tell everybody to go watch the event when it comes down to live. If they have to, make sure the phone's on and just watching it and, witnessing the greatness, or just having that on lockdown for the VOD review and just looking past that. But when we switch out over to here, Grand Finals is in the second week, I should say, first full week into November. And that's the 9th and 10th. Afterwards, that's going to be the Chinese mainland qualifiers the following week. And then after that, now I don't see the date, but after that, J Cup will occur. And that's going to be the heavy cornerstone matchups. We already have our NA, our EU, or our SEA. We have our players to become infatuated or just placing out and performing at J Cup. But before we go through there, here's the solos lineup for tomorrow, for day 3. Not tomorrow, Thursday, but for day 3, Midoriya Midnight for the first round rotation, into Hollow Rock Sunny, into Morris midday, and then into Morning Dew, Hollow Rock Dusk, into Morris. Rotation into the maps, keeping track of it, have a more important notion, especially when it comes down to memorizing that. But if you guys notice that the rotation of Midoriya and into round 4 is swapped out compared to where we see it in trios, where it's the first and the last. Just to kind of keep you in the rotation of that, that's where we're going to be able to showcase every single time down at the production team, and showing you this is the rotation between solos and trios. And, it always opens a precedence for solos to have Midoriya's or having a Firefly map into round 1. Kind of giving a good set in terms of the aggression that comes through. I always love seeing how fast and how fast paced it can end up going, because everything comes down to Midoriya, where Fireflies is also involved with the podiums being available throughout the Mercury River, and just finding Fireflies there as well, and then a whole bunch of tier loot for a single solos player, and taking that into whatever mid game to be earned out, or even to rotations that we've seen even to yesterday when we saw the RTU with everything coming out. Hopefully kind of see where that leads into the future, if any sort of changes happen for Midoriya as a map rotation, or even to new mechanics being involved, like how we recently had into rank mode with the treasure stele, which is the pillar that you got to do 3 quest lines for you guys in rank mode that you guys know about, where you're just able to kind of work into an objective of getting the gold count out of that. I always love seeing objectives being added into the game. Hoping to see how that ends up here, Moxie, because we only have so many limited options here and there.
I mean, speaking about objectives, one thing that we're also seeing on the Firefly Midoriya maps is that these players, they understand that everyone's attention is going to be focused on, like you said, the Fireflies with the floating powers, because there's 4 troves all in one space with Fireflies, so loot and ultimates. What that leaves is Arcadia suddenly open, and anyone can just swing through, grab those 7 Thunder Jades, solve that puzzle, and get their hands on BLADEPOINT Essence, which we're starting to see more and more of, even some solo players dropping it. They get the Soul Jade, and then they go into a Realm of Yang, but they hide the BLADEPOINT before they actually go in. That being said, unfortunately, we're gonna have to disappear from your site as well, and we will be back with all of the NARAKA esports action next week. Make sure to keep your eye on the channel. Twitch will be back and active on Thursday. Until then, goodbye everybody.